Book 2, Chapter 12 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 2, Chapter 12. Visconti Faith. If Facino Cane's eyes grew wide in astonishment to see his countess ushered into that mean chamber by Carmagnola, wider still did they grow to behold the man who accompanied her and to consider their inexplicable conjunction. For this man was Giovanni Pusterla of Venegono, cousin to that Pusterla who had been Castellan of Monza, and who, by Gian Maria's orders, had procured the assassination of Gian Maria's mother. The rest is a matter of history upon which I have already touched. In a vain attempt to mask his own matricide, to make the crime appear as the work of another, Gian Maria had seized the unfortunate Castellan, who had served his evil will too faithfully, and, charging him with the crime, caused him barbarously and without trial to be done to death. Thereafter, because he perceived that this did not suffice to turn the public mind from the conviction of his own horrible guilt, Gian Maria had vowed the extermination of the Pusterla family as a blood offering to the manes of his murdered mother. It was a Pusterla whom he had hunted with his dogs into the arms of Bellarion in the meadows of Abitagrasso, and that was the fifth innocent member of the family whom he had done to death in satisfaction of his abominable vow. This Pusterla of Venegono, who now led the Countess Beatrice into her husband's presence, was a slight but vigorous and moderately tall man of not more than 30, despite the grey that so abundantly mingled with his thick black hair. His shaven countenance was proud and resolute, with a high-bridged nose, flanked perhaps too closely by dark eyes that glowed and flashed as in reflection of his superabundant energy of body and of spirit. Between himself and Facino there was esteem, but no other link to account for his sudden appearance as an escort to the Lady Beatrice. From the settle which he occupied, his ailing leg stretched upon it, the amazed Facino greeted them by a rough soldier's oath on a note of interrogation. The Countess, white and lovely, swept towards him. "You are ailing, Facino." Concern charged her murmuring voice as she stooped to receive his kiss. His countenance brightened, but his tone was almost testy. To discuss his ailments now was but to delay the explanation that he craved. "That I ail is no matter. That you should be here. What brings you, Bis? And with Venegono there?" "Aye, we take you by surprise," she answered him. "Yet heaven knows there would be no need for that if ever you had heeded me, if ever you had used your eyes and your wits as I bade you. Will you tell me what brings you and leave the rest?" She hesitated a moment, then swung imperially to her travelling companion. "Tell him, Messer da Venegono." Venegono responded instantly. He spoke rapidly, using gestures freely, his face an ever-shifting mirror of his feelings, so that at once you knew him for a brisk-minded, impulsive man. "We are here to speak of what is happening in Milan. Do you know nothing of it, my lord?" "In Milan? Dispatches reach me weekly from His Highness. They report nothing that is not reassuring." The Countess laughed softly, bitterly. Venegono plunged on. "Is it reassuring to you that the Malatesta of Rimini, Pandolfo, and his brother Carlo are there with an army 5,000 strong?" Facino was genuinely startled. "They are moving against Milan?" Again the Countess laughed, and this time Venegono laughed with her. "Against it?" and he launched his thunderbolt. "They are there at the express invitation of the Duke." Without pausing for breath, he completed the tale. "On the 2nd of the month, the Lady Antonio Malatesta was married to Duke Gian Maria, and her father has been created Governor of Milan." A dead silence followed, broken at last by Facino. The thing was utterly incredible. He refused to believe it, and said so with an oath. "My lord, I tell you of things that I have witnessed," Venegono insisted. Witnessed? Have you been in Milan? You? Venigono's features twisted into a crooked smile. After all, there are still enough staunch Ghibellines in Milan to afford me shelter. I take my precautions, Lord Count, but I do not run from danger. No Pusterla ever did, which is why this hellhound duke has made so many victims. Appalled, Facino looked at him from under heavy brows. Then his lady spoke, a faint smile of bitter derision on her pale face. You'll understand now why I am here, Facino. You'll see that it was no longer safe in Milan for Facino's wife, the wife of the man whose ruin is determined and to be purchased by the Duke at all costs, even at the cost of putting his neck under Malatesta's heel. Facino's mind, however, was still entirely absorbed by the main issue. "But Gabriello!" he cried. "Gabriello, my lord," said Venigono promptly, "is as much a victim and has been taken as fully by surprise as you and every Ghibelline in Milan. It is all the work of Della Torre. To what end he strives only himself and Satan know. Perhaps he will lead Gian Maria to destruction in the end. It may be his way of resuming the old struggle for supremacy between Visconti and Torriani. Anyhow, his is the guiding brain. But did that weak bastard Gabriello never raise a hand? Gabriello, my lord, has gone to earth for his own safety's sake in the castle of Portogiovia. There Malatesta is besieging him, and the city has been converted into an armed camp, labouring to reduce its own citadel. That monster Gian Maria has set a price upon the head of the brother who has so often shielded him from the just wrath of the commune and the people. There is a price, too, upon the heads of his cousins Antonio and Francesco Visconti, who are with Gabriello in the fortress, together with many other Ghibellines, among whom my own cousin Giovanni Pusterla. Lord," he ended passionately, "if the great Galeazzo could but come to life again, to see the filthy shambles his horrible son has made of the great realm he built." Silence followed. Facino, his head lowered, his brows knitted, was drawing a geometrical figure on the table with the point of a knife. Presently, whilst so engaged, he spoke, slowly, sorrowfully. "I am the last of all those condottieri who were Gian Galeazzo's brothers in arms, the last of those who helped him build up the great state which his degenerate son daily dishonours. His faithless, treacherous nature drove the others away from him one by one, each taking some part of his dominions to make an independent state for himself. I alone have remained, loyally to serve and support his tottering throne, making war upon my brother condottieri in his defence, suffering for him and from him, for the sake of his great father who was my friend, for the sake of the trust which his father left me when he died. And now I have my wages. I am sent to restore Alessandria to the pestilential hands of these false Visconti from which it has been wrested, and whilst I am about this errand, my place is usurped by the greatest Guelph in Italy, and measures are taken to prevent my ever returning." His voice almost broke. There was a long-drawn sigh from the Countess. "There is no need to tell you more," she murmured. "You begin to open your eyes and to see for yourself at last." And then Venigono was speaking. "I come to you, Facino, in the name of all the Ghibellines of Milan, who look to you as to their natural leader, who trust you and have no hope save in you. Before this Guelphic outrage, they cringe in terror of the doom that creeps upon them. Already Milan is a city of blood and horror. You are our party's only hope, Milan's only hope in this dreadful hour." Facino buried the knife blade deep in the table with sudden violence, and left it quivering there. He raised at last his eyes. They were blood-injected, and the whole expression of his face had changed. The good nature of which it habitually wore the stamp had been entirely effaced. "Let God but heal this leg of mine," he said, and from my hands the Visconti shall eat the fruits of treachery until they choke them." He stretched out his hand as he spoke towards the crucifix that hung upon the wall, making of his threat a solemn vow. Bellarion, looking beyond him at the Countess, read in the covert exultation of her face her assumption that her greed for empire was at last promised gratification, and her insensibility that it should be purchased on terms that broke her husband's heart. End of chapter 12. Book 2, Chapter 13 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 2, Chapter 13. The Victuallers. In the torrid heat of the following noontide, Bellarion rode alone to visit Stoffel at Castle Bagliano. He did not go round by the lines, but straight across country, which brought him past the inner posts of surveillance and as close under the red walls of Alessandria as it was safe to go. The besieged city seemed to sleep in the breathless heat of the low-lying lands upon which it had been reared. Saving an occasional flash of steel from the weapon or breastplate of some sentinel on the battlements, there was no sign of a life which starvation must by now have reduced to the lowest ebb. As Bellarion rode, he meditated upon the odd course of unpremeditated turbulence which he had run since leaving the seclusion of Celiano a year ago. He had travelled far indeed from his original intention, and he marvelled now at the ease with which he had adapted himself to each new set of circumstances he met, applying in worldly practice all that he had learnt in theory by his omnivorous studies. From a mental vigour developed by those studies, he drew an increasing consciousness of superiority over those with whom fate associated him, a state of mind which did not bring him to respect his fellow man. Greed seemed to Bellarion that morning the dominant impulse of worldly life. He saw it, and all the stark, selfish evil of it, wherever he turned his retrospective glance. Most cruelly, perhaps, had he seen it last night in the Countess Beatrice, who dignified it, as was common, by the name of ambition. She would be well served, he thought, if that ambition were gratified in such a way that she should curse its fruit with every hour of life that might be hers thereafter. Thus might she yet save her silly, empty soul. He was drawn abruptly from the metaphysical to the physical by two intrusions upon his consciousness. The first was a spent arbalist bolt, which struck the crupper of his horse and made it bound forward, a reminder to Bellarion that he had all but got within range of those red walls. The second was a bright object gleaming a yard or two ahead of him along the track he followed. The whole of Facino's army might have passed that way, seeing in that bright object a horseshoe and nothing more. But Bellarion's mind was of a different order. He read quite fluently in that iron shoe that it was cast from the hind hoof of a mule within the last 24 hours. 2 nights ago a thunderstorm had rolled down from the Montferine hills, which were now hazily visible in the distance on his right. Had the shoe been cast before that, rust must have dimmed its polished brightness. Yet, as closer examination confirmed, no single particle of rust had formed upon it. Bellarion asked himself a question. Since no strangers were allowed to come or go within the lines, what man of Facino's had, during the last 2 days, ridden to a point so barely out of range of an arbalist bolt from the city? And why had he ridden a mule? He had dismounted, and he now picked up the shoe to make a further discovery, a thick leather-cased pad attached to the underside of it. He did not mount again, but leading his horse, he proceeded slowly on foot along the track that led to Castle Bagliano. It was an hour later when the outposts challenged him on the edge of the village. he found Stoffel sitting down to dinner when he reached the house where the Swiss was quartered. "You keep an indifferent watch somewhere between here and Olara," was Bellarion's greeting. "You often bewilder me," Stoffel complained. "Here's to enlighten you, then." Bellarion slapped down the shoe on the table, adding precise information as to where he had found it and his reasons for supposing it so recently cast. "And that's not all. For half a mile along that track there was a white trail in the grass, which investigation proved to be wheaten flour, dribbled from some sack that went that way perhaps last night." Stoffel was aghast. He had not sufficient men, he confessed, to guard every yard of the line, and after all the nights could be very dark when there was no moon. "I'll answer for it that you shall have more men tonight," Bellarion promised him, and, without waiting to dine, rode back in haste to Pavone. He came there upon a council of war debating an assault upon Alessandria, now that starvation must have enfeebled the besieged. In his present impatience, Facino could not even wait until his leg, which was beginning to mend, should be well again. Therefore he was delegating the command to Carmagnola, and considering with him, as well as with Coningshoven and Giasone Trotta, the measures to be taken. Monna Beatrice was at her siesta above stairs in the house's best room. Bellarion's news brought them vexation and dismay. Soon, however, Carmagnola was grandiosely waving these aside. "It matters little now that we have decided upon assault." "It matters everything, I think," said Bellarion, and so drew upon himself the haughty glare of Facino's magnificent lieutenant. "Always, it seemed, must these two be at odds. Your decision rests upon the assumption that the garrison is weakened by starvation. My discovery alters that." Facino was nodding slowly, gloomily, when Carmagnola, a reckless gambler in military matters, ready now to stake all upon the chance of distinction which his leader's illness afforded him, broke in assertively. "We'll take the risk of that. You are now in haste, my lord, to finish here, and there is danger for you in delay." "More danger surely in precipitancy," said Bellarion, and so put Carmagnola in a rage. "God rid me of your presumption," he cried. "At every turn you intrude your green opinions upon seasoned men of war." "He was right at Travel," came the guttural tones of Coningshoven, "and he may be right again." "And in any case," added Trotta, who knew the fortifications of Alexandria better than any of them, "if there is any doubt about the state of the garrison, it will be madness to attack the place. We might pay a heavy price to resolve that doubt." "Yet how else are we to resolve it?" Carmagnola demanded, seeing in delays the loss of his own opportunity. "That," said Bellarion quietly, "is what you should be considering." "Considering?" Carmagnola would have added more, but Facino's suddenly raised hand arrested him. "Considering, yes," said the condottiero. "The situation is changed by what Bellarion tells us, and it is for us to study it anew." Reluctant though he might be to put this further curb upon his impatience, yet he recognized the necessity. Not so, however, his lieutenant. "But Bellarion may be mistaken. This evidence, after all—" "Was hardly necessary," Bellarion interrupted. "If Vignati had really been in the straits we have supposed, he must have continued, and ever more desperately, his attempts to fight his way out. Having found means to obtain supplies from without, he has remained inactive because he wishes you to believe him starving so that you may attack him. When he has damaged and weakened you by hurling back your assault, then he will come out in force to complete your discomfiture." "You have it all clear," sneered Carmagnola, "and you see it all in the cast shoe of a mule and a few grains of wheat." He swung about to the others, flinging wide his arms. "Listen to him. Learn our trade, sirs. Go to school to Master Bellarion." "Indeed, you might do worse," cut in Facino, and so struck him into gaping, angry amazement. "Bellarion reasons soundly enough to put your wits to shame. When I listen to him, God help me, I begin to ask myself if the gout is in my leg or my brains. Continue, boy, what else have you to say?" "Nothing more until we capture one of these victualling parties. That may be possible tonight if you double or even treble Stofel's force." "Possible it may be," said Facino, "but how exactly do you propose that it be done?" Bellarion took a stick of charcoal and on the pine board drew lines to elucidate his plan. "Here the track runs. From this the party cannot stray by more than a quarter mile on either side, for here the river, and there another watercourse, thickly fringed with young poplars, will prevent it. I would post the men in an unbroken double line, along an arc drawn across this quarter mile from watercourse to watercourse. At some point of that arc the party must strike it, as fish strike a net. When that happens, the two ends of the arc will swing inwards until they meet, thus completely enclosing their prey against the chance of any single man escaping to give the alarm." Facino nodded, smiling through his gloom. "Does anyone suggest a better way?" After a pause, it was Carmagnola who spoke. "That plan should answer as well as any other." Though he yielded, vanity would not permit him to do so graciously. "If you approve it, my lord, I will see the necessary measures taken." But Facino pursed his lips in doubt. "I think," he said after a moment's pause, "that Bellarion might be given charge of the affair. He has it all so clear." Thus it fell out that before evening Bellarion was back again in Stofel's quarters. To Castle Bagliano also were moved after night had fallen 200 Germans from Coningshoven's command at Olara. Not until then did Bellarion cast that wide human arc of his athwart the track, exactly midway between Castle Bagliano and Alessandria, from the Tanaro on the one side to the lesser watercourse on the other. Himself, he took up his station in the arc's middle, on the track itself. Stoffel was given charge of the right wing, and another Swiss named Wenzel placed in command of the left. The darkness deepened as the night advanced. Again a thunderstorm was descending from the hills of Montferrat, and the clouds blotted out the stars until the hot gloom wrapped them about like black velvet. Even so, however, Bellarion's order was that the men should lie prone, lest their silhouettes should be seen against the sky. Thus, in utter silence, they waited through the breathless hours that were laden by a storm which would not break. Midnight came and went, and Bellarion's hopes were beginning to sink, when at last a rhythmical sound grew faintly audible, the soft beat of padded hoofs upon the yielding turf. Scarcely had they made out the sound than the mule train, advancing in almost ghostly fashion, was upon them. The leader of the victualling party, who, knowing himself well within the ordinary lines, had for some time now been accounting himself secure, was startled to find his way suddenly barred by a human wall which appeared to rise out of the ground. He seized the bridle of his mule in a firmer grip and swung the beast about even as he yelled an order. There was a sudden stampede, cries and imprecations in the dark, and the train was racing back through the night, presently to find its progress barred by a line of pikes. This way and that the victuallers flung in their desperate endeavours to escape, but relentlessly and in utter silence the net closed about them. Narrower and ever denser grew the circle that enclosed them, until they were hemmed about in no more space than would comfortably contain them. Then at last lights gleamed. A dozen lanterns were uncovered that Bellarion might take stock of his capture. The train consisted of a score of mules with bulging panniers, and half a dozen men, captained by a tall, loose-limbed fellow with a bearded, pock-marked face. Sullenly they stood in the lantern light, realizing the futility of struggling, and already in fancy feeling the rope about their gullets. Bellarion asked no questions. To Stoffel, who had approached him as the ring closed, he issued his orders briefly. They were surprising, but Stoffel never placed obedience in doubt. 100 men under Wenzel, to remain in charge of the mules at the spot where they had been captured, until Bellarion should make known his further wishes. 20 men to escort the muleteers, disarmed and pinioned, back to Castle Bagliano, and the others to be dismissed to their usual quarters. A half hour later, in the kitchen of the peasant's house on the outskirts of Castle Bagliano, where Stoffel had taken up his temporary residence, Bellarion and the captured leader faced each other. The prisoner, his wrists pinioned behind him, stood between two Swiss pikemen, whilst Bellarion, holding a candle level with his face, scanned those pallid, pock-marked features which seemed vaguely familiar. "We've met before, I think," Bellarion broke off. It was the beard that had made an obstacle for his memory. "You are that false friar who journeyed with me to Casale, that brigand named Lorenzaccio da Trino." The beady eyes blinked in terror. "I don't deny it, but I was your friend then, and but for that blundering peasant—" "Quiet!" he was curtly bidden. Bellarion set down the candle on the table, which was of oak, rough-hewn and ponderous as a refectory board, and himself sat down in the armchair that stood by its head. Fearfully Lorenzaccio considered him, taking stock of the richness of his apparel and the air of authority by which the timid convent nursling of a year ago was now invested. His fears withheld him from any philosophical reflections upon the mutability of human life. Suddenly Bellarion's bold dark eyes were upon him, and the brigand shuddered despite the stifling heat of the night. "You know what awaits you?" "I know the risks I ran, but—" "A rope, my friend. I tell you so as to dispel any fond doubt." The man reeled a little, his knees sagging under him. The guards steadied him. Watching him, Bellarion seemed almost to smile. Then he took his chin in his hand, and for a long moment there was silence save for the prisoner's raucous, agitated breathing. At last Bellarion spoke again, very slowly, painfully slowly, to the listening man, since he discerned his fate to be wrapped up in Bellarion's words. "You claim that once you stood my friend. Whether you would indeed have stood my friend to the end, I do not know. Circumstances parted us prematurely. But before that happened, you had stolen all that I had. Still, it is possible you would have repaid me had the chance been yours." I would, the wretched man protested. "By the Mother of God, I would." "I am so foolish as to permit myself to believe you. And you'll remember that your life hangs upon my belief. You were the instrument chosen by fate to shape my course for me, and there is on my part a desire to stand your friend. God reward you for that. God—" "Quiet! You interrupt me. First I shall require proof of your goodwill." "Proof?" Lorenzaccio was confused. "What proof can I give?" "You can answer my questions clearly and truthfully. That will be proof enough. But at the first sign of prevarication there will be worse than death for you, as certainly as there will be death at the end. Be open with me now, and you shall have your life, and presently your freedom." The questions followed, and the answers came too promptly to leave Bellarion any suspicion of invention. He tested them by cross-questions, and was left satisfied that, from fear of death and hope of life, Lorenzaccio answered truthfully throughout. For a half hour perhaps the examination continued, and left Bellarion in possession of all the information that he needed. Lorenzaccio was in the pay of Girolamo Vignati, the Cardinal of Desana, a brother of the besieged tyrant, who, operating from Cantalupo, was sending these mule trains of victuals into Alessandria on every night when the absence of moonlight made it possible. The mules were left in the city to be eaten, together with their loads, and the men made their way back on foot from the city gates. The only one ever permitted to enter was Lorenzaccio himself, who invariably returned upon the morrow in possession of the password to gain him admission on the next occasion. He had crossed the lines, he confessed, more than a dozen times in the last 3 weeks. Further, Bellarion elicited from him a minute description of the Cardinal of Desana, of Giovanni Vignati of Lodi, and of the principal persons usually found in attendance upon him, of the topography of Alessandria, and of much else besides. Many of his answers Bellarion took down in writing. End of chapter 13. Book 2, Chapter 14 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 2, Chapter 14, The Muleteer. It wanted less than an hour to dawn when the mule train came up to the southern gate of Alessandria, and its single leader disturbed the silence of the night by a shrill whistle thrice repeated. A moment later, a light showed behind the grating by the narrow postern gate, built into the wall beside the portcullis. A voice bawled a challenge across the gulf. "Who comes?" "Messenger from Messer Girolamo," answered the muleteer. "Give the word of the night." "Lodi triumphant." The light was moved, and presently followed a creaking of winches and a rattle of heavy chains. A great black mass, faintly discernible against the all-encompassing darkness, slowly descended outwards and came to rest with a thud almost at the very feet of the muleteer. Across that lowered drawbridge the archway of the guardhouse glowed in light, and revealed itself a swarm with men-at-arms under the jagged teeth of the raised portcullis. The muleteer spoke to the knight. He took farewell of men who were not with him, and called instructions after someone of whom there was no sign, then drove his laden mules across the bridge, and himself came last into the light, between the men-at-arms, drawn up there to ensure against treachery, ready to warn those who manned the winches above in the event of an attempt to rush the bridge. The muleteer, a tall fellow, as tall as Lorenzaccio, but much younger, dressed in a loose tunic of rough brown cloth, with leg clothing of the same material cross-gartered to the knees, found himself confronted by an officer who thrust a lantern into his face. "You are not Lorenzaccio?" "Devil take you," answered the muleteer. "You needn't burn my nose to find that out." His easy impudence allayed suspicion. Besides, how was a besieged garrison to suspect a man who brought in a train of mules, all laden with provisions? "Who are you? What is your name?" "I am called Beppo, which is short for Giuseppe, and tonight I am the deputy of Lorenzaccio, who has had an accident and narrowly escaped a broken neck." "No need to ask your name, my captain. Lorenzaccio warned me I should meet here a fierce watchdog named Cristoforo, who would want to eat me alive when he saw me. But now that I have seen you, I don't believe him. Have you anything to drink at hand, my captain? It's a plaguily thirsty night." And with the back of his hand the muleteer swept the beads of sweat from his broad, comely forehead, leaving it clean of much of the grime that elsewhere disfigured his countenance. "You'll take your mules to the communal," the captain answered him shortly, resenting his familiarity. Day was breaking when Messer Beppo came to the communal palace and drove his mules into the courtyard, there to surrender them to those whom he found waiting. It was a mixed group made up of Vignati's officers and representatives of the civic government. The officers were well nourished and vigorous. The citizens looked feeble and emaciated, from which the muleteer inferred that in the matter of rationing the citizens of Alessandria were being sacrificed to the soldiery. Messer Beppo, who for a muleteer was a singularly self-assertive fellow, demanded to be taken at once to the Lord Giovanni Vignati. They were short with him at first for his impudence, until he brought a note almost of menace into his demand, whereupon an officer undertook to conduct him to the citadel. Over a narrow drawbridge they entered the Rocca, which was the heart of that great Guelphic fortress, and from a small courtyard they ascended by a winding staircase of stone to a stone chamber, whose grey walls were bare of arras, whose Gothic windows were unglazed, and whose vaulted ceiling hung so low that the tall muleteer could have touched it with his raised hand. A monkish table of solid oak, an oaken bench, and a high-backed chair were all its furniture, and a cushion of crimson velvet the only sybaritic touch in that chill austerity. Leaving him there, the young officer passed through a narrow door to a farther room. Thence came presently a swarthy man who was squat and bow-legged, with thick pouting lips and an air of great consequence. He was wrapped in a crimson gown that trailed along the stone floor, and attended by a black-robed monk and a tall, lean man in a soldier's leathern tunic, with a sword and dagger hanging from a rich belt. The squat man's keen, haughty eyes played searchingly over the muleteer. "I am to suppose you have a message for me," he said, and sat down in the only chair. The monk, who was stout and elderly, found a place on the bench, leaning his elbows on the table. The captain stationed himself behind the Vignati, whilst the officer who had brought Messer Beppo lingered in the background by the wall. The tall young muleteer lounged forward, no whit abashed in the presence of the dread Lord of Lodi. "His Excellency the Cardinal of Tisana desires you to understand, my lord, that this mule train of victuals is the last one he will send." "What?" Vignati clutched the arms of his chair and half raised himself from his seat. His countenance lost much of its chill dignity. "It isn't that it's no longer safe, but it's no longer possible. Lawrence Archo, who has had charge of these expeditions, is a prisoner in the hands of Facino. He was caught yesterday morning on his way back from Alessandria. As likely as not he'll have been hanged by now. But that's no matter. What is important is that they've found us out, and the cordon is now so tightly drawn that it's madness to try to get through." "Yet you," said the tall captain, "have got through." "By a stratagem that's not to be repeated. I took a chance. I stampeded a dozen mules into Facino's lines near Olara. At the alarm there was a rush for the spot. It drew, as I had reckoned, the men on guard between Olara and Castle Bagliano, leaving a gap. In the dark I drove through that gap before it was repaired." "That was shrewd," said the captain. "It was necessary," said Beppo shortly. "Necessary not only to bring in these provisions, but to warn you that there are no more to follow." Vignati's eyes looked out of a face that had turned grey. The man's bold manner and crisp speech intrigued him. "Who are you?" he asked. "You are no muleteer." "Your lordship is perspicacious. After Lorenzaccio was taken, no muleteer could have been found to run the gauntlet. I am a captain of fortune, Beppo Farfalla, to serve your lordship. I lead a company of 300 lancers, now at my Lord Cardinal's orders at Cantalupo. At my Lord Cardinal's invitation I undertook this adventure in the hope that it may lead to employment." "By God, if I am to be starved, I am likely to offer you employment." "If your lordship waits to be starved, that was not my Lord Cardinal's view of what should happen. He'll teach me my trade, will he, my priestly brother?" Messer Beppo shrugged. "As to that, he has some shrewd notions." "Notions? My Lord Cardinal?" Vignati was very savage in his chagrin. "What are these notions?" "One of them is that this pouring of provisions into Alessandria is as futile as the torment of the Danaides." "Danaides? Who are they?" "I hoped your lordship would know. I don't. I quote my Lord Cardinal's words, no more." It's a pagan illusion out of Apollodorus, the monk explained. What my Lord Cardinal means, said Beppo, is that to feed you was a sheer waste, since as long as it continued, you sat here doing nothing. Doing nothing? Vignati was indignant. Let him keep to his mass and his breviary, and what else he understands. He understands more than your lordship supposes. More of what? Of the art of war, my lord. And my lord laughed unpleasantly, being joined by his captain, but not by the monk whom it offended to see a cardinal derided. And now Beppo went on. He assumes that this news will be a spur you need. Why, damn his impudence and yours. I need no spur. You'll tell him from me that I make war by my own judgment. If I have sat here inactive, it is that I have sat here awaiting my chance. And now that the threat of starvation will permit you to sit here no longer, you will be constrained to go out and seek that chance. Seek it? Vignati was frowning darkly, his eyes aflame. He disliked this cockerel's easy, impudent tone. Captains of fortune did not usually permit themselves such liberties with him. Where shall I seek it? Tell me that, and I'll condone your insolence. My Lord Cardinal thinks it might be sought in Facino's quarters at Pavone. Oh, yes, or in the Indies, or in hell. They're as accessible. I have made sorties from here, 4 of them, and all disastrous. Yet the disasters were due to no fault of mine. Is your lordship quite sure of that? Quoth Messer Beppo softly, smiling a little. The Lord of Lodi exploded. Am I sure? He cried, his grey face turning purple and inflating. Dare any man suggest that I am to blame? My Lord Cardinal dares. He more than suggests it. He says so bluntly. And your impudence no doubt agrees with him? Upon the facts, could my impudence do less? His tone was mocking. The 3 stared at him in sheer unbelief. Consider now, my lord, you made your sallies by day, in full view of an enemy who could concentrate at whatever point you attacked, over ground upon which it was almost impossible for your horse to charge effectively. My Lord Cardinal thinks that if you had earlier done what the threat of starvation must now compel you to do, and made a sally under cover of night, you might have been upon the enemy lines before ever your movement could be detected, and a concentration made to hold you. Vignati looked at him with heavy contempt, then shrugged. A priest's notion of war, he sneered. The tall captain took it up with Messer Beppo. Less disdainful in tone, he no less conveyed his scorn of the Cardinal Girolamo's ideas. Such an action would have been well if our only aim had been to break through and escape, leaving Alessandria in Facino's hands. But so ignoble an aim was never in my Lord Vignati's thoughts. He leaned on the tall back of his master's chair and thrust out a deprecatory lip. Necessity may unfortunately bring him to consider it now, but Messer Beppo interrupted him with a laugh. The necessity is no more present now than it has ever been. Facino Cane will lie as much at your mercy tomorrow night as he has lain on any night in all these weeks of your inaction. What do you say? Breathed Vignati. At our mercy? The 3 of them stared at him. At your mercy. A bold stroke, and it is done. The line drawn out on a periphery some 18 miles in length is very tenuous. There are strong posts at Marengo, Olara, Casabagliano, and San Michele. Yes, this we know. Marengo and San Michele have been weakened since yesterday to strengthen the line from Olara to Casabagliano in view of the discovery that Alessandria has been fed from there. Olara and Casabagliano are the posts farthest from Pavone, which is the strongest post of all, and Facino's quarters. Vignati's eyes began to kindle. He was sufficiently a soldier, after all, to perceive whither Messer Beppo was going. Yes, he muttered. Under cover of night, a strong force could creep out by the northern gate, so as to be across the Tamaro at the outset, and going round by the river, fall upon Pavone almost before an alarm could be raised. Before supports could be brought up, you would have broken the force that is stationed there. The capture of Facino and his chief captains, who are with him, would be as certain as that the sun is rising now. After that, your besiegers would be a body without a head. Followed a silence. Vignati licked his thick lips as he sat huddled there considering. By God, he said, and again, after further thought, by God, he looked at his tall captain. The captain tightened his lips and nodded. It is well conceived, he said. Well conceived, cried Beppo on that note of ready laughter. No better conception is possible in your present pass. You snatch victory from defeat. His confidence inspired them visibly. Then Vignati asked the question, what is Facino's force at Pavone? Is it known? Some 400 or 500 men, no more. With half that number you could overpower them if you took them by surprise. I do not run unnecessary risks. I'll take 600. Your lordship has decided, then, said the tall captain. What else, Rocco? Rocco fingered his bearded chin. It should succeed. I'd be easier if I was sure the enveloping movement could be made without giving the alarm. Unbidden, the audacious Messer Beppo broke into their council. Aye, that's the difficulty, but it can be overcome. That is where I can serve you, I and my 300 lancers. I move them round during the day wide of the lines and bring up behind Pavone at Pietramarrazzi. At the concerted hour I push them forward, right up against Facino's rear, and at the moment that you attack in front I charge from behind and the envelopment is made. But how to know each other in the dark, said Rocco. Your force and ours might come to grips, each supposing the other to be Facino's. My men shall wear their shirts over their armour, if yours will do the same. Lord of heaven, said Vignati, you have it all thought out. That is my way, that is how I succeed. Vignati heaved himself up. On his broad face it was to be read that he had made up his mind. Let it be tonight, then. There is no gain in delay, nor can our stomachs brook it. You are to be depended upon, Captain Farfalla? If we come to terms, said Beppo easily. I am not in the business for love of adventure. Vignati's countenance sobered from its elation. His eyes narrowed. He became the man of affairs. And your terms, quoth he? A year's employment for myself and my condotta at a monthly stipend of 15,000 gold florins. God of heaven, Vignati ejaculated, is that all? And he laughed scornfully. It is for your lordship to refuse. It is for you to be reasonable. 15,000. Besides, I don't want your condotta for a year. But I prefer the security of a year's employment. It is security for you, too, of a sort. You'll be well served. 10,000 florins for your assistance in this job, said Vignati firmly. I'll be wishing you good morning, said Messer Beppo as firmly. I know my value. You take advantage of my urgent needs, Vignati complained. And you forget what you already owe me for having risked my neck in coming here. After that they haggled for a full half hour, and if guarantees of Messer Beppo's good faith had been lacking, they had it in the tenacity with which he clung to his demands. At long length the Lord of Lodi yielded, but with an ill grace and with certain mental reservations, notwithstanding the bond drawn up by his monkish secretary. With that parchment in his pocket, Messer Beppo went gaily to breakfast with the Lord Vignati, and thereafter took his leave, and slipped out of the city to carry to the Cardinal at Desana the news of the decision and to prepare for his own part in it. It was a dazzling morning, all sign of the storm having been swept from the sky, and the air being left the cleaner for its passage. Messer Beppo smiled as he walked, presumably because on such a morning it was good to live. He was still smiling when towards noon of that same day he strode unannounced into Facino's quarters at Pavone. Facino was at dinner with his 3 captains, and the Countess faced her lord at the foot of the board. He looked up as the newcomer strode to the empty place at the table. "You're late, Bellarion. We've been awaiting you and your report. Was there any attempt last night to put a victualling party across the lines?" "There was," said Bellarion. "And you caught them?" "We caught them, yes. Nevertheless, the mule train and the victuals won into Alessandria." They looked at him in wonder. Carmagnola scowled upon him. "How, sir? And this in spite of your boast that you caught them?" Bellarion fixed him with eyes that were red and rather bleary from lack of sleep. "In spite of it," he agreed. "The fact is that the mule train was conducted into Alessandria by myself." And he sat down in the silence that followed. "Do you say that you've been into Alessandria?" "Into the very citadel. I had breakfast with the squat lord of Lodi." "Will you explain yourself?" cried Facino. Bellarion did so. End of chapter 14. Book 2, Chapter 15 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 2, Chapter 15, The Camisade. The sequel you already guess, and its telling need not keep us long. That night Vignati and 600 men wearing their shirts over their armour rode into as pretty an ambush about the village of Pavone as is to be found in the history of such operations. It was a clear night, and although there was no moon, there was just light enough from the star-flecked sky to make it ideal from the point of view of either party for the business in hand. There was some rough fighting for perhaps a half hour, and a good deal of blood was shed, for Vignati's men, infuriated at finding themselves trapped, fought viciously and invited hard knocks in return. Bellarion, in the handsome armour of Boucicault's gift, but without a headpiece to which as yet he had been unable to accustom himself, held aloof from the furious scrimmage, just as he had held aloof from the jousts in Milan. He had a horror of personal violence and manhandling, which some contemporaries who detected it have accounted a grave flaw in his nature. Nevertheless, one blow at least for his side was forced upon him, and all things considered it was a singularly appropriate blow. It was towards the end of the fight, just as the followers of Vignati began to own defeat and throw down their weapons, that one man, all cased in armour, and with a headpiece whose peaked visor gave him the appearance of some monstrous bird, came charging furiously at the ring of enemies that confined him. He was through and over them in that terrific charge, and the way of escape was clear before him, save for the aloof Bellarion, who of his own volition would have made no move to check that impetuous career. But the fool must needs drive straight at Bellarion through the gloom. Bellarion pulled his horse aside, and by that swerve avoided the couched lance which he suspected rather than saw. Then rising in his stirrups, as that impetuous knight rushed by, he crashed the mace with which he had armed himself upon the peaked visor, and rolled his assailant from the saddle. Thereafter he behaved with knightly consideration. He got down from his horse, and relieved the fallen warrior of his helmet, so as to give him air, which presently revived him. By the usages of chivalry, the man was Bellarion's prisoner. The fight was over. Already men with lanterns were going over the meadow which had served for battleground, and into the village of Pavone, to the great alarm of its rustic inhabitants. The disarmed survivors of Vignati's force, amounting still to close upon 500, were being closely herded by Facino's men. Through this dense press Bellarion conducted his prisoner in the charge of 2 Burgundians. In the main room of Facino's quarters, the two first confronted each other in the light. Bellarion laughed as he looked into that flat, swarthy countenance with the pouting lips that were frothing now with rage. "You filthy venal hound! You've sold yourself to the highest bidder. Had I known it was you might have slit my throat, or ever I would have surrendered." Facino, in the chair to which his swathed leg confined him, and Carmagnola, who had come but a moment ago to report the engagement at an end, stared now at Bellarion's raging prisoner, in whom they recognized Vignati, and meanwhile Bellarion was answering him. "I was never for sale, my lord. You are not discerning. I was my lord Facino's man when I sought you this morning in Alessandria." Vignati looked at him, and incredulity was tempering the hate of his glance. It was a trick. He could hardly believe that a man should have dared so much. "You are not Farfalla, captain of fortune." "My name is Bellarion." "It's the name of a trickster, then, a cheat, a foul, treacherous hind, who imposed upon me with lies." He looked past his captor at Facino, who was smiling. "Is this how you fight, Facino?" "Merciful God!" Facino laughed. "Are you to prate of chivalry and knight-errantry, you faithless brigand? Count it against him, Bellarion, when you fix his ransom. He is your prisoner. If he were mine, I'd not enlarge him under 50,000 ducats. His people of Lodi should find the money, and so learn what it means to harbour such a tyrant." Savage eyes glowered at Facino. Pouting lips were twisted in vicious hate. "Pray God, Facino, that you never fall prisoner of mine." Bellarion tapped his shoulder, and he tapped hard. "I do not like you, Messer di Vignati. You're a fool, and the world is troubled already by too many of your kind. So little am I venal that from a sense of duty to mankind I might send your head to the Duke of Milan, you betrayed, and so forego the 100,000 ducats ransom you're to pay me." Vignati's mouth fell open. "Say nothing more," Bellarion admonished him. "What you've said so far has already cost you 50,000 ducats. Insolence is a costly luxury in a prisoner." He turned to the attendant Burgundians. "Take him above stairs, strip off his armour, and bind him securely." "Why, you inhuman barbarian, I've surrendered to you. You have my word." "Your word?" Bellarion loosed a laugh that was like a blow in the face. "Gian Galeazzo Visconti had your word, yet before he was cold you were in arms against his son. I'll trust my bonds rather than your word, my lord." He waved them out, and as he turned, Facino and Carmagnola saw that he was quivering. "Trickster and betrayer, eh? And to be called so by such a Judas!" Thus he showed what had stirred him, yet not quite all. They were not to guess that he could have borne the epithets with equanimity if they had not reminded him of other lips that had uttered them. "Solace yourself with the ransom, boy, and you're not modest, faith. 100,000! Well, well!" Facino laughed. "You were in luck to take Vignati prisoner." "In luck indeed," Carmagnola curtly agreed, then turned to face Facino. "And so, my lord, the affair is happily concluded." "Concluded?" There was derision in Bellarion's interjection. "Why, sir, the affair has not yet begun. This was no more than the prelude." "Prelude to what?" "To the capture of Alessandria. It's to be taken before daylight." They stared at him, and Facino was frowning almost in displeasure. "You said nothing of this. I thought it would be clear. Why do I lure Vignati to make a camisade from Alessandria, with 600 men wearing their shirts over their arms, to be met here by another 300 under Captain Farfalla, similarly bedecked? 900 horsemen or thereabouts, with their shirts over their arms, will ride back in triumph to Alessandria in the dim light of dawn, and the jubilant garrison will lift up its gates to receive them." "You intended that?" said Facino, when at last he found his voice. "What else? Is it not a logical consummation? You should break your morning fast in Alessandria, my lord. Facino, the great captain, looked almost with reverence at this fledgling in the art of war. By God, boy, you should go far. At Travel you showed your natural talent for this game of arms, but this— Shall we come to details? Said Bellarion, to remind them that time was precious. Little, however, remained to be concerted. By Bellarion's contriving, the entire condotta was waiting under arms. Facino offered Bellarion command of what he called the white shirts, to be supported by Carmagnola with the main battle. Bellarion, however, thought that Carmagnola should lead the white shirts. Theirs will be the honour of the affair, Facino reminded him. I offer it to you as your due. Let Messer Carmagnola have it. What fighting there may be will fall to the lot of the pretended returning Camisades, when the garrison discovers the imposture. That is a business which Messer Carmagnola understands better than I do. You are generous, sir, said Carmagnola. Bellarion looked sharply to see if he was sneering, but for once Carmagnola was obviously sincere. As Bellarion had planned, so the thing fell out. In the grey light of breaking day, creeping pallid and colourless as the moonstone over the meadows about Alessandria, the anxious watchers from the walls beheld a host approaching, whose white shirts announced them for Vignati and his raiders. Down went the drawbridge, up portcullis to admit them. Over the timbers of the bridge they thundered. Under the deep archway of the gatehouse they streamed, and the waiting soldiery of Vignati deafened the ears of the townsfolk with their cheers, which abruptly turned to cries of rage and fear. For the Camisades were amongst them, beating them down and back, breaking a way into the gatehouse, assuming possession of the machinery that controlled drawbridge and portcullis, and spreading themselves out into the square within to hold the approaches of the gate. Their true quality was at last revealed, and in the tall armoured man on the tall horse who led and directed them, Francesco Busoni of Carmagnola was recognised by many. And now, as the daylight grew, another host advanced upon the city, the main battle of Facino's army. This was followed by yet a third, a force detailed to escort the disarmed Camisades of Vignati who were being brought back prisoners. When 2 hours later Facino broke his fast in the citadel, as Bellarion had promised him that he should, with his officers about him, and his countess, her beauty all aglow, at the table's foot, there was already peace and order in the captured city. End of chapter 15. Book 2, Chapter 16 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 2, Chapter 16, Severance. The night Bellarion rode alone in the hot glow of an August afternoon through the moist and fertile meadowland between Alessandria and San Michele. He was dejected by the sterility of worldly achievement, and mourned the futility of all worldly endeavour. In endeavour itself, as he had to admit from his own experience, there was a certain dynamic entertainment, affording an illusion of useful purpose. With achievement the illusion was dispelled. The purpose grasped was so much water in the hands. Man's greatest accomplishment was to produce change. Restlessness abode in him none the less, because no one state could be shown to be better than another. The only good in life was study, because study was an endeavour that never reached fulfilment. It busied a man to the end of his days, and it aimed at the only true reality in all this world of shams and deceits. Messer Bellarion conceived that in abandoning the road to Pavia and Master Chrysolaris, he had missed his way in life. Nay, further, his first false step had been taken when driven by that heresy of his, rooted in ignorance and ridiculous. He had quitted the monastery at Ciliano. In conventual endeavour, after all, there was a definite purpose. There, mortal existence was regarded as no more than the antechamber to real life which lay in the hereafter, a brief novitiate wherein man might prepare his spirit for eternity. By contrast with that definite, peaceful purpose, this world of blindly striving, struggling, ever restless men who address themselves to their span of mortal existence as if it were to endure for ever was no better, no more purposeful, and of no more merit in its ultimate achievement than a clot of writhing earthworms. Thus Messer Bellarion, riding by sparkling waters in the dappled shade of poplars, standing stark against the polished azure of the summer sky, and the very beauty with which God had dressed the world, made man's defilement of it the more execrable in his eyes. Emerging from the screen of poplars, he emerged also from his gloomy reflections, dragged thence by the sight of a lady on a white horse that was gaily caparisoned in blue and silver. She was accompanied by a falconer and attended by two grooms whose liveries in the same colours announced them of the household of Messer Facino Cane, Count of Biandrate, and now, by right of conquest and self-election, tyrant of Alessandria. For in accepting his tacit dismissal from the Duke of Milan, Facino had thrown off his allegiance to all Visconti and played now at last for his own strong hand. Bellarion would have turned another way. It had become a habit with him whenever he espied the Countess, but the lady hailed him, consigning the hooded falcon on her wrist into the keeping of her falconer, who with the grooms fell back to a respectful distance as Bellarion, reluctantly obedient, approached. "If you're for home, Bellarion, we'll ride together." Uncomfortable, he murmured a gratified assent that sounded as false as he intended that it should. She looked at him sideways as they moved on together. She spoke of hawking. Here was fine open country for the sport. A flight could be followed for miles in any direction, moving almost as directly along the ground as the birds moved in the air above. Yet sport that day had been provokingly sluggish, and quarries had been sought in vain. It would be the heat, she opined, which kept the birds under cover. In silence he jogged beside her, letting her prate, until at last she too fell silent. Then, after a spell, with a furtive, sidelong glance from under her long lashes, she asked him a question in a small voice. "You are angry with me, Bellarion?" He was startled, but recovered instantly. "That were a presumption, Madonna. In you it might be a condescension. You are so aloof these days. You have avoided me as persistently as I have sought you. Could I suppose you sought me? You might have seen, if I had not deemed it wiser not to look." She sighed a little. "You make it plain that it is not in you to forgive." "That does not describe me. I bear no malice to any living man or woman." "But what perfection! I wonder you could bear to stray from heaven." It was no more than an impulsive display of her claws. Instantly she withdrew them. "No, no, dear God, I do not mean to mock at you. But you're so cold, so placid. That is how you come to be the great soldier men are calling you. But it will not make men love you, Bellarion." Bellarion smiled. "I don't remember to have sought men's love." "Nor women's, eh? The fathers taught me to avoid it." The fathers! The fathers! Her mockery was afoot again. "In God's name, why ever did you leave the fathers?" "It was what I was asking myself when I came upon you." "And you found no answer when you saw me?" "None, Madonna." Her face whitened a little, and her breath came shorter. "You're blunt," she said, and uttered a little laugh that was hard and unpleasant. He explained himself. "You are my Lord Facino's wife." "Ah!" Her expression changed again. "I knew we should have that. But if I were not, if I were not?" She faced him boldly, in a sudden eagerness that he deemed piteous. The solemnity of his countenance increased. He looked straight before him. In all this idle world there is naught so idle as to consider what we might be if it were different." She had no answer for a while, and they rode a little way side by side in silence, her attendants following out of earshot. "You'll forgive, I think, when I explain," said she at last. "Explain?" he asked her, mystified. "That night in Milan, the last time we spoke together, you thought I used you cruelly." "No more cruelly than I deserve to be used in a world where it is expected of a man that he shall be more sensible to beauty than to honour." "I knew it was honour made you harsh," she said, and reached forth a hand to touch his own where it lay upon the pommel. "I understood. I understand you better than you think, Bellarion. Could I have been angry with you then? You seemed angry." "Seemed. That is the word. It was necessary to seem. You did not know that Facino was behind the arras that marks the little door?" "I hoped that you did not." It was like a blow between the eyes. She snatched away her hand. Brows met over staring, glaring eyes, and her nether lip was caught in sharp white teeth. "You knew?" she gasped at last, and her voice held all the emotions. "The arras quivered, and there was no air. It drew my eyes, and I saw the point of my lord's shoe protruding from the curtain's hem." Her face held more wickedness in that moment than he would have thought possible to find wed with so much perfection. "When did you see? Was it before you spoke to me as you did?" "Your thoughts do me poor credit. If I had seen in time, should I have been quite so plain and uncompromising in my words?" "I did not see until after I had spoken." The explanation nothing mollified her. "Almost I hoped you'd say that the words you used because you knew of Facino's presence." After that, he thought, no tortuous vagaries of the human mind should ever again astonish him. "You hoped I would confess myself a bloodless coward who uses a woman as a buckler against a husband's righteous wrath." As she made no answer, he continued, "Each of us has been defrauded in his hopes. Mine were that you did not suspect Facino's presence, and that you spoke from the heart, at last aroused to loyalty." It took her a moment fully to understand him. Then her face flamed scarlet, and unshed tears of humiliation and anger blurred her vision. But her voice, though it quivered a little, was derisive. "You spare me nothing," she said. "You strip me naked in your brutal scorn, and then fling mud upon me. I have been your friend, Bellarion, I and more, but that is over now." "Madonna, if I have offended—" "Let be." She became imperious. "Listen now. You must not continue with my Lord Facino, because where he goes thither must I go too." "You ask me to take my dismissal from his service?" He was incredulous. "I beg it. A favour, Bellarion. It is yourself have brought things to the pass where I may not meet you without humiliation, and continue daily to meet you I will not." Her ready wicked temper flared up. "You'll go, or else I swear—" "Swear nothing," he thundered, very suddenly aroused. "Threaten, and you bind me to Facino hand and foot." Instantly she was all soft and pleading. A fool she was. Nevertheless, indeed, perhaps because of it, she had a ready grasp of the weapons of her sex. "Oh, Bellarion, I do not threaten, I implore, I—" "Silence were your best agent now," he was curt. "I know your wishes, and—" He broke off with a rough wave of his hand. "Where should I go?" he asked. But the question was addressed to fate and not to her. She answered it, however. "Do you ask that, Bellarion? Why, in this past month since Alessandria fell, your fame has gone out over the face of Italy. The credit for two such great victories as those of Travo and Alessandria is all your own, and the means by which you won them are on every man's tongue." "Aye, Facino is generous," he said, and his tone was bitter. "There's not a prince in Italy would not be glad to employ you." In fact, the world is full of places for those we would dismiss." After that they rode in silence until they were under the walls of the city. "You'll go, Bellarion?" "I am considering." He was very grave, swayed between anger and a curious pity, and weighing other things besides. In the courtyard of the citadel he held her stirrup for her. As she came to earth and turned, standing very close to him, she put her little hand on his. "You'll go, Bellarion, I know, for you are generous. This, then, is farewell. Be you fortunate." He bowed until his lips touched her hand in formal homage. As he came upright again, he saw the square-shouldered figure of Facino in the Gothic doorway, and Facino's watching eyes, he thought, were narrow. That little thing was the last item in the scales of his decision. Facino came to greet them. His manner was pleasant and hearty. He desired to know how the hawking had gone, how many pheasants his lady had brought back for supper, how far afield she had ridden, where Bellarion had joined her, and other similar facts of amiable commonplace inquiry. But Bellarion, watching him, perceived that his excessively ready smile never reached his eyes. Throughout supper, which he took as usual in the company of his captains and his lady, Facino was silent and brooding, nor even showed great interest when Carmagnola told of the arrival of a large body of Ghibelline refugees from Milan to swell the forces which Facino was assembling against the coming struggle, whether defensive or offensive, with Malatesta and Duke Gian Maria. Soon after the Countess had withdrawn, Facino gave his captains leave. Bellarion, however, still kept his place. His resolve was taken. That which the Countess claimed of him as a sacrifice to her lacerated vanity, he found his sense of duty to Facino claiming also, and his prudent, calculating wits confirming. Facino raised heavy eyes from the contemplation of the board and leaned back in his chair. He looked old that night in the flickering candlelight. His first words betrayed the subject upon which his thoughts had been lingering. "Ah, boy, I'm glad to see the good relationship between Beas and yourself. I had fancied a coolness between you lately." "I am the Countess's servant, as I am yours, my lord." "Aye, aye," Facino grunted, and poured himself wine from a jug of beaten gold. "She likes your company. She grudged you once when I sent you on a mission to Genoa. I'm brought to think of it because I am about to repeat the offence." "You wish me to go to Boucicault for men?" Bellarion showed his surprise. Facino looked at him quizzically. "Why not? Do you think he will not come?" "Oh, he'll come. He'll march on Milan with you to smash Malatesta, and afterwards he'll try to smash you in your turn, that he may remain sole master in the name of the King of France." "You include politics in your studies?" "I use my wits." "To some purpose, boy, to some purpose. But I never mentioned Boucicault, nor thought of him. The men I need must be procured elsewhere. Where would you think of seeking them?" And then Bellarion understood. Facino wanted him away, and desired him to understand it, which was why he had dragged in that allusion to the Countess. Facino was made reticent by his deep love for his unworthy lady. His need for her remained fiercely strong, however she might be disposed to stray. Bellarion used his wits, you see, as he had lately boasted. Why had Facino spied that night in Milan? Surely because in the relations between Bellarion and the Countess he had already perceived reason for uneasiness. That uneasiness his spying had temporarily allayed, yet not so completely but that he continued watchful. And now, at the first sign of renewal of that association, it took alarm. Though Facino might still be sure that he had nothing to avenge, he could be far from sure that he had nothing to avert. A great sorrow welled up from Bellarion's heart. All that he now was, all that he possessed, his very life itself, he owed to Facino's boundless generosity, and in return he was become a thorn in Facino's flesh. "Why, sir," he said slowly, smiling a little as if in deprecation, "this matter of levies, has been lately in my thoughts. To be frank, I have been thinking of raising a condotter of my own." Facino sat bolt upright in his surprise. Clearly his first emotion was of displeasure. "Oh, you grow proud." "I have my ambitions." "How long have you nursed this one? It's the first I hear of it." Blandly Bellarion looked across at him, and bland was his tone. "I matured the conceit as I rode abroad today." "As you rode abroad?" Facino's eyes were intently upon his face. It conserved its blandness. The condottiero's glance flickered and fell away. They understood each other. "I wish you the luck that you deserve, Bellarion. You've done well by me. You've done very well. None knows it better than I. And it's right you should go, since you've the sense to see that it's best for you." The colour had faded from Bellarion's face. His eyes were very bright. He swallowed before he could trust himself to speak, to play the comedy out. "You take it very well, sir, this desertion of you, but I'm your man for all my ambition." Thereafter they discussed his future. He was for the cantons, he announced, to raise a body of Swiss, the finest infantry in the world, and Bellarion meant to depend on infantry. As a parting favour, he begged for the loan of Stoffel, who would be useful to him as a sponsor to his compatriots of Uri and the Vierwoldstädter. Facino promised him not only Stoffel himself, but 50 men of the Swiss cavalry Stoffel had latterly recruited, to be a nucleus of the condotter Bellarion went to raise. They pledged each other in a final cup and parted, Facino to seek his bed, Bellarion in quest of Stoffel. Stoffel, having heard the proposal, at once engaged himself, protesting that the higher pay Bellarion offered him had no part in the decision. "And as for men, there's not one of those who fought with you on the bluff above the Trebbia but will want to come." They numbered 60 when they were called up, and with Facino's consent they all went with Bellarion on the morrow, for having decided upon departure there was no reason to delay it. Betimes in the morning Bellarion had business with a banker of Alessandria named Turella, with whom Vignati's ransom was deposited in return for certain bills of exchange negotiable in Bern. Thereafter he went to take his leave of Facino and to lay before him a suggestion which was the fruit of long thinking in the stillness of a wakeful night. He was guilty, he knew, of a duplicity, of serving ends very different indeed from those that he pretended. But his conscience was at ease because, although he might be using Facino as a tool for the performance of his ultimate secret aims, yet the immediate aims of Facino himself would certainly be advanced. "There is a service I can perhaps do you as I go," said Bellarion at parting. "You are levying men, my lord, which is a heavy drain upon your own resources. Prisoners like Vignati don't fall into the hands of each of us. Have you thought, instead, of seeking alliances?" Facino was disposed to be hilarious. "With whom? With the dogs that are baying and snarling round Milan? With Estori and Giancarlo and the like?" "There's Theodore of Montferrat," said Bellarion quietly. "So there is, the crafty fox, and the price he'll want for his alliance. You might find it convenient to pay it. Like myself, the Marquis Theodore has ambitions. He covets Vercelli and the lordship of Genoa. Vercelli would be in the day's work in a war on Milan." "So it would. We might begin hostilities by occupying it. But Genoa now—" "Genoa can wait until your own work is done. On those terms Montferrat comes in with you." "Ha! God's life! You're omniscient." "Not quite, but I know a great deal. I know, for instance, that Theodore went to Milan at Gabriello's invitation to offer alliance to Gian Maria on those terms. He left in dudgeon, affronted by Gian Maria's refusal. He's as vindictive as he's ambitious. Your proposal now might tickle both emotions." This was sound sense, and Facino admitted it emphatically. "Shall I go by way of Montferrat and negotiate the alliance for you with Messer Theodore?" You'll leave me in your debt if you succeed. That is what Theodore will say when I propose it to him. You're sanguine. I'm certain, so certain that I'll impose a condition. Messer Theodore shall send the Marquis Giacomo to you to be your esquire. You'll need an esquire in my place. And what the devil am I to do with Gian Giacomo? Make a man of him and hold him as a guarantee. Theodore grows old, and accidents often happen on a campaign. If he should die before it's convenient, you'll have the sovereign of Montferrat beside you to continue the alliance. By God, you look ahead. In the hope of seeing something someday, I've said that the Regent Theodore has his ambitions. Ambitious men are reluctant to relinquish power. In a year's time, the Marquis Gian Giacomo will be of age to succeed. Have a care of him when he's with you. Facino looked at him and blew out his cheeks. You're bewildering sometimes. You seem to say 100 things at once, and your thoughts aren't always nice. Bellarion sighed. My thoughts are coloured by the things they dwell on. End of chapter 16. Book 2, Chapter 17 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 2, Chapter 17, The Return. The knight Bellarion contrasted the manner of his departure from Casale a year ago with the manner of his return, and took satisfaction in it. There was more worldliness in his heart than he suspected. He rode, superbly mounted on a tall grey horse, with Stoffel at his side a little way ahead of the troop of 60 mounted arbalisters, all well equipped and trim, in visorless steel caps and metal-studded leather haquetons, their leader rearing a lance, from which fluttered a bannerole bearing Bellarion's device, on a field azure, the dog's head argent. The rear was brought up by a string of pack mules laden with tents and equipment of the company. Clearly this tall young knight was a person of consequence, and as a person of consequence he found himself entreated in Casale. The regent's reception of him admirably blended the condescension proper to his own rank with the deference due to Bellarion's. The regent, you'll remember, had been in Milan at the time of Bellarion's leap to fame and honour, and that was all that he chose now to remember of Facino Cane's adoptive son. He had heard also, as all Italy had heard by now, of how Alessandria had been taken, and his present deference was a reflection of true respect for one who displayed such shining abilities of military leadership. By no word or sign did he betray recollection of the young man's activities in Casale a year ago. A tactful gentleman, this regent of Montferrat. His court, he professed, was honoured by this visit of the illustrious son of an illustrious sire, and he hoped that in the peace of Montferrat Messer Bellarion could rest himself a while from his late glorious labours. You may yet count me a disturber of that peace, Lord Marquis. I come on an embassy from my Lord of Biandrate. Its purport? The aims wherein your Highness failed in Milan might find support in Alessandria. Theodore took a deep breath. Well, well, said he, we will talk of it when you have dined. Our first anxiety is for your comfort. Bellarion understood that he had said enough. What Theodore really needed was time in which to weigh the proposal, he perceived, before they came to a discussion of it. They dined below in a small room contiguous with the great hall, a cool, pleasant room whose doors stood wide to those spacious sunlit gardens into which Bellarion had fled when the Podesta's men pursued him. They were an intimate family party. The Princess Valeria, the Marquis Gian Giacomo, his tutor Cossario, and his gentleman, the shifty-eyed young lord of Fenestrella. The year that was sped had brought little change to the court of Casale, yet some little change a shrewd eye might observe. The Marquis, now in his 17th year, had aged materially. He stood some inches taller, he was thinner and of a leaden pallor. His manner was restless, his eyes dull, his mouth sullen. The regent might be proceeding slowly, but he proceeded surely. No need for the risk of violent measures against one who was obligingly killing himself by the profligacy so liberally supplied him. The princess, too, was slighter and paler than when last Bellarion had seen her. A greater wistfulness haunted her dark eyes. A listlessness born of dejection hung about her. But when Bellarion, conducted by her uncle, had stood unexpectedly before her, straight as a lance, tall and assured, the pallor had been swept from her face, the languor from her expression. Her lips had tightened, and her eyes had blazed upon this liar and murderer, to whose treachery she assigned the ruin of her hopes. The regent, observing these signs, made haste to present the visitor to the young marquis in terms that should ensure a preservation of the peace. Giacomo, this is the knight Bellarion Carni. He comes to us as the envoy of his illustrious father, the Count of Biandrate, for whose sake, as for his own, you will do him honour. The youth looked at him languidly. "Give you welcome, sir," he said without enthusiasm, and wearily proffered his princely hand, which Bellarion dutifully kissed. The princess made him a stiff, unsmiling inclination of her head in acknowledgment of his low bow. Fenestrella was jocosely familiar, Corsario absurdly dignified. It was an uncomfortable meal. Fenestrella, having recognized Bellarion for the prisoner in the Podesta's court a year ago, was beginning to recall the incident when the regent headed him off and swung the talk to the famous seizure of Alessandria, rehearsing the details of the affair. How Bellarion, disguised as a muleteer, had entered the besieged city, and how, pretending himself next a captain of fortune, he had proposed the Camisade, in which subsequently he had trapped Vignati, and how thereafter, with his own men in the shirts of the Camisades, he had surprised the city. "Trick upon trick," said the princess in a colourless voice, speaking now for the first time. "Just that," Bellarion agreed shamelessly. "Surely something more," Theodore protested. "Never was stratagem more boldly conceived or more neatly executed. A great feat of leadership, Sir Bellarion, deserving the renown it has procured you." "And 100,000 florins," said Valeria. "So they knew that too," reflected Bellarion. Fenestrella laughed. "You set a monstrous value on the Lord Vignati." "I hoped his people of Lodi, who had to find the gold, would afterwards ask themselves if it was worth while to retain a tyrant quite so costly." "Sir, I have done you wrong," the princess confessed. "I judged you swayed by the thought of enriching yourself." He affected to miss the sarcasm. "Your Highness would have done me wrong if you had left that out." Valeria alone did not smile at that. Her brown eyes were hard as they held his gaze. "It was Messer Carmagnola, they tell me, who led the charge into the city. That is a gallant knight ever to be found where knocks are to be taken." "True," said Bellarion, "it's all he's fit for, an ox of a man." "That is your view of a straightforward, honest fighter?" "Perhaps I am prejudiced in favour of the weapon of intelligence." She leaned forward a little to dispute with him, and all were interested, and only Theodore uneasy. "It is surely necessary even in the lists. I remember at a tournament in Milan the valour and address of this knight Carmagnola. He bore off the palm that day. But then you were not present. You had a fever, or was it an ague?" "Most likely an ague. I always shiver at the thought of a personal encounter." The regent led the laugh, and now even Valeria smiled, but it was a smile of purest scorn. Bellarion remained solemn. "Why do you laugh, sirs? It is no more than true." "True?" cried Fenestrella. "And it was you unhorsed Vignati?" "That was an accident. I slid aside when he rode at me. He overshot his aim, and I took advantage of the moment." Valeria's eyes were still upon him, almost incredulous in their glance. Oh, he was utterly without shame. He retorted upon her with the truth, but it was by making the truth sound like a mockery that he defeated her. She looked away at last, nor spoke to him again. Delivered from her attacks, Bellarion addressed himself to the young Marquis, and by way of polite inquiry into his studies, asked him how he liked Virgil. "Virgilio," quoth the boy, mildly surprised. "You know Virgilio, do you? Bah! He's a thieving rogue, but very good with dogs." "I mean the poet, my lord." "Poet? What poet? Poets are a weariness. Valeria reads me their writings sometimes. God knows why, for there's no sense in them. If you read them to yourself, you might—" "Read them to myself? Read? God's bones, sir, you take me for a clerk. Read!" He laughed the notion contemptuously away and buried his face in his cup. "His Highness is a backward scholar," Corsario deprecated. "We do not thrust learning upon him," Theodore explained. "He is not very strong." Valeria's lip quivered. Bellarion perceived that it was with difficulty she kept silence. "Why, you know best, sir," he lightly said, and changed his subject. Thereafter the talk was all of trivial things until the meal was done. After the princess had withdrawn and the young Marquis and Fenestrella had begged leave to go, the regent dismissed Messer Corsario and the servants, but retained his guest to the last. "I will not keep you now, sir, you'll need to rest, but before we separate you may think it well to tell me briefly what my Lord Facino proposes. Thus I may consider it until we come to talk of it more fully this evening." Bellarion, who knew, perhaps as few men knew, the depth of Theodore's craft, foresaw a very pretty duel in which he would have need of all his wits. "Briefly, then," said he, "your Highness desires the recovery of Vercelli, and similarly the restoration of the lordship of Genoa. Alone you are not in strength to gratify your aims. My Lord Facino, on the other hand, is avowedly in arms against the Duke of Milan. He is in sufficient strength to stand successfully on the defensive, but his desire is to take the offensive, drive out Malatesta, and bring the Duke to terms. An alliance with your Highness would enable each of you to achieve his ends." The regent took a turn in the room before he spoke. He came at last to stand before Bellarion, his back to the Gothic doorway, and the sunlight beyond, graceful and tall, and so athletically spare that a boy of 20 might have envied him his figure. He looked at Bellarion with those pale, close-set eyes, which to the discerning belied the studdily benign expression of his handsome shaven face. "What guarantees does the Lord of Biandrate offer?" he asked quietly. "Guarantees?" echoed Bellarion, and nothing in his blank face betrayed how his heart had leapt at the regent's utterance of that word. "Guarantees that when I shall have done my part he will do his." Calm, passionless, and indifferent he might show himself, but if underneath that well-managed mask he did not seethe with eagerness, spurred on by ambition and vindictiveness, then Bellarion knew nothing. If he paused to ask for guarantees, it was because he so ardently desired the thing Facino offered that he would take no risk of being cheated. Bellarion smiled ingenuously. "My Lord Facino proposes to open the campaign by placing you in possession of Vercelli. That is better than a guarantee, it is payment in advance." A momentary gleam in the pale eyes was instantly suppressed. "Part payment," said the regent's emotionless voice, "and then?" "Of necessity, to consolidate your position, the next movement must be against Milan itself." Slowly the regent inclined his head. "I will consider," he said gravely. "I will summon the council to deliberate with me, and we will weigh the means at our command. Meanwhile, whatever my ultimate decision, I am honoured by the proposal." Thus calm, correct, displaying no eagerness, leaving it almost in doubt whether the consideration was due to inclination or merely to deference for Facino, the regent quitted the matter. "You will need rest, sir." He summoned his chamberlain, to whom he entrusted his guest, assured the latter that all within the palace and the city of Casale were at his orders, and ceremoniously took his leave. End of chapter 17. Book 2, Chapter 18 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 2, Chapter 18, The Hostage. The golden light of eventide lay on the terraced palace gardens, on the white temple mirrored in the placid lake, on granite balustrades where roses trailed, on tall, trim boxwood hedges that were centuries old, and on smooth emerald lawns where peacocks sauntered. Thither the Princess Valeria, trimly sheathed in russet, and her ladies Isotta and Dianara, in formerly stiff brocades, had come to take the air, and thither came sauntering also the knight Bellarion and the pedant Corsario. The knight was discoursing Lucretius to the pedant, and the pedant did not trouble to conceal his boredom. He had no great love of letters, but displayed a considerable knowledge of Apuleius and Petronius, and smirkingly quoted lewdnesses, now from the Golden Ass, now from Trimalchio's supper. Bellarion forsook Lucretius and became a sympathetic listener, displaying a flattering wonder at Messer Corsario's learning. Out of the corner of his eye he watched the upper terrace where the princess lingered. Presently he ventured a contradiction. Messer Corsario was at fault, he swore. The line he quoted was not from Petronius, but from Horace. Corsario insisted. The dispute grew heated. "But the lines are verses," said Bellarion, "and Trimalchio's supper is in prose." "True, but verses occur in it." Corsario kept his patience with difficulty in the face of such irritating mistaken assurance. When Bellarion laughed his assertion to scorn, he went off in a pet to fetch the book so that he might finally silence and shame this ignorant disputant. Bellarion took his way to the terrace above where the Princess Valeria sauntered. She observed his approach with stern eyes, and when he bowed before her she addressed him in terms that made of the difference in their ranks a gulf between them. "I do not think, sir, that I sent for you." He preserved an unruffled calm, but his answering assertion sounded foolish in his own ears. "Madonna, I would give much to persuade you that I am your servant." "Your methods do not change, sir, but why should they? Are they not the methods that have brought you fame? Will you give your ladies leave a moment while I speak 2 words with you? Messer Corsario will not be absent long. I have sent him off on a fool's errand, and it may be difficult to make another opportunity." For a long moment she hesitated, and then, swayed perhaps by her very mistrust of him, she waved her ladies back with her fan. "Not in that direction, Highness," he said quickly, "but in that. So they will be in line with us, and anyone looking from the palace will not perceive the distance separating us, but imagine us together." She smiled a little in disdainful amusement, but she gave the order. "How well equipped you are," she said. "I came into the world, Madonna, with nothing but my wits. I must do what I can with them." Abruptly, for there was no time to lose, he plunged into the business. "I desire to give you a word of warning in season, lest, with your great talent for misunderstanding, you should be made uneasy by what I hope to do. If I succeed in that which brings me, your brother will be sent hence tomorrow or the next day to my Lord Facino's care at Alessandria." That turned her white. "Oh God, what now? What villainy is meant?" "To remove him from the regent's reach, to place him somewhere where he will be safe until the time comes for his own succession. To this end am I labouring." "You are labouring? You? It is a trap, a trap, a trap to—" She was starkly terrified. "If it were that, why should I tell you? Your foreknowledge will no more assist than it can hinder. I do this in your service. I am here to propose an alliance between my Lord Facino and Montferrat. This alliance was suggested by me for two purposes: to serve Facino's immediate needs and to ensure the regent's ultimate ruin. It may be delayed, but it will come, just as surely as death comes to each of us. To make your brother safe while we wait, I shall impose it as a condition of the alliance that the Marquis Gian Giacomo goes to Facino as a hostage. Ah, now I begin to understand. By which you mean that you begin to misunderstand. I have persuaded Facino that the Marquis will serve as a hostage for the regent's good behaviour, and the regent shall be made to believe that this is our sole purpose. But the real aim is, as I have told you, to make your brother safe. By Facino he will be trained in all those things which it imports that a prince should learn. He will be made to forsake the habits and pursuits by which he is now being disgraced and ruined. Lady, for your peace of mind, believe me. He was emphatic, earnest, solemn.
Believe you? She cried out in mental torture.
I have cause to do that, have I not? My past dealings with you, indeed all that is known of you, bear witness to your truth and candour. By falsehood, trickery, and treachery you have raised yourself to where you stand today, and you ask me to believe you? Why? Why should you do this? Why? That is the only test. What profit do you look to make? He looked at her with pain and misery in his dark eyes.
If in this thing there were any design to hurt your brother, I ask you again, Madonna, why should I stand here to tell you what I am about to attempt?
Why do you tell me at all? To relieve you from anxiety if I succeed in removing him.
To let you know if I should fail of the attempt.
Of the earnest desire to serve you, although you make it very hard. Messer Corsario was hurrying towards them, a volume in his hands. She stood there, silent, stricken, not knowing what to believe, desiring hungrily to trust Bellarion, yet restrained by every known action in his past. If I live, Madonna, he said quietly, lowering his voice to a murmur, you shall yet ask me to forgive your cruel unbelief. Then he turned to meet Corsario's chuckling triumph, and to submit that the pedant should convict him of error. Not so great a scholar as he believes himself, this Messer Bellarion, Corsario noisily informed the princess, and then to Bellarion himself. You'll dispute with soldiers, sir, in future, who lack the learning and the means to put you right. Here are the lines, here, in Trimalchio's supper, as I said. See for yourself. Bellarion saw. He simulated confusion. My apologies, Messer Corsario, for having given you the trouble to fetch the book. You win the trick. It was an inauspicious word. To Valeria it was clear that the trick had lain in temporarily removing Messer Corsario's inconvenient presence, and that trick Bellarion had won. She moved away now with her ladies, who had drawn close upon Corsario's approach, and Bellarion was left to endure the pedant's ineffable company until supper time. Later that night Theodore carried him off to his own closet to discuss in private and in greater detail the terms of the proposed alliance. His Highness had considered and had taken his resolve now that he was prepared to enter into a treaty. He looked for a clear expression of satisfaction, but Bellarion disappointed him. Your Highness speaks, of course, with the full concurrence of your council. My council? The regent frowned over the question. Where the issues are so grave, my Lord Facino will require to be sure that all the terms of the treaty are approved by your council, so that there may be no going back. In that case, sir, he was answered a little frostily, you had better attend in person before the council tomorrow and satisfy yourself. That was precisely what Bellarion desired, and having won the point, whose importance the shrewd Theodore was far from suspecting, Bellarion had no more to say on the subject that evening. In the morning he attended before the Council of Five, the Regimento, as it was called, of Montferrat. At the head of the council table the Marquis Theodore was enthroned in a chair of state, flanked by a secretary on either hand. Below these sat the councillors, 3 on one side and 2 on the other, all of them important nobles of Montferrat, and one of them, a white-bearded man of venerable aspect, the head of that great house of Corretto, which once had disputed with the Paleologi the sovereignty of the state. When the purpose for which Bellarion came had been formally restated, there was a brief announcement of the resources at Montferrat's disposal and a demand that the occupation of Vercelli should be the first step of the alliance. When at last Bellarion was categorically informed that Montferrat was prepared to throw her resources into an alliance which they thanked the Count of Biandrate for proposing, Bellarion rose to felicitate the members of the council upon their decision in terms calculated to fan their smouldering ardour
into a roaring blaze.
The restoration to Montferrat of Vercelli, the subsequent conquest of Genoa, were not, indeed, to be the end in view, but merely a beginning.
The 2 provinces of High and Low Montferrat, into which the state at present was divided, should be united by the conquest of the territory now lying between.
Thus fortified, there would be nothing to prevent Montferrat from pushing her frontiers northward to the Alps and southward to the sea. Then, indeed, might she at last resuscitate and realize her old ambitions. Established not merely as the equal, but as the superior of the neighbouring Savoy,
with Milan crumbling into ruins on her eastward frontiers,
it was for Montferrat to assume the lordship of northern Italy. It went to their heads, and when Bellarion resumed his seat, it was they who now pressed the alliance. No longer asking him what means Facino brought to it, they boasted and exaggerated the importance of those which they could offer. Thus the treaty came there and then to be drawn up article by article. The secretary's pen spluttered and scratched over their parchments, and throughout it seemed to the regent and his gleeful councillors that they were getting the better of the bargain. But at the end, when all was done and the documents complete, Messer Bellarion had a word to say which was as cold water on the white heat to which he had wrought their enthusiasm. "There remains only the question of a guarantee from you to my Lord Facino." "Guarantee?" They echoed the word in a tone which clearly said they did not relish it. The regent went further. "Guarantee of what, sir?" "That Montferrat will fulfil her part of the undertaking." "My God, sir, do you imply a doubt of our honour?" "It is no question of honour, Highness, but of a bargain whose terms are clearly to be set forth to avoid subsequent disputes on either side. Does the word guarantee offend your Highness? Surely not, for it was your Highness who first used that word between us." The councillors looked at the regent. The regent remembered and was uncomfortable. "Yesterday your Highness asked me what guarantees my Lord Facino would give that he would fulfil his part. I did not cry out in wounded honour,
but at once conceded that the immediate occupation of Vercelli should be your guarantee."
"Why then, sirs, should it give rise to heat in you if on my lord's behalf I ask a return in kind, something tangible to back the assurance that when Vercelli is occupied, you will march with my Lord Facino against Milan as he may deem best?" "But unless we do that," said the regent impatiently, "there can follow no conquest of Genoa for us." "If there did not, you would still be in possession of Vercelli, and that is a great deal. Councils of supineness might desire you to rest content with that." "Should we heed them, do you suppose?" said the Marquis of Corretto. "I do not, nor will my lord, but suppositions cannot be enough for him." This interruption, where all had flowed so smoothly, was clearly fretting them. Another interposed. "Would it not be well, Highness, to hear what guarantees my Lord of Biandrate will require?" And Theodore assenting, Bellarion spoke to anxious ears. "It is in the nature of a hostage, and one that will cover various eventualities. If, for instance, the Marquis Giangiacomo should come to the throne before these enterprises are concluded, it is conceivable that he might decline to be bound by your undertakings. If there were no other reasons, and they will be plain enough to your excellencies, that one alone would justify my lord in asking, as he does, that the person of the Marquis of Montferrat be delivered into his care as a hostage for the fulfilment of this treaty. Theodore, betrayed into a violent start, sat now pale and thoughtful, commanding his countenance by an effort. Another in his place would have raged and stormed and said upon impulse things from which he might not afterwards retreat. But Theodore Paleologo was no creature of impulse. He weighed and weighed again this thing, and allowed his counsellors to babble, listening the while. They were hostile, of course, to the proposal. It had no precedent, they said. Whereupon Bellarion smothered them in precedents culled from the history of the last 1,000 years. Retreating from that assertion, then, they became defiant, and assured him that, precedent or no precedent, they would never lend themselves to any such course. The regent still said nothing, and whilst vaguely suspicious, he wondered whether the emphatic refusal of the counsellors was based upon some suspicion of himself. Had they, by any chance, despite his caution, been harbouring mistrust of his relations with his nephew? And did they think that this proposal of Facino's was some part of his own scheming, covering some design nefarious to the boy? One of them turned to him now. "Your Highness says no word to this," and the others with one voice demanded his own pronouncement. He stirred. His face was grave. "I am as stricken as are you. My opinions, sir, you have already expressed for me." Bellarion, smiling a little as one who is entirely mystified, now answered them. "Sirs, suffer me to say that your heat fills me with wonder. My Lord Facino had expected of you that the proposal would be welcome." "Welcome?" cried Corretto. "To view life in a foreign court and camp is acknowledged to be of all steps the most important in the education of a future prince. This is now offered to the Lord Giacomo in such a way that two objects would simultaneously be served." This simple statement, so simply uttered, gave pause to their opposition. "But if harm should befall him while in Facino's hands," cried one. "Can you suppose, sirs, that my Lord Facino himself
would dread the consequences of such a disaster less than you?
Can you suppose that any measure would be neglected that could make for the safety and well-being of the Marquis?" He thought they wavered a little, reassured by his words. "However, sirs, since you feel so strongly," he continued, "my Lord Facino would be very far from wishing me to insist." One of them drew a breath of relief.
The others, if he could judge their countenances, moved in apprehension.
The regent remained inscrutable. "It remains, sirs," Bellarion ended, "for you to propose an alternative guarantee." "Time will be lost in submitting it to my Lord Facino," Corretto deplored, and the others by their nods, and one or two by words, showed the returning eagerness to seal this treaty which meant so much to Montferrat. "Oh, no," Bellarion reassured them, "I am empowered to determine. We have no time to lose.
If this treaty is not concluded by tomorrow,
my orders are to assume that no alliance is possible and continue my journey to the cantons to levy there the troops we need." They looked at one another blankly, and at last the regent asked the question.
Did the Count of Biandrate himself suggest no alternative against our refusing him this particular guarantee?
"It did not occur to him that you would refuse. And frankly, sirs, in refusing that which himself he has suggested, it would be courteous to supply your reasons, lest he regard it as a reflection upon himself." "The reasons, sir, you have already been afforded," Theodore answered. "We are reluctant to expose our future sovereign to the perils of a campaign. That assumes perils which could not exist for him. But I am perhaps presuming. I accept your reason, Highness. It is idle to debate further upon a matter which is decided." "Quite idle," Theodore agreed with him. "That guarantee we cannot give." "And yet," began the Marquis of Corretto. The regent interrupted him. For once he was without suavity. "There is no and yet to that," he snapped. Again the councillors looked at one another. They were growing uneasy. The immediate benefits and the future glory of Montferrat, which had been painted for them, were beginning to dissolve under their eyes like a mirage.
In the awkward pause that followed,
Bellarion guessed their minds. He rose. "In this matter of determining the guarantee, you will prefer, no doubt, to deliberate without me." He bowed in leave-taking, then paused. "It would be a sad thing indeed if a treaty so mutually desirable and so rich in promise to Montferrat should fail for no good reason." He bowed again. "To command, sirs." One of the secretaries came to hold the door for him, and he passed out. An echo of the Babel that was loosed in that room on his departure reached him before he had gone a dozen paces. He smiled quietly as he sought his own apartments. He warmly approved himself. It had been shrewd of him to keep back all hint of the hostage until he stood before the council. If he had breathed a suggestion of it in his preliminary talks with the regent, he would have been dismissed at once. Now, however, Messer Theodore was committed to a battle in which his own conscience would fight against him, weakening him by fear of discovery of his true aims. "The wicked flee when no man pursueth," said Bellarion to himself, "and you'll never stand to fight this out, my wicked one." An hour and more went by before he was summoned again to hear the decision of the council. That decision is best given in Bellarion's own words, as contained in the letter
preserved for us in the Vatican Library,
which he wrote that same night to Facino, one of the very few writings of his which are known to survive. It is couched in the pure and austere lingua tosca which Dante sanctioned, and it may be Englished as follows: "My dear Lord,
these will reach you by the hand of Wenzel,
who goes hence to Alessandria tomorrow, together with 10 of my Swiss, to serve as escort for the young Prince of Montferrat. To render this escort worthy of his rank, it is supplemented by 10 Montferrine lances sent by His Highness the Marquis Theodore. Wenzel also bears the treaty with Montferrat, into which I have entered in your name. Its terms are as we concerted. It was not without a deal of cajolery and strategy, and only by setting the regent at odds with his council, that I was able to obtain as a hostage the person of the Marquis Gian Giacomo. The regent, had the choice been given him, would rather, I think, have sent you his right hand, but he was constrained by the council, who see, and rightly, only good to the state, in this alliance with your excellent lordship. He has insisted, however, that the boy be accompanied by his tutor Corsario, a scoundrel who has schooled him in naught but lewdness, and his gentleman Fenestrella, who, though young, is an even greater preceptor in those same Stygian arts. Since it is proper that a prince on his travels should be attended by tutor and companion, there was no good objection that I could make to this. But I beg you, my dear lord, to regard these two as the agents of the Marquis Theodore, to watch them closely, and to deal with them drastically should you discover, or suspect even, that they practice anything against the young Marquis. It would be a good service to the boy, and acceptable, no doubt, in the sight of God, if you were to wring the necks of these two scoundrels out of hand. But difficulties with the regent of Montferrat would follow. As for the prince himself, your lordship will find him soft in body and empty in mind, or at least empty of all but viciousness. If, despite your many occupations and preoccupations, your lordship could trouble yourself to mend the lad's ways, or to entrust him to those who will undertake the mending of them, and at the same time watch over him vigilantly, you would perform a deed for which God could not fail to reward your lordship. I need not remind you, my dear lord, that the safety of a hostage is a very sacred matter, nor should I presume so to remind you, but for my reasons for believing, as your lordship already knows, that this young prince may be beset by perils from the very quarters which ordinarily should be farthest from suspicion. In addition to these twain, the Marquis is attended by a physician and 2 body servants. Of these I know nothing, wherefore they should be observed as closely as the others. The responsibility under which you lie towards the state of Montferrat will be your justification for placing attendants of your own choosing to act jointly with these. The physician should be permitted to give the boy no physic of which he does not previously partake. In this way, and if you do not warn him of it beforehand, you may speedily and effectively be rid of him. I am grieved that you should be plagued with this matter at such a season, but I hope that you will not count the price too dear for the alliance of Montferrat, which puts into the field at once close upon 6,000 well-equipped men between horse and foot. You will now be in sufficient strength to deal at your pleasure with that base duke and his Guelphic Rimonese brigands. Send me your commands by Wenzel, who is to rejoin me at Lucerne. I shall set out in the morning as soon as the Marquis Gian Giacomo has left Casale for Alessandria. Your lordship shall have news of me soon again. Humbly I kiss the hands of my lady your countess, and for you, my dear lord, that God may bless and prosper you, is the fervent prayer of this your son and servant, Bellarion. End of chapter 18. End of book 2.
Book 3, Chapter 1 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 3, Chapter 1 The Lord Bellarion. On a day of September of the year of our Lord 1409, a dust-laden horseman clattered into the courtyard of a palace near the Bridge of the Trinity in Florence, and announced himself a courier with letters for the noble Lord Bellarion. He was consigned by a man-at-arms to an usher, by the usher to a chamberlain, and by the chamberlain to a slim young secretary. From this you will gather that access to the Lord Bellarion was no longer a rough and ready business, and from this again that he had travelled far since detaching himself from the Lord Facino a year ago. At the head of the condotta which he had raised, he had fought in the course of that year a half-score of engagements, now in this service, now in that, and in all but one he had won easy triumphs. Even his single failure, which was at Veruno, in the pay of Estes of Ferrara, was such as to enhance his reputation. Forced by overwhelming numbers to admit defeat, yet by sheer skill he had baffled the great Pandolfo's attempt to surround him, and had brought off his condotta with such little loss that Pandolfo's victory was a barren one. His condotta, now known as the Company of the White Dog, from the device he had adopted, had grown to the number of 1,200 men, with a heavy preponderance of infantry, his handling of which was giving the other great captains of Italy food for thought. In fame he was the rival of Piccinino, almost the rival of Sforza himself, under whose banner he had served in the war against his old opponent Buonterzo. And Fra Serafino da Imola tells us unequivocally in his chronicle that the ambush in which Buonterzo ended his turbulent life in March of that year was of Bellarion's planning. Since then he had continued in the service of the Florentine Republic at a monthly stipend which had gradually been raised with the growth of his condotta to 20,000 gold florins. Like all famous men, he was not without detractors. He was charged with a cold ruthlessness which brought, it was claimed, an added horror into warfare, shocking adversaries, as it had shocked Buonterzo on the Trebbia, into ordering that no quarter should be given. So opposed, indeed, was this ruthlessness to the accepted canons of Italian warfare, that it was said Bellarion could enlist only Swiss mercenaries who notoriously were not queasy in these matters. The probable truth, however, is that he employed only Swiss because they were the best infantry in the world, and further, so as to achieve in his following a solidarity and cohesion not to be found in other companies made up of a medley of nationalities. Lastly, he was found lacking in those spectacular qualities of leadership, in that personal knightly prowess by which such men as Carmagnola took the eye. Never once had he led a charge, stimulating his followers by his own heroical example. Never had he taken part in an escalade, nor even been seen at work in a melee. At Subriso, where he had routed the revolted Pisans, it was said that he had never left the neighbourhood of his tent, and never mounted his horse until the engagement was all but over. Hence, whilst his extraordinary strategic talents were duly respected, it began to be put about that he was lacking in personal courage. Careless of criticism, he had pursued the course he prescribed himself, gathering laurels as he went. On those laurels he was momentarily resting in the City of the Lilies, when that courier rode into the courtyard of his palace with letters from the Count of Biandrate. The Lord Bellarion, as men now called this leader grown out of the erstwhile nameless waif, in a pleated full-sleeved tunic of purple satin, gripped about his loins by a golden girdle, and with a massive chain of gold about his neck, stood in a window embrasure to decipher the crabbed, untidy characters indited from Alessandria on the feast of St. Anthony. "My dear son," Facino wrote, "I need you, so come to me at once with every man that you can bring. The Duke has called in the French. Boucicault is in Milan with 6,000 men, and has been appointed ducal governor, unless I strike quickly before I am myself stricken. Milan will be made a fief of France, and the purblind Duke a vassal of the French king. It is the Duke's subjects themselves who summon me. The gout, from which I have been free for months, is troubling me again infernally. It always seizes me just when I most need my strength. Send me word by the bearer of these that you follow at speed." Bellarion lowered the letter and gazed out across the spacious sunlit courtyard. There was a ghost of a smile on his bronzed face, which had gained in strength and virility during the year that was sped. He was faintly, disdainfully amused at the plight into which Gian Maria's evil blundering must have placed him, before he could take the desperate step of calling in the French. The Malatesta domination had not been long-lived. Their Guelphic grip had been ruthlessly crushing the city, where every office, even that of podesta, was given into the hands of Guelphs. And that same grip had been crushing the Duke himself, who discovered belatedly that in throwing off the yoke of Facino for that of the Malatesta, he had exchanged King Log for King Stork. Then, in his shifty, vacillating way, he sent ambassadors to beg Facino to return. But the ambassadors fell into the hands of the Malatesta spies, and the Duke was constrained to shut himself up in the fortress of Porto Giovia to evade their fury. Whereupon the Malatesta had drawn off to Brescia, which they seized, Pandolfo loudly boasting that he would not rest until he was Duke of Milan, so that Gian Maria Visconti should pay the price of breaking faith with him. Terror now drove the Duke to lengths of viciousness and inhumanity unprecedented even in his own vile career. Issuing from the castle of Porto Giovia, to return to his palace so soon as the immediate menace was removed, he found himself beset by crowds of his unfortunate people, distracted by the general paralysis of industry and menaced by famine. Piteously they clamoured about him. "Peace, Lord Duke, peace! Give us Facino for our governor, and give us peace! Peace, Lord Duke, peace!" His fair face grimly set, his bulging eyes glaring venomously, he had ridden ahead with his escort, closing his ears to their cries, and more than one unfortunate was trampled under the horses' hoofs as they passed on. But the cries continuing, that evil boy suddenly reined in his bravely caparisoned charger. "You want peace, you dogs? You'll deafen me with hell-cat cries of peace? What peace do you give me, you filthy rebel? But you shall have peace. Oh ho! You shall have it." He stood in his stirrups and swung round to his captain. "Ho, there, you!" His face was inflamed with fury. A wicked mockery and evil mirth hung about his swollen purple lips. So terrible indeed was his aspect that Della Torre, who rode beside him, ventured to set upon his arm a restraining hand. But the Duke flung the hand off, snarling like a dog at his elderly mentor. He backed his horse until he was thigh to thigh with his captain. "Give them what they ask for," he commanded. "Clear me a way through this dung heap. Use your lances. Give them the peace they want." A great cry arose from those who stood nearest, held there by the press behind. "Lord Duke! Lord Duke!" they wailed. And he laughed at them, laughed aloud in maniacal mockery, in maniacal anticipation of the gratification of his unutterable bloodlust. "On, on," he commanded. "They are impatient for peace." But the captain of his guard, a gentleman of family, Bertino Mantegazza, sat his horse appalled, and issued no such order as he was bidden. "Lord Duke," he began, but got no further, for the Duke, catching the appealing note in his voice, seeing the horror in his eyes, suddenly crashed his iron glove into the young man's face. "God's blood! Will you stay to argue when I command?" Mantegazza reeled under that cruel blow, and with blood suffusing his broken face, would have fallen, but that one of his men caught and supported him in the saddle. The Duke laughed to see what he had done, and took command himself. "Into them! Charge!" he commanded in a shout, on which his voice shrilled up and cracked. And the Bavarian mercenaries who composed the guard, to whom the Milanese were of no account, and all civilians contemptible, lowered their lances and charged as they were bidden. 200 of those poor wretches found in death the peace for which they clamoured. The others fled in panic, and the Duke rode on to the Broletto through streets which terror had emptied. That night he issued an edict forbidding under pain of death the utterance of the word peace in his city of Milan. Even from the mass must that accursed word be expunged. If they had not also clamoured for Facino, it is probable that to Facino fresh ambassadors would have been sent to invite him to return. But the Duke would have men know that he was Duke, that he was not to be coerced by the wishes of his subjects, and so, out of perversity, so blind that it took no account of the pit he might be digging for himself, the Duke invited Boucicault to Milan. When Boucicault made haste to answer, then the appeal to Facino, which should have gone from the Duke, went instead from the Duke's despairing subjects. Hence Facino's present summons to Bellarion. There was no hesitation in Bellarion's mind, and fortunately no obstacle in his present employment. His agreement with the Florentine Republic had been determined in the last few days. Its renewal was at present under consideration. He went at once to take his leave of the Signory, and 4 days ahead of his army he was in Alessandria, being affectionately embraced by Facino. He arrived at the very moment at which, in council with his captains and his ally, the Marquis Theodore, who had come over from Vercelli, Facino was finally determining the course of action. "I planned in the sure belief that you would come, bringing at least 1,000 men. I bring 1,200, all of them well seasoned." Good lad, Facino patted his shoulder. "Come you in, and let them hear it from you." Leaning heavily upon Bellarion's arm, for the gout was troubling him, He led his adoptive son up that winding stone staircase which Bellarion so well remembered ascending on that morning when, as a muleteer, he went to fool Vignati. "So Master Theodore is here," said Bellarion, "and glad to come. He's been restive in Vercelli, constantly plaguing me to place him in possession of Genoa, but I've held him off. I do not trust Master Theodore sufficiently to do all my part before he has done any of his. A sly fox that, and an unscrupulous." "And the young Marquis?" Bellarion inquired. Facino laughed. "You will not recognize him. He has grown so demure and staid. He thinks of entering holy orders. He'll yet come to be a man." Bellarion stared. "That he was well, your letters told me, but this, how did you accomplish it?" "By driving out his tutor and the others who came with him. A foul crew." He paused on the stairs. "I took their measure at a glance, and I had your hint. When one night Fenestrea and the tutor made the boy drunk, and themselves drunk with him, I sent them back to Theodore with a letter in which I invited him to deal with them as their abuse of trust deserved. I dismissed at the same time the physician and the body servants, and I informed Theodore that I would place about the Marquis in future none but persons whom I could trust. Perforce he must write to thank me. What else could he do?" "You laugh? Faith, it's laughable enough. I laughed too, which didn't prevent me from being watchful." They resumed their ascent, and Bellarion expressed the hope that the Lady Beatrice was well. Common courtesy demanded that he should conquer his reluctance to name her to Facino. He was answered that she was at Casale, Facino having removed her thither, lest Alessandria should come to be besieged. Thus they came to the chamber where the council sat. It was the same stone chamber with its vaulted ceiling and Gothic windows open to the sky in which Vignati had given audience to Bellarion, but it was no longer as bare as when the austere tyrant of Lodi had inhabited it. The walls were hung with arras, and rich furnishings had been introduced by the more sybaritic Facino. About the long oaken table sat 5 men, 4 of whom now rose. The one who remained seated, as if in assertion of his rank, was the Regent of Montferrat. To the newcomer's bow he returned a short nod. "Ah, the Lord Bellarion!" His tone was languid, and Facino fancied that he sneered. Wherefore he made haste to snap. "And he brings 1,200 men to the enterprise, my lord." "That should ensure him a welcome," the regent admitted, but without cordiality. He seemed, Bellarion observed, out of humour and disgruntled, shorn of his habitual suavity. The others came forward to greet Bellarion. First the magnificent Carmagnola, taking the eye as ever by the splendour of his raiment, the dignity of his carriage, and the poise of his handsome fair head. He was more cordial than Bellarion had yet known him, but there was something of patronage, of tutorial commendation in his congratulatory allusions to Bellarion's achievements in the field. "He may yet be as great a soldier as yourself, Francesco," Facino growled as he sagged into the chair at the table's head to ease his leg. Missing the irony, Carmagnola bowed. "You'll make me vain, my lord." "My God," said Facino. Came the brawny, bearded, red-faced Koningshoven, grinning honest welcome, and taking Bellarion's hand in a grip that almost hurt. Then followed the swarthy, mercurial little Piedmontese captain, Giasone Trotta, and lastly there was a slight, graceful, sober, self-contained boy, in whom Bellarion might have failed to recognize the Gian Giacomo Paleologo of a year ago, but for the increased likeness he bore to the Princess Valeria. So strong was that likeness grown that Bellarion was conscious of a thrill as he met the solemn, searching gaze of those dark and rather wistful eyes. Place at the table was found for Bellarion, and he was informed of the situation and of the resolve which had been all but reached. With his own 1,200 and with 3,000 men that Montferrat would send after leaving a sufficient force to garrison Vercelli, Facino could put 8,000 men into the field, which should be ample for the undertaking. They were well mounted and well equipped, the equipment including a dozen cannon of 300 pounds apiece and 10 bombards throwing balls of 200 pounds. And the plan of campaign? Bellarion asked. It was expounded to him. It was extremely simple. They were to march on Milan and reduce it. All was in readiness, as he would have seen for himself, for as he rode into Alessandria he had come through the great encampment under the walls where the army awaited the order to march. When Facino had done, Bellarion considered a moment before speaking. "There is an alternative," he said at last, "which you may not have considered. Boucicault is grasping more than he can hold. To occupy Milan, whose people are hostile to a French domination, he has drawn all his troops from Genoa, where he has made himself detested by his excessive rigours. You are confusing the issues here. You plan under the persuasion that Milan is the enemy, whereas the only real adversary is Boucicault. To cover himself at one point he has uncovered at another. Why aim your blow at his heart, which is protected by his shield, when you may aim it at his head, which is unguarded by so much as a helmet?" They made him no answer save with their eyes, which urged that he himself should answer the question he propounded. "March, then, not on Milan, but on Genoa, which he has so foolishly left open to attack, a folly for which he may have to answer to his master, the King of France. The Genoese themselves will offer no resistance, and you may take possession of the city almost without a blow." Approval came warm and eagerly from the Marquis Theodore, to be cut short by Facino. Wait, he rasped. The notion of Theodore's ambitions being entirely gratified before Theodore should have carried out any of his own part of the bargain was not at all in accordance with Facino's views. "How shall the possession of Genoa bring us to Milan?" "It will bring Boucicault to Genoa," Bellarion answered. "It will draw him from his stronghold into the open, and his strength will be reduced by the fact that he must leave some force behind to keep the Milanese in subjection during his absence." So strategically sound did the plan appear to Facino, upon consideration, that it overcame his reluctance to place the Regent of Montferrat at this stage in possession of Genoa. That reluctance he afterwards expressed to Bellarion when they were alone. "You do it not for Theodore, but for yourself," he was answered. "As for Theodore," Bellarion smiled quietly, "you need not grudge him any advantages. They will prove very transient. Payday will come for him." Facino looked sharply at his adoptive son. "Why, boy," said he at last, in a voice of wonder, "what is there between you and Theodore of Montferrat?" "Only my knowledge that he's a scoundrel." "If you mean to make yourself the scourge of scoundrels, you'll be busy in Italy. Why, it's sheer knight-errantry." "You may call it that," said Bellarion, and became thoughtful. End of chapter 1, book 3. Book 3, chapter 2 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 3, chapter 2, the Battle of Novi. The rest of this affair, this campaign against the too ambitious vicar of the King of France, is a matter of history, which you may read in the chronicles of Messer Coriol and elsewhere. With a powerful army numbering close upon 12,000 men, Facino descended upon Genoa, which surrendered without a blow. At first there was alarm at the advance of so large an army. The fear of pillage with its attendant violence ran through the Genoese, who took the precaution of sending their women and their valuables to the ships in the harbour. Then the representatives of the people went out to meet Facino, and to assure him that they would welcome him and the deliverance from the French yoke, provided that he would not bring his troops into the city. "The only purpose for which I could wish to do so," Facino answered from the litter, to which he was confined by the gout, grown worse since he had left Alessandria, "would be to enforce the rightful claims of the Marquis of Montferrat. But if you will take him for your prince, my army need advance no nearer. On the contrary, I will withdraw it towards Novi, to make of it a shield against the wrath of the Marshal Boucicault when he returns." And so it befell that, attended by only 500 of his own men, Theodore of Montferrat made his state entry into Genoa on the morrow, hailed as a deliverer by the multitude, while Facino fell back on Novi, there to lie in wait for Boucicault. Nor was his patience tried. Upon Boucicault confidently preparing for Facino's attack, the news of the happenings in Genoa fell like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Between fury and panic he quitted Milan, and by his very haste destroyed what little chance he may ever have had of mending the situation. By forced marches he reached the plains about Novi, to find the road held against his jaded men. And here he piled error upon error, being informed that Facino himself, incapacitated by the gout, had been carried that morning into Genoa, and that his army was commanded in his absence by his adoptive son Bellarion. The French commander decided to strike at once, before Facino should recover, and return to direct the operations in person. The ground was excellent for cavalry, and entirely of cavalry, some 4,000 strong, was Boucicault's main battle composed. Leading it in person, he hurled it upon the enemy's centre, in a charge which he thought must irresistibly cleave through. Nor did the mass of infantry, of which Bellarion's centre was composed, resist. It yielded ground before the furious onslaught of the French lancers. Indeed, as if swayed by panic, it began to yield long before any contact was established, and the French, in their rash exultation, never noticed the orderliness of that swift retreat, never suspected the trap, until they were fast caught in it. For whilst the centre yielded, the wings stood firm, and the wings were entirely composed of horse, the right commanded by the Piedmontese Trotter, the left by Carmagnola, who, sulky and disgruntled at his supersession in a supreme command which he deemed his right, had never wearied of denouncing this disposition of forces as an insensate reversal of all the known rules. Back and back, ever more swiftly fell the foot. On and on pressed the French, their lances couched, their voices already clemently mocking these opponents, who were being swept away like leaves by the mere gust of the charge. Bellarion, riding in the rear of his retreating infantry, with a mounted trumpeter beside him, uttered a single word. A trumpet blast rang out, and before its note had died, the retreat was abruptly checked. Coningshoven's men, who formed the van of that centre, suddenly drove the butts of their 15-foot German pikes into the ground. Each man of the two front ranks went down on one knee. A terrible hedge of spears suddenly confronted the men-at-arms of France, riding too impetuously in their confidence. 100 horses were piked in the first impact. Then the impetus of those behind, striking the leading ranks which sought desperately to check, drove them forward onto those formidable German points. The entire charging mass was instantly thrown into confusion. "That," said Bellarion grimly, "will teach Boucicault to respect infantry in future. Sound the charge." The trumpeter wound another blast, thrice repeated, and in answer, as Bellarion had preconcerted, the right and left wings, which had gradually been extending, wheeled about and charged the French on both flanks simultaneously. Only then did Boucicault perceive whither his overconfident charge had carried him. Vainly did he seek to rally and steady his staggering followers. They were enveloped, smashed, ridden down before they could recover. Boucicault himself, fighting like a man possessed, fighting indeed for very life, hewed himself a way out of that terrible press, and contrived to join the other two of the three battles into which he had divided his army, and which were pressing forward now to the rescue. But they arrived too late. There was nothing left to rescue. The survivors of the flower of Boucicault's army had thrown down their arms and accepted quarter, and the reserves ran in to meet a solid enemy front, which drove wedges into their ranks and mercilessly battered them, until Boucicault, routed beyond redemption, drew off with what was left. A swift action which was a model of the harmonious collaboration of the parts. Thus did Bellarion describe the Battle of Novi, which was to swell his ever-growing fame. Boucicault, as Bellarion said, had sought to grasp more than he could hold when he had responded to Gian Maria's invitation, and at Novi he lost not only Milan but Genoa as well. In ignominy he took the road to France, glad to escape with his life and some battered remnants of his army, and Italy knew him no more after that day. In the Fregoso Palace at Genoa, overlooking the harbour, where Theodore of Montferrat had taken up his quarters, and where the incapacitated Facino was temporarily lodged, there was a great banquet on the following night, to celebrate at once the overthrow of the French and the accession of Theodore as Prince of Genoa. It was attended by representatives of the 12 greatest families in the state, as well as by Facino, hobbling painfully on a crutch, and his captains. And whilst the official hero of the hour was Theodore, the new prince, the real hero was Bellarion. He received without emotion, without any sign either of pride or of modesty, the tribute lavishly paid him by illustrious men and distinguished women, by the adulatory congratulatory speech of Theodore, or the almost malicious stress which Carmagnola laid on his good fortune. "You are well named Bellarione Fortunato," that splendid soldier had said. "I am still wondering what would have happened if Boucicault had perceived the trick in time." Bellarion was coldly amiable in his reply. "It will provide you with healthy mental exercise. Consider at the same time what might have happened if Buonterzo had fathomed our intentions at Travo, or Vignati had guessed my real purpose at Alessandria." Bellarion moved on, leaving Carmagnola to bite his lip and digest the laughter of his brother captains. His interview later with Prince Theodore was more serious. From its outset he mistrusted the fawning suavity of the courtly regent, so that, when at the end of compliments upon his prowess, the regent proposed to take him and his company into the pay of Montferrat, at a stipend vastly in excess of that which Florence had lately paid him, Bellarion was not at all surprised. Two things became immediately clear. First, that Theodore desired greatly to increase his strength, the only reason for which could be the shirking, now that all his aims were accomplished, of his engagements towards Facino. Second, that he took it for granted, as he had done before, that Bellarion was just a venal, self-seeking adventurer who would never permit considerations of honour to stand in the way of profit. And the cupidity and calculation now revealed in Bellarion's countenance assured Theodore that his skill in reading men had not been at fault on this occasion. "You offer me," he broke off. Stealthily his glance swept the glittering groups that moved about the spacious white and gold room, to Facino Cane, where he sat at the far end in a great crimson chair. He lowered his voice a little. "The loggia is empty, my lord. We shall be more private there." They sauntered forth to that covered balcony overlooking the great harbour, where ranks of shipping, drawn up against the mole, were slumbering under the stars. A great towering galley was moving across the water with furled sails, her gigantic oar blades flashing silver in the moonlight. With his glance upon that craft, his voice subdued, Bellarion spoke, and the close-set eyes of the tall, elegant regent strained to pierce the shadows about the young condottiero's face. "This is a very noble offer, Lord Prince. I hope I shall never begrudge a man his worth." It was a speech true to the character he loved to assume. "You are a great soldier, Bellarion. That fact is now established and admitted." Bellarion did not contradict him. "I do not perceive at present your need for a great soldier, Highness. True, your proposal seems to argue plans already formed, but unless I know something of them, unless I may judge for myself the likely extent of the service you require, these generous terms may in effect prove an illusion." Theodore resumed his momentarily suspended breath. He even laughed a little, now that the venal reason for Bellarion's curiosity was supplied, but he deemed it wise to probe a little further. "You are, as I understand, under no present engagement to the Count of Biandrate?" Bellarion's answer was very prompt. "Under none. In discharge of past favours, I engaged to assist him in the campaign against the Marshal Boucicault. That campaign is now ended, and with it my engagement. I am in the market, as it were, my lord." "That is what I assumed. Else, of course, I should not have come to you with my offer. I lose no time, because soon you will be receiving other proposals. That is inevitable. For the same reason, I name a stipend which I believe is higher than any condottiero has ever yet commanded." "But you have not named a term." "That was why I desired to know your plan, so that for myself I might judge the term." "I will make the engagement to endure for 3 years," said Theodore. "The proposal becomes generous indeed. Is it acceptable?" Bellarion laughed softly. "I should be greedy if it were not. It will carry the usual condition that you engage for such service as I may require, and against any whom circumstances may make my enemy." "Naturally," said Bellarion, but he seemed to falter a little. "Naturally," he repeated, "and yet—" He paused, and Theodore waited, craftily refraining from any word that should curb him in opening his mind. "And yet I should prefer that service against my Lord Facino be accepted." "You would prefer it?" said Theodore. "But do you make it a condition?" Bellarion's hesitation revealed him to the regent for a man torn between interest and scruples. Weakly at last he said, "I would not willingly go in arms against him." "Not willingly, that I can understand. But you do not answer my question. Do you make it a condition?" Still Bellarion avoided answering. "Would the condition make my employment impossible?" And now it was Theodore who hesitated, or seemed to hesitate. "It would," he said at last. Very quickly he added, "Nothing is less likely than that Facino and I should be opposed to each other. Yet you'll understand that I could not possibly employ a condottiero who would have the right to desert me in such a contingency." "Oh, yes, I understand that. I have understood it from the first. I am foolish, I suppose, to hesitate where the terms are so generous." He sighed, a man whose conscience was in labour. "My Lord Facino could hardly blame me." He left the sentence unfinished, and Theodore, to end the rogue's hesitation, threw more weight into the scales. "And there will be guarantees," he said. "Guarantees? Ah! The lands of Asti along the Tanaro, from Revigliasco to Magaria, to be made into a fief, and placed under your vicarship with the title of Count of Asti." Bellarion caught his breath. He turned to face the Marquis, and in the moonlight his countenance looked very white. "Why, Lord, you promise something that is not yours to bestow." "It is to make it mine that I require your service. I am frank, you see." Bellarion saw more. He saw the infernal subtlety with which this tempter went to work. He made clear his intentions, which must amount to no less than the conquest and occupation of all those rich lands which lay between high and low Montferrat. To accomplish this, Alessandria, Valenza, and a score of other cities now within the Duchy of Milan would pass under his dominion. Inevitably, then, must there be war with Facino, who to the end of his days would be in arms to preserve the integrity of the duchy. And Theodore offered this condottiero, whose services he coveted, a dazzling reward to be gained only when those aims were fulfilled. On that seducer's arm Bellarion placed a hand that shook with excitement. "You mean this, my lord? It is a solemn undertaking?" With difficulty Theodore preserved his gravity. How shrewdly had he not taken the measure of this greedy rogue! "Your patent shall be made out in anticipation and signed at the same time as the contract." Bellarion stared out to sea. "Count Bellarion of Asti," he murmured, a man dazzled, dazed. Suddenly he laughed, and laughing surrendered his last scruple, as Theodore was already confident that he would. "When do we sign, Lord Prince?" "Tomorrow morning, Lord Count," Theodore answered with a tight-lipped smile. And on that, the matter satisfactorily concluded, they quitted the loggia and parted company. They met again for the signing of the documents early on the following morning in the regent's closet, in the presence of the notary who had drawn up the contract at Theodore's dictation, of 2 gentlemen of Montferrat, and of Werner von Stoffel, who accompanied Bellarion, and who, as Bellarion's lieutenant, was an interested party. The notary read first the contract, which Bellarion pronounced correct in all particulars, and then the ennobling parchment whereby Theodore created him Count of Asti, anticipatorily detailing the lands which he was to hold in fief. This document, already signed and sealed, was delivered to Bellarion together with the contract which he was now invited to sign. The notary dipped a quill and proffered it, but Bellarion looked at the regent. "Documents," he said, "are perishable, and the matter contained in these is grave, for which reason I have brought with me a witness who, in case of need, can hereafter testify to your undertaking, my lord." The Marquis frowned. "Let Messer Stoffel examine them for himself, then." "Not Messer Stoffel. The witness I prefer waits in your antechamber, Highness." He stepped quickly to the door, followed by the regent's surprised glance. He pulled it open, and at once Facino was revealed to them, grave of countenance, leaning upon his crutch. The regent made a noise in his throat as Facino hobbled in to take the parchments which Bellarion proffered him. Thereafter there was a spell of dreadful silence, broken at last by the Lord Theodore, who was unable longer to control himself. "You miserable trickster, you low-born, swaggering Judas! I should have known better than to trust you. I should have known that you'd be true to your false, shifty nature, you dirty fox." A trickster, a Judas, a fox. Bellarion appealed mildly to the company against the injustice of these epithets. "But why such violence of terms? Could I, in loyalty to my adoptive father, put my signature to this contract until it had received his approval?" "You mock me, you vile son of a dog!" Facino looked up. His face was stern, his eyes smouldered. "Think of some fouler epithet, my lord, so that I may cast it at you. So far no term that you have used will serve my need." That gave Theodore pause in his reviling of another, but only for a moment. Almost at once he was leaping furiously towards Facino. The feral nature under his silken exterior was now displayed. He was a man of his hands, this regent of Montferrat, and bigot of words to meet the present case. He was prepared for deeds. Suddenly he found Bellarion in his way, the bold, mocking eyes level with his own, and Bellarion's right hand was behind his back where the heavy dagger hung. "Shall we be calm?" Bellarion was saying. "There are half a dozen men of mine in the anteroom if you want violence." He fell back, and for all that his eyes still glared, he made an obvious effort to regain his self-command. It was difficult in the face of Facino's contemptuous laughter and the words Facino was using. "You treacherous slug! I place you in possession of Vercelli, I make you Prince of Genoa, before calling upon you to strike a single blow on my behalf, and you prepare to use this newfound power against me. You'll drive me from Alessandria. You'll seduce from me the best among my captains, to turn his weapons against me in your service. If Bellarion had been an ingrate like yourself, if he had not been staunch and loyal, whom you dare to call a Judas, I might have known nothing of this until too late to guard myself. But I know you now, you dastard usurper, and by the bones of God your days are numbered. You'll prepare for war on Facino Crani, will you? Prepare then, for by the passion that war is coming to you. Theodore stood there white to the lips between his two dismayed gentlemen and said no word in answer. Facino, with curling lip, considered him. I'd never have believed it if I had not read these for myself, he added, then proffered the documents to Bellarion again. Give him back his parchments and let us go. The sight of the creature nauseates me, and without more he hobbled out. Bellarion lingered to tear the parchments across and across. He cast them from him, bowed ironically, and was going out with Stoffel when the regent found his voice at last. You kite-hearted trickster, what stipend have you wrung from Facino as the price of this betrayal? Bellarion paused on the threshold. No stipend, my lord, he answered equably. Merely a condition, that so soon as the affairs of Milan are settled, he will see justice done to your nephew, the Marquis Gian Giacomo, now of age to succeed, and put a definite end to your usurpation. His sheer amazement betrayed from him the sudden question, What is Gian Giacomo to you, villain? Something he is, or else I should never have been at pains to make him safe from you by demanding him as a hostage. I have been labouring for him for longer than you think, Highness. You have been labouring for him? You? In whose pay? Bellarion sighed. You must be supposing me a tradesman, even when I am really that quite senseless thing, a knight-errant. And he went out with Stoffel. End of Chapter 2, Book 3. Book 3, Chapter 3 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 3, Chapter 3, Facino's Return. A strong party of men-at-arms rode out of Genoa that morning, their corselets flashing in the sunshine, and took the upland road by the valley of the Scrivia towards Novi and Facino's camp. In their midst went a mule litter, wherein Facino brooded upon the baseness and ingratitude of men, and asked himself whether perhaps his ambitious countess were not justified of her impatience with him, because he laboured for purposes other than the aggrandizement of himself. From Novi he dispatched Carmagnola with a strong escort to Casale to bring the Countess Beatrice thence to Alessandria without loss of time. He had no mind to allow Theodore to hold her as a hostage to set against Gian Giacomo, who remained with Facino. 3 days after leaving Novi, Facino's army, reduced by Theodore's contingent of 3,000 men, which had been left behind, but still in great strength, reached Vigevano and halted there to encamp again outside the town. Facino's vanity was the main reason. He would not cross the Ticino until he could sit a horse again, so that he might ride lance on thigh into Milan. Already his condition was greatly improved under the ministrations of a Genoese physician named Mombelli, renowned for his treatment of the podagric habit, who was now in Facino's train. A week passed, and Facino, now completely restored, was only restrained from pushing on by the arguments of his physician. Meanwhile, however, if he did not go to Milan, many from Milan were coming to him. Amongst the first to arrive was the firebrand Pusterla of Venigorno, who out of his passionate vindictiveness came to urge Facino to hang Gian Maria and make himself Duke of Milan, assuring him of the support of all the Ghibelline faction. Facino heard him without emotion and would commit himself to nothing. Amongst the last to arrive was the Duke himself, in a rash trustfulness which revealed the desperate view he must take of his own case, and of the helplessness to which his folly and faithlessness had reduced him. He came accompanied by his evil genius, Antonio della Torre, the Foplonate, the captain of his guard, Bertino Mantegazza, and a paltry escort of 100 lancers. With those 3 attending him, he was received by Facino in the house of the ducal prefect of Vigevano. "Your Highness honours me by this proof of your trust in my integrity," said Facino, bending to kiss the jewelled ducal hand. "Integrity?" The Duke's grotesque face was white, his red eyebrows drawn together in a scowl. "Is it integrity that brings you in arms against me, Facino?" "Not against you, Lord Duke. Never yet have I stood in arms against your Highness. It is upon your enemies that I make war. I have no aim but the restoration of peace to your dominions." "Fine words on the lips of a mutinous traitor," sneered the Duke. He flung himself petulantly into a chair. "If your Highness believed that, you would not dare to come here." "Not dare? God's bones, man! Are these words for me? I am Duke of Milan." "I studied to remember it, Highness," said Facino, and the rumblings of anger in his voice drove Della Torre to pluck at his master's sleeve. Thus warned, Gian Maria changed the subject, but not the tone. "You know why I'm here?" "To permit me, I hope, to place myself at your potency's commands." "Ah, bah! You make me sick with your fair words." He grew sullen. "Come, man, what is your price?" "My price, Highness? What does your Highness conceive I have to sell?" "A little patience with his magnificence, my lord," Della Torre begged. "I thought I was displaying it," said Facino. "Otherwise it might be very bad for everybody." He was really growing angry. And now the idiot Duke must needs go prodding him into fury. "What's that? Do you threaten me? Why, here's an insolent dog." Facino turned livid with passion. A tall fellow among his captains, very noble looking in cloth of silver under a blue hupilande, laughed aloud. The pale, bulging eyes of Gian Maria sought him out venomously. "You laugh, knave!" he snarled, and came to his feet, outraged by the indignity. "What is here for laughter?" Bellarion laughed again as he answered, "Yourself, Lord Duke, who in yourself are nothing. You are Duke of Milan at present by the grace of God and the favour of Facino Cane. Yet you do not hesitate to offend against both." "Quiet, Bellarion," Facino growled. "I need no advocate." "Bellarion," the Duke echoed, glaring malevolently. "I remember you, and remember you I shall. You shall be taught." "By God, it is your Highness shall be taught." Facino crashed into the threatening speech, roaring like a thunder god. "Get you hence back to your Milan until I come to give you the lesson that you need. And thank God that you are your father's son, and I have grace enough to remember it, for otherwise you'd never go hence alive. Away with you, and get yourself schooled in manners before we meet again, or as God's my life, I'll birch you with these hands." Terrified, cowering before that raging storm, the like of which had never yet broken about his ducal head, Gian Maria shrank back until his 3 companions were between himself and Facino. Della Torre, almost trembling, sought to pacify the angry condottiero. My lord, this is not worthy." "Not worthy? Is it worthy that I shall be called dog by a cross-grained brat to whom I've played the foster-father? Out of my sight, sir! Out of my sight, all of you! The door, Bellarion! The Duke of Milan to the door!" They went without another word, fearing indeed that another word might be their last. But they did not yet return to Milan. They remained in Vigevano, and that evening Della Torre came seeking audience again of Facino, to make the Duke's peace with him. And Facino, having swallowed his rage by then, consented to receive his Highness once more. The young man came, this time well schooled in prudence, to announce that he was prepared to give Facino peaceful entrance into Milan and to restore him to his office of ducal governor. In short, that he was prepared to accord all that which he had no power to refuse. Facino's answer was brief and clear. He would accept the office again, provided that it was bestowed upon him for a term of 3 years, and the bestowal guaranteed by an oath of fealty to be sworn upon his hands by the syndics of the Grand Council. Further, the castle of Porta Giovia was to be delivered into his keeping absolutely, and not only the Guelphic San Severino, who now held the office of Podesta, but all other Guelphs holding offices of the state must be dismissed. Lastly, Antonio della Torre, whom Facino accused of being at the root of most of the trouble which had distracted Milan, must go into banishment together with Lonate. This last was the condition that Gian Maria would not swallow. He swore it was a vile attempt to deprive him of all his friends. Thus the conference ended inconclusively, and it was not until 3 weeks later that the Duke finally yielded and accepted Facino's terms in their entirety. On the evening of Wednesday, the 6th of November of that year, attended by a large company, Facino Cane, Count of Biandrate, rode into Milan to resume his governorship, a governorship which he was resolved to render absolute this time. They entered the city in a downpour of rain, notwithstanding which the streets were thronged by the people who turned out to welcome the man in whom they beheld their saviour. And in the old Broletto the young Duke, without a single friendly Guelph at hand to comfort him, sat listening to that uproar, gnawing his fingernails and shuddering with rage and spite. It becomes necessary, however, to remember, lest we should be swept along by the stream of Viscontian history, that this present chronicle is concerned not with the fortunes of Milan, but with those of Bellarion, and that in these Facino Cane and Gian Maria Visconti are concerned only to the extent of the part they bore in moulding them. In the confused pages of old Corio you may read in detail, though you may not always clearly understand, the events that followed upon Facino's triumphant return to Milan. You will gather that the strength in which he was known to be gave pause to Malatesta's plans to seize the duchy, that in fact the arch-Guelph chose to content himself with his usurpation of the lordships of Brescia and Bergamo, and in Bergamo he remained until Facino went to seek him there some 2 years later. If he did not go before, it was because other more immediate and active enemies of Milan claimed his attention. Vignati was in arms again, as were also Estore Visconti and his nephew Giovanni Carlo, and a host of lesser insurgents, chief of whom was the Duke's own brother, that Filippo Maria Visconti, who was Count of Pavia. By the Ghibellines who had fled to him from Milan during the days of Malatesta and Boucicault's domination, Filippo Maria had been flattered into believing that he was that party's only hope in northern Italy. His ambition thus aroused, he was ready to take advantage of the general distraction, and to appropriate for himself the ducal climes. To this purpose was he arming, when Facino returned to Milan, and the news of his preparations reached Facino whilst he was suppressing the various rebellious outbreaks in the Milanese, stamping out the embers of revolt in such places as Desio and Gorgonzola. Only when he had restored order, established a proper administration, and so brought back tranquillity to that harassed land, did he turn his attention to the menace of the enemies farther afield. And the first of these was Filippo Maria. He marched on Pavia, carried the city by assault, and put it to sack, choosing of all nights in the year for that operation the night of Christmas. That sack of Pavia is one of the most unsparing and terrible in the terrible history of sacks. and the deed remains a blot upon the fame of a soldier who, although rough and occasionally even brutal in his ways, was yet a leader of high principles and a high sense of duty. Thereafter he dealt with Filippo Maria much as he had dealt with his ducal brother. He appointed himself governor of the young man's dominions, filled the offices of state with men in his own confidence, and completely stripped the count of authority. The fat, flabby young prince submitted in a singularly apathetic fashion. He was of solitary, studious habits, a recluse almost savagely shy, shunning the society of men because of his excessive consciousness of his own grotesque ugliness. The spark of ambition that had been struck from him having been thus summarily quenched, he retired to his books again, and let Facino have his way with the state, nor complained so long as Facino left him in the enjoyment of the little that was really necessary to his eremitic ways. Facino now made of Pavia his headquarters, coming to dwell in the great castle itself, and bringing thither from Alessandria his countess, and with the Countess of Biandrate came also the Princess Valeria of Montferrat, to rejoin at last her brother, who had continued throughout in Facino's train. The princess had left Casale with the countess when Carmagnola appeared there as Facino's envoy with an escort. Her going had been in the nature of a flight, whose object had been first to rejoin her cherished brother, and second to remove herself from the power of her uncle, which in all the circumstances made clear by Carmagnola seemed prudent. It is possible that she may also have hoped by her presence near Facino to stimulate him into the fulfilment of the threat against the regent on which he had parted from him in Genoa. But Facino had still more immediate matters to rectify before coming to the affair of the Lord Theodore. The regent must wait his turn. He moved against Canturio in the following May, and made short work of it. The campaign against Crema followed, and meanwhile Bellarion, with a condotter increased to 1,500 men, and supported by Coningshoven, had marched out of Milan to deal with the rebellious Vignati, whom in the end he finally and definitely defeated. That done, he returned to Milan, where, ever since Facino's descent upon Pavia, he had held the position of Facino's deputy, and had earned respect and even affection by the equable wisdom of his rule. All this in greater detail you will find set forth by Corio and Fra Serafino of Imola, and it is Fra Serafino who tells us that Facino, determined that Bellarion should not suffer by the loyalty which had made him refuse the county of Asti, had constrained Gian Maria to create him the Count of Gavi, and the Commune of Milan to enlist the services of his condotter for 2 years at a stipend of 30,000 ducats monthly. End of chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 3, Chapter 4, The Count of Pavia. In the vast park of Pavia, the trees stood leafless and black against the white shroud of snow that covered the chilled earth. The river Ticino gurgled and swirled about the 100 granite pillars which carried the great roofed bridge, 500 feet in length, spanning its grey and turgid waters. Beyond this, Pavia the learned reared above white roofs her 100 snow-capped towers to the grey December sky, and beyond the city, isolated, within the girdle of a moat that was both wide and deep, stood the massive square castle, pink as coral, strong as iron, at once impregnable fortress and unrivalled palace, one of the great monuments of Viscontian power and splendour, described by Petrarch as the princeliest pile in Italy. The pride of the place was the library, a spacious square chamber in one of the rectangular towers that rose at each of the four corners of the castle. The floor was of coloured mosaics, figuring birds and beasts, the ceiling of ultramarine, star-flecked in gold, and along the walls was ranged a collection of some 900 manuscript parchment volumes, bound in velvet and damask, or in gold and silver brocades. Their contents contained all that was known of theology, astrology, medicine, music, geometry, rhetoric, and the other sciences. This room was the favourite haunt of the lonely, morose, and studious boy, the great Gian Galeazzo's younger son, Filippo Maria Visconti, Count of Pavia. He sat there now by the log fire that hissed and spluttered and flamed on the cavernous hearth, diffusing warmth and a fragrance of pine throughout the chamber. And with him at chess sat the Lord Bellarion Cane, Count of Gavi, one of the new-found friends who had invaded his loneliness and broken through the savage shyness which solitude and friendlessness had set about him like a shell. The others, the dark and handsome Countess of Biandrate, the fair and now almost ethereal Princess of Montferrat, and that sturdier counterpart of herself, her brother, were in the background by one of the two light windows with trefoil arches springing from slender moniols. The princess was bending low over a frame, embroidering in red and gold and blue an altar cloth for San Pietro in ciel d'oro. The countess was yawning over a beautifully illuminated copy of Petrarch's Trionfo d'Amore. The boy sat idle and listless between them, watching his sister's white tapering fingers as they flashed to and fro. Presently he rose, sauntered across to the players, drew up a stool, and sat down to watch the game over which they brooded silently. A crutch lay beside Bellarion, and his right leg was thrust out stiff and unbending to explain why he sat there on this day of late December playing chess, whilst the campaign against Malatesta continued to rage in the hills of Bergamo. He was suffering the penalty of the pioneer. Having already demonstrated to his contemporaries that infantry, when properly organised and manoeuvred, can hold its own in the field against cavalry, he had been turning his attention to artillery. 2 months ago he had mounted a park of guns under the walls of Bergamo with the intention of breaching them. But at the outset of his operations a bombard had burst, killing 2 of his bombardiers and breaking his thigh, thus proving Facino's contention that artillery was a danger only to those who employed it. The physician Mombelli, who still continued in Facino's train, had set the bone whereafter Bellarion had been carefully packed into a mule litter, and by roads which torrential rains had reduced to quagmires, he had been dispatched to Pavia to get himself mended. His removal from the army was regretted by everybody, with 2 exceptions. Carmagnola, glad to be relieved of a brother captain, by comparison with whose military methods his own were constantly suffering in the general esteem, and Filippo Maria when he discovered in Bellarion a chess player who was not only his equal but his master, and who in other ways won the esteem of that very friendless boy. The Princess Valeria was dismayed that this man, who out of unconquerable prejudice she continued to scorn and mistrust, should become for a season her fellow inquiline. And it was in vain that Gian Giacomo, who in the course of his reformation had come to conceive a certain regard for Bellarion, sought to combat his sister's deep-rooted prejudice. When he insisted that it was by a Bellarion's contriving that he had been removed from his uncle's control, she had been moved to vehement scorn of his credulity. "That is what the trickster would have us think. He no more than carried out the orders of the Count of Biandrate. His whole life bears witness to his false nature." "Nay, now, Valerian, nay. You'll not deny that he is what all Italy now proclaims him, one of the greatest captains of his time. And how has he made himself that? Is it by knightly qualities, by soldierly virtues? All the world knows that he prevails by guile and trickery." "You've been listening to Carmagnola," said her brother. "He would give an eye for Bellarion's skill." "You're but a boy," she reminded him with some asperity. "And Carmagnola, of course, is a handsome man." She crimsoned at the sly tone. On odd visits to Pavia, Carmagnola had been very attentive to the princess, employing all a peacock's arts of self-display to dazzle her. "He is an honest gentleman," she countered hotly. "It is better to trust an upright, honest soldier than a sly schemer whose falsehood has been proven to us. If he schemes my ruin for my uncle's profit, he goes about it oddly, neglecting opportunities." She looked at him with compassion. "Bellarion never aims where he looks. It is the world says that of him, not I." "And at what do you suspect that he is aiming now?" Her deep eyes grew thoughtful. "What if he serves our uncle to destroy us, only so that in the end he may destroy our uncle to his own advantage? What if he should aim at a throne?" Gian Giacomo thought the notion fantastic, the fruit of too much ill-ordered brooding. He said so, laughing. "If you had studied his methods, Giannino, you would not say that. See how he has wrought his own advancement. In 4 short years, this son of nobody, without so much as a name of his own, has become the Knight Bellarion, the Lord Bellarion of the Company of the White Dog, and now the Lord Count of Gavi, holding the rich lands of Gavi in feud. One there was who might have told her things which would have corrected her judgment, and that was Facino's countess, for the Lady Beatrice knew the truth of those events in Montferrat, which were at the root of the Princess Valeria's bitter prejudice, of which also she was aware. "You hate him very bitterly," the Countess told her once when Bellarion had been the subject of their talk. "Would not you, if you were in my place?" And the Countess, looking at her with those long, indolent eyes of hers, an inscrutable smile on her red lips, had answered with languorous slowness, "In your place it is possible that I should." The tone and the smile had intrigued the princess for many a day thereafter, but either she was too proud to ask what the Countess had meant, or else afraid. When, after some 8 weeks abed, Bellarion had begun to hobble about the castle, and it was impossible for the princess entirely to avoid him, she was careful never to be alone where he might so surprise her, using him when they met in the company of others with a distant, frigid courtesy, which is perhaps the most piercing of all hostility. If it wounded Bellarion, he gave no sign. He was, and therein lay half the secret of his strength, a very patient man. He was content to wait for the day when, by his contriving, the reckoning should be presented to the Marquis Theodore, and she should know at last whose servant he really was. Meanwhile he modelled his demeanour upon her own. He did not seek her company, nor indeed that of any in the castle save Filippo Maria, with whom he would spend long hours at chess, or instructing him out of his own deep learning, supported by one or another of the treatises in that fine library. Until the coming of Bellarion, the Count of Pavia had believed himself a strong chess player. Bellarion had made him realize that his knowledge of the game was elementary. Where, against former opponents, he had swept to easy triumphs, he now groaned and puffed and sweated over the board to lessen the ignominy of his inevitable defeats. Today, however, he was groaning less than usual. He had piled up a well-supported attack on Bellarion's flank, and for the first time in weeks, for these games had begun whilst Bellarion was still abed, he saw victory ahead. With a broad smile he brought up a bishop further to strengthen the mass of his attack. He saw his way to give check, in 3 and checkmate in 4 moves. Although only in his 20th year, he was of a hog-like bulk. Of no more than middle height, he looked tall when seated, for all the length of him was in his flabby, paunchy body. His limbs were short and shapeless. His face was as round as the full moon and as pale. A great julep spread beneath his chin, and his neck behind hung in loose, fat folds upon his collar, so that the back of his head, which was flat, seemed to slope inwards towards the crown. His short black hair was smooth and sleek as a velvet cap, and a fringe of it across his forehead descended almost to the heavy black eyebrows, thus masking the intellectual depth of the only noble feature in that ignoble countenance. Of his father all that he had inherited physically was the hooked predatory nose. His mouth was coarsely shaped, and its lines confirmed the impression of cruelty you gathered from the dark eyes, which were small and lacklustre as a snake's. And the impression was a true one, for the soul of this shy, morose young prince was not without its share of that sadic cruelty which marked all the men of his race. To meet the bishop's move, Bellarion advanced a knight. The prince's laugh rang through the silent room. It was a shrill, almost womanish laugh, and it was seldom heard. High-pitched, too, was the voice that followed. "You but delay the inevitable, Bellarion," he said, and took the knight. But the move of the knight, which had appeared purely defensive to the prince in his intentness upon his own attack, had served to uncover the file of Bellarion's queen. Supports had been previously and just as cunningly provided. Bellarion advanced his hand, a long, beautiful hand upon which glowed a great carved sapphire set in brilliants, the blue and white that were his colours. Forth flashed his queen across the board. "Checkmate, Lord Prince," said Bellarion quietly, and sank back smiling into the brocaded chair. Filippo Maria stared unbelieving at the board. The lines of his mouth drooped, and his great pendulous cheeks trembled. Almost he seemed on the point of tears. "God rot you, Bellarion, always is it the same. I plan and build, and whilst you seem to do no more than defend, you are preparing a death-stroke in an unexpected quarter." Between jest and earnest he added, "You slippery rogue, always you defeat me by a trick." The Princess Valeria looked up from her embroidery on the word. Bellarion caught the movement and the glance in his direction. He knew the thought behind, and it was that thought he answered. "In the field my opponents use the same word to decry me, but those who are with me applaud my skill." He laughed. "Truth is an elusive thing, Highness, as Pontius Pilate knew. The aspect of a fact depends upon the angle from which you view it." Filippo Maria sat back, his great chin sunk to his breast, his podgy white hands gripping the arms of his chair, his humour sullen. "I'll play no more today," he said. The Countess rose and crossed the room with a rustle of stiff brocade of black and gold. "Let me remove the board," she said. "A vile, dull game. I wonder that you can waste such hours upon it." Filippo Maria raised his beady eyes. They kindled as they observed her, raking her generous yet supple lines from head to foot. It was not the first time that the watchful Bellarion had seen him look so at Facino's lady, nor the first time that he had seen her wantonly display herself to provoke that unmistakable regard. She bent now to the board, and Filippo's smouldering glance was upon the warm ivory beauty of her neck and the swell of her breast revealed by the low-cut gown. "It is human to despise what we do not understand," Bellarion was answering her. "You would defend the game, of course, since you excel in it. That is what you love, Bellarion, to excel, to wield mastery. Do we not all? Do not you yourself, Madonna, glory in the power your beauty gives you?" She looked at Filippo. Her heavy eyelids drooped. Behold him turned courtier, my lord. He perceives beauty in me." "He would be blind else," said the fat youth, greatly daring, and the next moment, in a reaction of shyness, a mottled flush was staining his unhealthy pallor. Lower drooped the lady's eyelids until a line of black lashes lay upon her cheek. "The game," Gian Giacomo interposed, "is a very proper one for princes. Messer Bellarion told me so." "He means, child," Filippo answered him, "that it teaches them the bitter moral that whilst a state depends upon the prince himself is entirely dependent upon others, being capable in his own person of little more than his meanest pawn." "To teach that lesson to a despot," said Bellarion, "it was the game invented by an Eastern philosopher. And the most potent piece upon the board, as in the state, is the queen, symbolizing woman." Thus Filippo Maria, his eyes full upon the countess again. Bellarion laughed. Aye, he knew his world, that ancient Oriental. But he did not laugh as the days passed, and he observed the growing lechery in the beady eyes with which the Count of Pavia watched the Lady Beatrice's every movement, and the Lady Beatrice's provocative complacency under that vigilance. One day at last, coming upon the Countess alone in that library, Bellarion unmasked the batteries he had been preparing. He hobbled across to the arched window by which she was seated, and leaning against its monial, looked out upon the desolate park. The snows had gone, washed away by rains, and since these had become a frost under which the ground lay now as grey and hard as iron. "They will be feeling the rigours of the winter in the camp under Bergamo," he said, moving, as ever, obliquely to the attack. "They will so. Facino should have gone into winter quarters. That would mean recommencing in the spring a job that is half done already. Yet with his gout and the infirmities of age it might prove wiser in the end." "Each age has its own penalties, Madonna. It is not only the elderly among humanity who need compassion." "Wisdom oozes from you like sweat from another." There was tartness in her accents. "If I were your biographer, Bellarion, I should write of you as the soldier sage or the philosopher at arms." Propped on his crutch and his one sound leg, Bellarion considered her, his head on one side, and fetched a sigh. "You are very beautiful, Madonna." She was startled. "God save us!" she cried. "Does the soldier sage contain a mere man after all?" "Your mouth, Madonna, is too sweetly formed for acids." "The choicest fruits, sir, have an alloy of sharpness. What else about me finds favour in your eyes?" "In my eyes, Madonna, are circumspect. They do not prowl hungrily over another's pastures." She looked at him between anger and apprehension, and slowly a wave of scarlet came to stain her face and bosom, to tell him that she understood. He lowered himself carefully to a chair, thrusting out his damaged leg, to the knee joint of which articulation was only just beginning to return. "I was saying, Madonna, that they will be feeling the rigours of the winter in the camp under Bergamo. There was a hard frost last night, and after the frost there will be rains, under which the hills thereabouts will melt in mud." He sighed again. "You would regret, Madonna, to exchange for that the ease and comfort of Pavia." "You have the fever again. I am not thinking of making that exchange." "No, I am thinking of it for you." "You, St. Mary! And do you dispose of me?" "It will be cold up there, Madonna, but you need cooling. Coolness restores judgment. It will bring you back to a sense of duty to your lord." She came to her feet beside him, quivering with anger. Almost he thought her intention was to strike him. "Have you come here to spy upon me?" "Of course. Now you know why I broke my leg." She looked unutterable scorn. "The Princess Valeria is right in her opinion of you, in her disdain of you." His eyes grew sad. If you were generous, Madonna, nay, if you were merely honest, you would not embrace her opinions, you would correct them, for you have the knowledge that would suffice to do so. But you are not honest. If you were, there would be no need for me to speak now in defence of the honour of your absent lord. Is it for you to say I'm not honest? There was now more of sorrow than indignation in her voice, and tears were gathering in her eyes to deepen their sapphire hue. God knows I have been honest with you, Bellarion. It is this very honesty you abuse in your present misjudgment of me. Oh, mais misérable! It was the cry of a wounded soul. She sank down again into her chair. Self-pity welled in her to drown all else. I am to be starved of everything. If ever woman was pitiable, I am that woman, and you, Bellarion, you of all living men that know my heart, can find for me only cruelty and reproach. It moved him not at all. The plea was too inconsequent and illogical, and the display of a lack of reason repelled him like a physical defect. Your plaint, Madonna, is that Facino will not make you a duchess. He may do so yet if you are patient. Her tears had suddenly ceased. You know something? She exclaimed in a hushed voice. The rogue fooled her with that illusion, whilst refraining from using words which might afterwards be turned against him. I know that you will lose the chance if meanwhile you should cease to be Facino's wife. If you were so mad as to become the leman of another, you know as well as I do that the Lord Facino would put you from him. What should you be then? That is why I am your friend when I think of the camp at Bergamo for you. Slowly she dried her eyes. Carefully she removed all stains of tears. It consumed a little time. Then she rose and went to him and took his hand. Thank you, Bellarion, my friend. Her voice was hushed and tender. You need have no fear for me. She paused a moment. What has my lord said to you of his intent? Nay, nay, he laughed. I betray no confidences. The trickster's tone was a confidence in itself. He swept on. You bid me have no fear for you, but that is not enough. Princes are reckless folk. I'd not have you remain in jeopardy. Oh, but Bergamo, she cried out, to be encamped in winter. You need not go so far, nor under canvas. In your place, Madonna, I should retire to Melegnano. The castle is at your disposal. It is pleasanter than Pavia. Pleasanter in that loneliness? It is the company here that makes it prudent, and you may take the Princess Valeria and her brother with you. Come, come, Madonna, will you trifle with fate at such a time? Will you jeopardize a glorious destiny for the sake of an obese young lordling? She considered, her face fretful. Tell me, she begged again, what my lord has divulged to you of his intentions. Have I not said enough already? The entrance of Filippo Maria at that moment saved him the need of further invention. It perturbed him not at all that the prince's round white face should darken at the sight of them so close and fond. She was warned. Her greed of power and honour would curb her wantonness and ensure her withdrawal to Melegnano as he urged. Bellarion glowed with satisfaction of a battle won, nor troubled about the deceit he had practised. End of chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 3, Chapter 5, Justice. The Epiphany mummeries were long overpast. The iron hand of winter was withdrawn from the land, and in the great forest of Pavia, where Gian Galeazzo had loved to hunt, the trees were breaking into bud before Bellarion's condition permitted him to think of quitting the ease of Filippo Maria's castle. His leg had mended well, the knee joint had recovered its suppleness, and only a slight limp remained. He spoke of returning to Bergamo. "This lotus-eating has endured too long already," he told the prince in answer to the latter's remonstrances, for Filippo Maria was reluctant to part with one who in many ways had beguiled for him the tedium of his lonely life, rendered lonelier than ever before by the withdrawal of the Countess of Biandrate, who had gone with the Montferrine princess to Melegnano. But it was not written that Filippo Maria should be left alone, for on the very eve of Bellarion's intended departure, Facino himself was borne into the castle of Pavia, crippled by an attack of gout, of a severity which had compelled him to leave his camp, just as he was preparing to reap the fruits of his long and patient siege. He had lost weight, and his face, out of which the healthy tan had departed, was grey and drawn. His hair, from fulvid that it had been, was almost white, but the spirit within remained unchanged, indomitable and intolerant of this enforced inertia of the flesh. He was put to bed immediately on his arrival, for he was in great pain, and swore that the gout, which he called by all manner of evil names, had got into his stomach. Mombelli warned me there was danger of it. "Where is Mombelli?" Bellarion asked. He stood with Filippo Maria by the canopied bed in a spacious chamber in the northern tower, adjacent to the Hall of Mirrors. "Mombelli, devil take his soul, left me a month ago when I seemed well, to go to the Duke Gian Maria, who desired to appoint him his physician. I've sent for him again to the Duke. Meanwhile some Pavese doctor will be required to give me ease." He groaned with pain. Then, recovering, rapped out his orders to Bellarion. "It's a mercy you are recovered, for you are needed at Bergamo. Meanwhile Carmagnola commands there, but he has my orders to surrender his authority to you on your arrival." It was an order which Carmagnola did not relish, as he plainly showed when Bellarion reached the camp 2 days later, but he dared not disobey it. Bellarion examined the dispositions, but changed nothing. He carried forward the plans already made by Facino. The siege could be tightened no further, and, considering the straits to which Malatesta must be reduced, there could be little point in wasting lives on an assault. A week after Bellarion's coming, there rode into the great camp of green tents under the walls of Bergamo a weary, excited fellow, all splashed with mud from the fury of his riding, brought by the guards who had checked his progress to Facino's large and handsomely equipped pavilion, pitched beside the racing waters of the Serio. This slight, swarthy, fierce-eyed man proved to be that stormy petrel, Giovanni Pustola of Venegono. Bellarion rose from the couch, covered by a black bearskin on which he had been reclining, and closed the beautifully illuminated copy of Juvenal's Satires, which had been a parting gift from Filippo Maria. His gesture dismissed the Swiss halberdiers who had ushered in this visitor. The very name of Venegono was of ill omen, and ill-omened was the man's haggard countenance now, and his own announcement. "I bring evil tidings, Lord Count." "You are consistent," said Bellarion, "a great quality." Venegono stared at him. "Give me to drink," he begged. "God, how I thirst! I have ridden from Pavia without pause, save to change horse at Caravaggio." "From Pavia?" Bellarion's tone and manner changed. Apprehension showed in both, but not on that account was he neglectful of the needs of his guest. On an ample square table in mid-tent stood a jug of wine and some beautiful drinking cups, their bowls of beaten gold, their stems of choicely wrought silver, beside a dish of sweetmeats, bread, and a small loaf of cheese. Bellarion poured a cup of strong red Valsassina. Venegono drained it. I am consistent, as you say, and so is that hell-spawn Gian Maria Visconti. Of his consistency mine. By your leave." He flung himself wearily into the cushioned feldstool by the table, and set down his cup. Bellarion nodded and resumed his seat on the bearskin. What has happened in Pavia? In Pavia, nothing yet. I rode there to warn Facino of what is happening in Milan, but Facino, the man is ill. He could do nothing if he would, so I came on to you. And now, leaning forward and scarcely pausing to draw breath, he launched the news he had ridden so desperately to bring. Della Torre is back in Milan, recalled by Gian Maria. Bellarion waited, but nothing further came. "Well, man," he asked, "is that all?" "All? Does it mean so little to you that you ask that? Don't you know that this damned Guelph, whom Facino banished when he should have hanged him, has been throughout the inspirer of all the evil that has been wrought against Facino and against all the Ghibellines of Milan? Don't you understand that his return bodes ill? What can he do? What can Gian Maria do? Their wings are clipped. They are growing fresh ones." Vinigono came to his feet again, his weariness forgotten in his excitement. "Since Della Torre's secret return a month ago, orators have been sent to Theodore of Montferrat, to the battered Vignati, to the Este, and even to Estore Visconti, to invite them into a league." Bellarion laughed. "Let them league. If they are so mad as to do so, Facino will smash their league into shards when this Bergamo business is over. You forget that under his hand is the strongest army in Italy today. We muster over 12,000 men." My God, I seemed to be listening to Facino himself. Vinigono slobbered in his excitement, his eyes wild. It was thus he answered me. "Why then have troubled to come to me?" "In the hope that you would see what he will not. You talk as if the army were all. You forget that Gian Maria is a thing of venom, like the emblem of his accursed house. Where there is venom and the will to use it, beware the occasion. If anything should happen to Facino, what hope will remain for the Ghibellines of Milan?" "What should happen to Facino? At what are you hinting, man?" Vinigono looked at him between rage and compassion. "Where is Mombelli?" he asked. "Why is he not with Facino now that Facino needs him? Do you know?" "But is he not with Facino? Has he not yet arrived?" "Arrived? Why was he ever withdrawn? To be made physician to the Duke. A pretext, my friend, to deprive Facino of his healing services. Do you know that since his coming to Milan he has not been seen? There are rumours that he is dead, that the Duke has murdered him." Bellarion considered. Then he shrugged. "Your imagination fools you, Vinigono. If Gian Maria proposed to strike Facino, he would surely attempt something more active and effective. It may be little, I confess, but it is a straw that points the way of the wind." "A straw indeed," Bellarion agreed. "But in any case, what do you require of me? You have not told me that." "That you take a strong detachment of your men and repair at once to Milan to curb the Duke's evil intentions and to deal with Della Torre. For that, my lord's orders would be necessary. My duty is here, Vinigono, and I dare not neglect it. Nor is the matter so urgent. It can wait until Bergamo has been reduced, which will not be long. Too long, it may be. But not all the passionate pleading with which he now distressed Bellarion could turn the latter from his clear duty, or communicate to him any of the vague alarms which agitated Vinigono. And so, at last, he went his ways in despair, protesting that both Bellarion and Facino were beset with the blindness of those whom the gods wished to destroy. Bellarion, however, saw in Vinigono's warning no more than an attempt to use him for the execution of a private vengeance. 3 days later he thought he had confirmation of this. It came in a letter bearing Facino's signature, but penned in the crabbed and pointed hand of the Countess, who had been summoned from Melegnano to minister to her lord. It informed Bellarion that the physician Mombelli had come at last in response to Facino's request, and that Facino hoped soon to be afoot again. Indeed, there was already a perceptible improvement in his condition. "So much for Vinigono's rumours that Mombelli had been murdered," said Bellarion to himself, and laughed at the scaremongering of that credulous hothead. But he thought differently when, after another 3 days, a second letter reached him, signed by the Countess herself. "My lord begs you to come to him at once," she wrote. "He is so ill that Messer Mombelli despairs of him. Do not lose a moment, or you may be too late." He was more deeply stirred by that summons than by anything he could remember. If those who accounted him hard and remorselessly calculating could have seen him in that moment, the tears filming his eyes at the very thought of losing this man whom he loved, they must have formed a gentler opinion of his nature. He sent at once for Carmagnola, and ordered a strong horse to be saddled, and 20 lancers to prepare to ride with him. Ride with him, however, they did not. They followed, for he rode like one possessed of devils. In 3 hours he covered the 40 miles of difficult road that lay between Bergamo and Pavia, leaving one horse foundered, and arriving on a second one that was spent by the time he reached Filippo Maria's stronghold. Down he flung from it in the great courtyard, and staggering and bespattered, he mounted the main staircase, so wide and of such shallow steps that it was possible to ascend it on horseback. Without pausing to see the prince, he had himself conducted straight to Facino's chamber, and there, under the damask-hung canopy, he found his adoptive father supine, inert, his countenance leaden-hued, looking as if he were laid out in death, save for his stertorous breathing and the fire that still glowed in the eyes under their tufted, fulvid brows. Bellarion went down on his knees beside the bed, and took in both his own, that were so warm and strong, the cold, heavy hand that lay upon the coverlet. The grey head rolled a little on its pillow. The ghost of a smile irradiated the strong, rugged face. The fingers of the cold hand faintly pressed Bellarion's. "Good lad, you have lost no time," he said in a weak, rasping voice. "And there is no time to lose. I am sped. Indeed, my body's dead already. Mombelli says the gout is mounting to my heart." Bellarion looked up. Beyond the bed stood the countess, fretful and troubled. At the foot was Mombelli, and in the background a servant. "Is this so?" he asked the physician. "Can your skill avail nothing here?" "He is in God's hands," said Mombelli, mumbling indistinctly. "Send them away," said Facino, and his eyes indicated Mombelli and the servant. "There is little time, and I have things to tell you. We must take order for what's to follow." The orders did not amount to very much. He required of Bellarion that he should afford the countess his protection, and he recommended to him also Filippo Maria. "When Gian Galeazzo died, he left his sons in my care. I go to meet him with clean hands. I have discharged my trust, and dying, I hand it on to you. Remember always that Gian Maria is Duke of Milan, and whatever the shortcomings he may show, for your own sake, if not for his, practice loyalty to him, as you would have your own captains be loyal to you." When at last wearied, and announcing his desire to rest, Facino bade him go, Bellarion found Mombelli pacing in the hall of mirrors, and sent him to Facino. "I shall remain here within call," he said, and oblivious of his own fatigue, he paced in his turn that curious floor, whereon birds and beasts were figured in mosaics, under the gaudy flashing ceiling of coloured glass, whence the palace derived its name. There Mombelli found him a half-hour later, when he emerged. "He sleeps now," he said. "The countess is with him." "It is not yet the end?" Bellarion asked. Not yet. The end is when God wills. He may linger for some days. Bellarion looked sharply at the doctor, considered him. Indeed, now for the first time since his arrival, this Mombelli was a man of little more than 35. He had been vigorous of frame, inclining a little to portliness, rubicund, if grave of countenance, with strong white teeth and bright dark eyes. Bellarion beheld now an emaciated man, upon whose shrunken frame a black velvet gown hung in loose folds. His face was pale, his eyes dull. But oddest of all, the very shape of his face had changed. His jaw had fallen in, so that nose and chin were brought closer, like those of an old man. And when he spoke, he hissed and mumbled indistinctly over toothless gums. "By the host, man, what has happened to you?" Mombelli shrank visibly from the questions and from the stern eyes that seemed to search his very soul. I have been ill," he faltered, "very ill. It is a miracle I am alive today." "But your teeth, man?" "I have lost them, as you see, a consequence of my disease." A horrible suspicion was sprouting in Bellarion's mind, nourished by the memory of the rumour of this man's death which Vinigono had reported. He took the doctor by the sleeve of his velvet gown and drew him towards one of the double windows. His shrinking, his obvious reluctance to undergo this closer inspection, was so much added food to Bellarion's suspicion. "How do you call this disease?" he asked. Clearly, from his hesitancy, Mombelli had been unprepared for the question. It is a sort of podagric affection," he mumbled. "And your thumb? Why is that bandaged?" Terror leapt into Mombelli's eyes. His toothless jaws worked fearfully. That is not an injury." "Take off the bandage. Take it off, man. I desire to see this injury. Do you hear me?" At last Mombelli, with shaking fingers, stripped the bandage from his left thumb and displayed it naked. Bellarion went white, and his eyes were dreadful. "You have been tortured, Master Doctor. Gian Maria has subjected you to his Lent." This Lent of Gian Maria's invention was a torment lasting 40 days, on each of which one or more teeth were torn from the patient's jaws, then day by day a fingernail, whereafter followed the eyes and finally the tongue, whereupon the sufferer, being rendered dumb and unable to confess what was desired, he was shown at last the mercy of being put to death. Mombelli's livid lips moved frantically, but no words came. He reeled where he stood until he found the wall to steady him, and Bellarion watched him with those dreadful searching eyes. "To what end did he torture you? What did he desire of you?" "I have not said he tortured me. It is not true." "You have not said it, no. But your condition says it. You have not said it because you dare not. Why did he do this, and why did he desist?" Bellarion gripped him by the shoulders. "Answer me! To what did the torments undergone suffice to constrain you? Will you answer me?" "Oh, God!" groaned the physician, sagging limply against the wall and looking as if he would faint. But there was no pity in Bellarion's face. "Come with me," he said, and it was almost by main force that he dragged the wretched doctor across that hall, out to the gallery, and down the wide steps to the great court. Here, under the arcade, some men-at-arms of Facino's bodyguard were idling. Into their hands Bellarion delivered Mombelli. "To the question chamber," he said shortly. Mombelli, shattered in nerve and sapped of manhood by his sufferings, cried out, piteously inarticulate. Pitilessly Bellarion waved him away, and the soldiers bore him off screaming to the stone chamber under the northeastern tower. There, in the middle of the uneven stone floor, stood the dread framework of the rack. Bellarion, who had followed, ordered them to strip him. The men were reluctant to do the office of executioners, But under the eye of Bellarion, standing as implacable as the god of wrath, they set about it nevertheless. And all the while the broken man's cries for mercy filled that vaulted place with an ever-mounting horror. At the last, half naked, he broke from the men's hands and flung himself at Bellarion's feet. "In the name of the sweet Christ, my lord, take pity on me. I can bear no more. Hang me if you will, but do not let me be tortured again." Bellarion looked down on the grovelling, slobbering wretch with an infinite compassion in his soul, but there was no sign of it on his countenance or in his voice. "You have but to answer my questions, sir, and you shall have your wish. You shall be hanged without further suffering. Why did the Duke torture you, and why did the torture cease when it did? To what importunities did you yield?" "Already you have guessed it, my lord. That is why you use me so. But it is not just. As God's my witness, it is not just. What am I but a poor man caught in the toils of the evil desires of others? As long as God gave me the strength to resist, I resisted. But I could bear no more. There was no price at which I would not have purchased respite from that horror. Death I could have borne, had that been all they threatened. But I had reached the end of my endurance of pain. Oh, my lord, if I were a villain, there would have been no torture to endure. They offered me bribes great enough to dazzle a poor man, that would have left me rich for the remainder of my days. When I refused, they threatened me with death unless I did their infamous will. Those threats I defied. Then they subjected me to this protracted agony which the Duke impiously calls his Lent. They drew my teeth brutally with unutterable violence, 2 each day until all were gone. Broken and most starved as I was, distracted by pain, which for a fortnight had been unceasing, they began upon my fingernails. But when they tore the nail from my left thumb, I could bear no more. I yielded to their infamy. Bellarion made a sign to the men, and they pulled Mombelli to his feet, but his eyes dared not meet the terrible glance of Bellarion. "You yielded to their demands that, under the pretence of curing him, you should poison my Lord Facino. That is the thing to which you yielded. But when you say they, whom do you mean?" "The Duke Gian Maria and Antonio della Torre." Bellarion remembered Venigono's warning. "He is a thing of venom, like the emblem of his house." "Poor wretch," said Bellarion, "you deserve some mercy, and you shall have it, provided you can undo what you have done." "Alas, my lord," Mombelli groaned, wringing his hands in a passion of despair. "Alas, there is no antidote to that poison. It works slowly, gradually corroding the intestines. Hang me, my lord, and have done. Had I been less of a coward, I would have hanged myself before I did this thing. But the Duke threatened that if I failed him, the torture should be resumed and continued until I died of sheer exhaustion. Also he swore that my refusal would not save my Lord Facino, whom he would find other means of dispatching." Bellarion stood between loathing and compassion, but there was no thought in his mind of hanging this poor wretch who had been the victim of that malignant Duke. He uttered an order in cold, level tones. "Restore him his garments and place him in confinement until I send for him again." On that he departed from that underground chamber and slowly, thoughtfully made his way above. By the time he reached the courtyard, his resolve was taken, though his neck should pay for it. Gian Maria should not escape. For the first and only time in those adventurous years of his did he swerve from the purpose by which he laid his course, and turn his hand to a task that was not more or less directly concerned with its ultimate fulfilment. And so, without pausing for rest or food, you behold him once more in the saddle, riding hard for Milan on that Monday afternoon. He conceived that he bore thither the first news of Facino's moribund condition. But rumour had been ahead of him by a day and a half, and the rumour ran, not that Facino was dying, but that he was already dead. In all the instances history affords of poetic justice, to give pause to those who offend against God and man, none is more arresting than that of the fate of Gian Maria Visconti. Already on the previous Friday, word had reached the Duke, not only from Montbelli, but from at least one of the spies he had placed in his brother's household, that the work of poisoning was done, and that Facino's hours were numbered. Gloating with Della Torre and Linate over the assurance that at last the ducal neck was delivered from that stern heel, under which so long it had writhed like the serpent of evil under the heel of St. Michael, Gian Maria had been unable to keep the knowledge to himself. About the court on that same Friday night he spoke unguardedly of Facino as dead or dying, and from the court the news filtered through to the city and was known to all by the morning of Saturday. And that news carried with it dismay more utter and overwhelming than any that had yet descended upon Milan since Gian Maria had worn the ducal crown. Facino, when wielding the authority of ducal governor, had been the people's bulwark against the extortions, brutalities, and criminal follies of their duke. When absent and deposed from power, he had still been their hope, and they had possessed their soul as best they could against the day of his return, which they knew must dawn. But Facino dead meant an unbridling of the duke's bestiality, a free charter to his misrule, and for his people an outlook of utter hopelessness. It may be that they exaggerated in their own minds this calamity. It was for them the end of the world. Despair settled that morning upon the city. The Duke would have laughed if it had been reported to him, because he lacked the wit to perceive that when men are truly desperate, catastrophes ensue. And at once, whilst the great mass of people were stricken by horror into a dull inertia, there were those who saw that the situation called for action. Of these were members of the leading Ghibelline families of Baggio, of Del Maino, Trivulci, Aliprandi, and others. There was that Bertino Mantegazza, captain of the ducal guard, whose face the Duke had one day broken with his iron gauntlet. And fiercest and most zealous of all, there was that Giovanni Pusterla of Vinigono, whose family had suffered such deep and bitter wrongs at the Duke's hands. There was no suspicion in the mind of any that the Duke himself was responsible for the death of Facino. It was simply that Facino's death created a situation only to be met by the destruction of the Duke. And this situation the Duke himself had been at such hideous pains to bring about. And so, briefly to recapitulate here a page of Visconti history, it came to pass that on the Monday morning, which was the first day of the Litany of May, as Gian Maria, gaily clad in his colours of red and white, was issuing from his bedroom to repair to Mass in the church of St. Gothard, he found in the antechamber a score of gentlemen not latterly seen about his court. Mantegazza, who had command of the entrance, was responsible for their presence. Before the Duke could comment upon this unusual attendance, perhaps before he had well observed it, 3 of them were upon him. "This from the Pusterla," said Vinigono, and with his dagger clove the Duke's brow, slaying him instantly. Yet before he fell, Andrea Baggio's blade was buried in his right thigh, so that presently that white-stockinged leg was as red as its fellow. As a consequence, Bellarion, reaching Milan at dusk that evening, found entrance denied him at the Ticinese gate, which was held by Paolo del Baggio with a strong following of men-at-arms. Not until he had disclosed himself for Facino's lieutenant was he admitted and informed of what had taken place. The irony of the event provoked in him a terrible mirth. Poor purblind fool, was his comment. He never guessed when he was torturing Mombelli that he was torturing him into signing his own death warrant. That, and the laugh with which he rode on into the city, left Baggio wondering whether his wits had turned. He rode through streets in uproar, where almost every man he met was armed. Before the broken door of a half-shattered house hung some revolting bleeding rags, what once had been a man. These were all that remained of Squarcia Giramo, the infamous kennel-master, who had been torn into pieces that day by the mob, and finally hung there before his dwelling, which on the morrow was to be razed to the ground. He came to the old Broletto and the church of St. Gothard, and paused there to survey the Duke's body, where it lay under an apron full of roses which had been cast upon it by a harlot. Thence he repaired to the stables of the palace, and by making himself known procured a fresh horse. On this he made his way through the ever-increasing tumult of the streets, back to the Ticinese gate, and he was away through the darkness to cover for the second time that day the 20 miles that lay between Milan and Pavia. It was past midnight when, so jaded that he kept his feet by a sheer effort of the will, he staggered into Filippo Maria's bedchamber, ushered by the servant who had preceded him to rouse the prince. Filippo Maria sat up in bed, blinking in the candlelight at that tall, swaying figure that was almost entirely clothed in mud. "Is that you, Lord Bellarion? You will have heard that Facino is dead, God rest his soul." A harsh, croaking voice made him answer, "Aye, and avenged, Lord Duke." A quiver crossed the pale, fat face under its sleek black cap of hair. The coarse lips parted. Lord Duke, you said?" The high-pitched voice was awe-stricken. "Your brother Gian Maria is dead, my lord, and you are Duke of Milan." "Duke of Milan? I am?" The grotesque young face showed bewilderment, confusion, fear. "And Gian Maria dead, do you say?" Bellarion did not mince matters. "He was dispatched to hell this morning by some gentlemen in Milan." "Jesus Mary!" croaked the prince, and fell to trembling. "Murdered, and you—" He heaved himself higher in the bed with one arm, whilst he flung out the other in accusation. He did not love his brother. He profited greatly by his death. But if Visconti does not permit that others shall lay hands on a Visconti— Bellarion laughed oddly. He had been forestalled. Perhaps it was as well. No need now to speak of his intentions. He was slain on his way to Mass this morning, at just about the hour that I arrived here from Bergamo. The accusing arm fell heavily to the prince's obese flank. The beady, lacklustre eyes still peered at the young condottiero. "Almost, I thought. And Giannino is dead, murdered. God rest him." The phrase was mechanical. "Tell me about it." Bellarion recited what he knew, then staggered out on the arm of the servant who was to conduct him to the room prepared for him. "What a world, what a dunghill," he muttered as he went, "and how well the old abbot knows it. Pax multa in cella, forus autem plurima bella." End of chapter 5. Book 3, Chapter 6 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 3, Chapter 6, The Inheritance. Facino Cane, Count of Biandrate, Lord of Novara, Dertona, Varese, Rosate, Valsassina, and of all the lands on Lake Maggiore as far as Vogogna, was buried with great pomp in the church of San Pietro in Ciel d'Oro. His chief mourners were his captains, summoned from Bergamo to do that last honour to their departed leader. At their head, as mourner-in-chief, walked Facino's adoptive son Bellarion Cane, Count of Pavia. The others included Francesco Busoni of Carmagnola, Giorgio Valperga, Nicolino Marsiglia, Werner von Stoffel, and Vaudois the Burgundian. Coningshoven and the Piedmontese Giasone Trotta were absent, having remained at Bergamo with the army. Thereafter the captains assembled in the Hall of Mirrors to hear the will and last instructions of Facino. To read them came Facino's secretary, accompanied by the Pavese notary who had drawn up the testament 3 days ago. Thither also came the countess, robed entirely in black and heavily veiled. The rich and important fief of Valsassina was now disclosed to have been left by Facino to his adoptive son Bellarion, in earnest of my love and to recompense his loyalty and worth. Apart from that and a legacy in money for Carmagnola, the whole of his vast territorial possessions of cities, lands and fortresses, mostly acquired since he had been deposed in favour of Malatesta, besides the enormous sum of 400,000 ducats, were all bequeathed to his widow. He expressed the wish that Bellarion should succeed him in the command of his condotta, and reminding his other captains that strength lies in unity, he recommended them to remain united under Bellarion's leadership, at least until the task of restoring order to the duchy should be fulfilled. To his captains also he recommended his widow, putting it upon them to see her firmly established in the dominions he bequeathed to her. When the reading was done, the captains rose in their places and turned to Madonna Beatrice, where she sat like an ebony statue at the table's head. Carmagnola, ever theatrical, ever a man of attitude, drew his sword with a flourish and laid it on the board. Madonna, to you I surrender the authority I held under my Lord Facino, and I leave it in your hands until such a time as it shall please you to reinvest me in it. The ceremonious gesture caught the fancy of the others. Valperga followed the example instantly, and presently 5 swords lay naked on the oak. To these Bellarion, after a moment, a little scornful of this ritual, as he was of all unnecessary displays, added his own. The countess rose. She thanked them in a voice that shook with emotion, and one by one restored their weapons to them, naming each as she did so. Bellarion's, however, she left upon the board, wherefore Bellarion, wondering a little, remained when she dismissed the others. Slowly then she resumed her seat. Slowly she raised and threw back her veil, disclosing a face which, beyond a deeper pallor, resulting perhaps from contrast with her sable raiment, showed little trace of grief. Her feline eyes considered him, a little frown between their fine black brows. "You were the last to offer me that homage, Bellarion." Her voice was slow and softly attuned. "Why did you hesitate? Are you reluctant?" It was a gesture, Madonna, that becomes the Carmagnolas of this world. Sincerity requires no symbols, and it was only at the symbol that I boggled. My service and my life are unreservedly at your command. There was a pause. Her eyes continued to ponder him. "Take up your sword," she said at last. He moved to do so, and then checked. "Yourself, you restored theirs to the others. The others are not as you. Upon you has fallen the mantle of Facino. How much of that mantle will you wear, Bellarion?" "As much of it as my lord intended. You have heard his testament, Madonna, but not your own interpretation of it." "Have I not said that my life and services are at your command, as my lord, to whom I owe everything, enjoined upon me?" "Your life and services," she said slowly. Her breast heaved as if in repressed agitation. "That is much to offer, Bellarion. Do you ask nothing in return?" "I offer these in return for all that I have received already. It is I who make payment, Madonna." Again there was a baffled pause. She sighed heavily. "You make it hard for me, Bellarion." There was a pathetic break in her voice. "What do I make hard?" She rose, and in evident timidity came to stand before him. She set a white hand on the black velvet sleeve of his tunic. Her lovely face, with which time had dealt so mercifully, was upturned to his, and there was now no arrogance in its lines or in her glance. She spoke quietly, wistfully. "You may think, Bellarion, that with my lord scarce buried, this is not the hour for what I have to say, and yet by the very fact of my lord's death, and by the very terms of his testament, this is the hour, because it must be the hour of decision. Here and now we must determine what is to follow." Tall and coldly stern he stood, looking down upon her who swayed a little there, so close to him that his nostrils were invaded by the subtle essences she used. "I await your commands, Madonna." My commands! My commands! Dear God, what commands have I for you?" She looked away for an instant, then brought her eyes back to his face and her other hand to his other sleeve, so that she held him completely captive now. A faint colour stirred in the pale cheeks. "My lord has left me great possessions. They might serve as a footstool to help you mount to a great destiny." A little smile hovered about his lips as he looked down upon her who waited so breathlessly, her breast now touching his own. "You are offering me," he said, and stopped. "Can you be in doubt of what I am offering? It is the hour of great decisions, Bellarion, for me and for you." Closer she pressed so that her weight was against him. She was deathly pale again, her eyes were veiled. "In unity is strength." That was Facino's last reminder to us. And in what unity could there be greater strength than in ours? Facino's army, the strongest that ever followed him, is solidly behind us so that we stand together. With that and my resources, you need set no bounds to your ambition. You may be Duke of Milan if you will. You may even realize Galeazzo's dream and make yourself King of Italy. His hovering smile settled and deepened, but the dark eyes grew sad. "The world and you have never suspected," he said gently, "that I am not really ambitious. You have witnessed my rise in 4 short years from a poor, nameless, starveling scholar to knighthood, lordships, wealth, and fame, and therefore you imagine that I am one who has striven for the bounties of fortune. It is not so, Madonna. I have laboured for ends that are nowise bound up with the hope of any of these rewards, which I hold cheap. They are hollow vanities, empty bubbles, gewgaws to delight the children of the world. Possessions come to me, titles, honours, which deceive me no more than I desired them." She drew away from him a little and looked at him almost in awe. "God, you talk like a monk." "It is possible that I think like one, and very natural, remembering how I was nurtured. There is one task, one purpose which has detained me in this world of men. When that is accomplished, I think I shall go back to the cell where there is peace." "You?" Her hands had fallen from his arms. She gasped now in her amazement. "With the world at your feet if you choose? To renounce all? To go back to the chill loneliness and joylessness of monkhood? Bellarion, you are mad." "Or else sane, Madonna, who shall judge?" "And love, Bellarion? Is there no love in the world? Does that not lend reality to all these things that you deem shams? Does it heal the vanity of the world?" he cried. "It is a great power, as I perceive. For love men will go mad, they will become beasts, they will murder and betray. Heretic!" That startled him a little. Once before he had been dubbed heretic for beliefs to which he clung with assurance, and experience had come to lay bare his heresy to his own eyes. "Upon occasion, Madonna, we have talked of love, you and I. Had I given heed, had your beauty beglamoured me, what a treacherous thing should I not have been in Facino's eyes? Do you wonder that I mistrust love as I mistrust all else the world can offer me? While Facino lived, that—" She broke off. Her eyes were on the ground, her hands now folded in her lap. She had drawn away from him a little and leaned against the table's edge. Now she parted her hands and held them out, leaving him to guess her mind. "Now his behests are upon me, and they shall be obeyed as if he still lived. What is there in his behests against what I was offering? Am I not commended to you by his testament? Am I not a part of his legacy to you? The service of you is, and your loyal servant, Madonna, you shall ever find me." She turned aside with a little gesture of irritation and remained silent, thoughtful. A sleek secretary broke in upon them. The Count of Pavia commanded the Lord Bellarion's presence in the library. A courier had just arrived from Milan with grave news. "Say to His Highness that I come." The secretary withdrew. "You give me leave, Madonna?" She stood leaning sideways against the heavy table, her face averted. "Aye, you may go," her voice rasped. But he waited yet a moment. "The sword, Madonna? Will you not arm me with your own hands for your service?" She turned her head to look at him again, and there was now a curl of disdain on her pale lips. "I thought you looked askance on symbols. Was not that your profession?" She paused, but, without waiting for his answer, added, "Take up your sword yourself, you that are so fully master of your own destinies." And on that she turned and went, trailing her funereal draperies over the gay mosaics of that patterned floor. He remained where she left him until she passed out of that great hall and the door had closed. Then, at last, he fetched a sigh and went to restore his blade to its scabbard. His thoughts were on Facino, hardly cold in the grave, on this widow who had so shamelessly wooed him, yet in terms which demanded as a condition the satisfaction of her inordinate ambition, and lastly on that obese young prince who waited for him. And in the mirror of his mind he saw a reflection of a scene now some months old. He saw again the glance of those beady, lecherous eyes, lambent about Facino's countess. Inspiration came to him of how best he might gratify her vast ambition, her greed of greatness. Her suggestion to him had been that he should make her Duchess of Milan, and Duchess of Milan he would make her yet. On that half-ironic thought he came to the library where the prince waited. Filippo Maria was seated at a table near one of the windows. Spread before him were some parchments, writing materials, and a horn of unicorn that was almost a yard long, of solid ivory, one of the library's most treasured possessions. The prince was more than usually pallid, his glance unsteady, his manner nervous and agitated. Perfunctorily he made the inquiries concerning the obsequies of Facino which courtesy demanded. He reiterated excuses already made for his own absence from the ceremony, an absence really based on resentment of the yoke which Facino had imposed upon him. That done, he picked up a parchment from the table. "Here's news," he said, and his voice trembled. "Estore Visconti has been created Duke of Milan." He paused, and the little dark eyes blinked up at the tall Bellarion standing composed at his side. "You knew already?" "Not so, Highness." "And you show no surprise?" "It is a bold step, and it may cost Messer Estore his head, but it was to be expected from what had gone before." The beady eyes returned to the parchment, which shook in the podgy fingers. Fra Bertocaccia, the Bishop of Piacenza, preached a sermon to the people, lauding the murder of my brother and promising in Estore's name a golden age for Milan with immunity from taxation. Thereupon they laid at his bastard feet the keys of the city, the standard of the Republic, and the ducal sceptre. He dropped the parchment and sat back, folding plump white hands across his paunch. This calls for action speedily. We can provide action enough to defeat Messer Estore. Ha! The great flabby face grew almost kindly. The little eyes beamed upon the condottiero. Serve me well in this, Bellarion, and you shall know gratitude. Bellarion's gesture seemed to wave the notion of reward aside. He came straight to facts. We can withdraw 8,000 men from Bergamo. The place is at the point of surrender, and 4,000 will well suffice to tighten the last grip upon the Malatesta vitals. Perhaps the Lord Estore has not included that in his calculations. With 8,000 men we can sweep him out of Milan at our pleasure. And you'll give orders? You'll give orders at once? The army, they tell me, is now in your control. Facino's authority has descended to you, and has been accepted by your brother captains. And now this arch-dissembler went to work. Hardly so much, Highness. Facino's captains have sworn fealty, not to me, but to the Lady Beatrice. But you, then? The news dismayed him a little. What place is yours? At your Highness's side, if your Highness commands me. Yes, but whom do you command? Where exactly do you stand now? At the head of the army in any enterprise into which the Countess sends her captains. The Countess? The Duke shifted his bulk uneasily in his chair, slewing round so as to face the soldier more fully. What if the Countess should not? He waved his fat hands helplessly. It is not likely that the Countess should oppose your own wishes, Highness. Not likely, but, Lord of heaven, it's possible. He heaved himself up, nervous, agitated. I must know. I'll send for her. He reached for a handbell on the table, but Bellarion's hand closed over his own before he could ring. A moment, Lord Prince. Before you send for the Lady Beatrice, had you not best consider precisely what you will say to her? What is to say, beyond discovering her disposition towards me? Can you entertain a doubt upon that, Lord Prince? Bellarion was smiling. Their hands came away together from the bell and fell apart. Her disposition towards your potency is, to my knowledge, of the very kindliest. Such, indeed, that, I'll be frank with you, I found it necessary once to remind her of her duty to her lord. Ah, the fat, pale face quivered into something akin to malevolence. The prince remembered a sudden coolness in the countess, and her removal to Valignano, and perceived in this meddler's confession the explanation of it. By St. Ambrose, that was bold of you. I am accounted bold, Bellarion reminded him, deeming it necessary. Aye, the shifty eyes fell away uncomfortably under his glance. But if she is kindly disposed, then... I know that she was, Highness, and may be rendered so again, though perhaps less easily now than heretofore. Less easily? Why so? As Facino's widow, she is in wealth and power the equal of many a prince in Italy. She has considerable dominions. Torn by Facino from the great heritage left by the Duke my father, in that rare burst of indignation, his whole bulk quivered like a great jelly. They might be restored to the ducal crown by peaceful arts. Peaceful arts? What arts? Will you be plain? But the time for direct answers was not yet. And not only has the Countess lands, but the control of a vast fortune, some 400,000 ducats. You will need money, Highness, for the pay of this great army now under Bergamo, and your own treasury will hardly supply it. There is taxation, but your Highness knows the ills that wait on that for a prince newly come into his own. and not only the lands and money of which your highness stands in need, but the men also does the countess bring. You but repeat yourself." Bellarion looked at him and smiled. "Never do I believe did a prince find a bride more richly dowered." "A bride?" The youth was startled, terrified almost. "A bride? Would less content your highness? Would you be satisfied to receive the assistance of the countess's possessions, when you may make them your own and wield them at your pleasure?" He stared, his jaw fallen. Then slowly he brought his lips together again and licked them thoughtfully, screwing up his mean eyes. "You are proposing that I should take to wife Facino's widow, who is twice my age?" He asked the question very slowly, as if pondering each word of it. Bellarion laughed. "Not proposing it, highness. It is not for me to make such proposals. I do not even know what the lady will say. But if she is willing to become Duchess of Milan, she can provide the means to make you Duke." Filippo Maria sat down suddenly. The sweat broke from his pale brow. He mopped it with his hand, disturbing the black fringe that disfigured it. Then, lost in thought, he stroked the loose folds of his enormous chin, and gradually his eyes kindled. At long length he put forth his hand again to the bell. This time Bellarion did not interfere. He perceived in the act the young prince's surrender to the forces of greed and lust, which Bellarion himself had loosed against him. He took his leave, and went out with the sad knowledge that greed and wantonness would make of the woman too a ready prey. His work was done. She should have the thing she coveted, and find in it her punishment. End of chapter 6. Book 3, Chapter 7 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 3, Chapter 7, Prince of Valsassina. As Bellarion had calculated and disposed, so things fell out, and Filippo Maria Visconti, in the 22nd year of his age, led to the altar the widowed Countess of Biandace, who was 39. As a young girl she had married at the bidding of ambition a man who was 20 years her senior. As a middle-aged woman now, and for the same reason, she married one who was almost as much her junior. She had not the foresight to perceive that the grievance on the score of disparity of years which she had nursed against Facino would be nursed against herself to her ultimate destruction by the sly, furtive, and cruel prince to whom she now gave herself and her vast possessions. That, however, is no part of the story I have set myself to tell. Estore Visconti defended in vain his usurped dominion against Gian Maria's legitimate successor. Filippo Maria, with Carmagnola in command of some 7,000 men, laid siege to Milan, whilst Bellarion went north to make an end of the Bergamo resistance. Because in haste to have done, he granted Malatesta easy terms of surrender, permitting him to ride out of the city with the honours of war, lance on thigh. Thereafter, having restored order in Bergamo, and left there a strong garrison under an officer of trust, he marched with the main army to join Filippo Maria, who was conducting operations from the mills on Monte Lupario, 3 miles from Milan. Some 4 weeks already had he spent there, with little progress made. Estore had enrolled and constrained to the defence of the city almost every man of an age to bear arms. It was necessary to make an end, and Bellarion himself, with a few followers, entered the castle of Porta Giovia, which was being held against Estore by Vimercati, the castellan. From its walls, having attracted the people by trumpet blast, he published Filippo Maria's proclamation, wherein the prince solemnly undertook that if the city were at once surrendered to him it should have nothing to fear, that there should be no pillage, executions, or other measures punitive of this resistance to the state's legitimate lord. The news flew in every direction, with the result that, before nightfall, all those whom Astori had constrained to follow him had fallen away, and he was left with only his mercenaries. With these, next morning, he hacked away out through the Comasina gate, as the people were throwing open to the new duke the gates of the city on the other side. Filippo Maria entered with a comparatively small following, and in the wake of a train of bread carts sent ahead to relieve the famine which was already beginning to press upon the inhabitants. The acclamations of "Live the Duke" quieted his natural timidity as he rode through the streets to shut himself up in the castle of Porta Giovia, which remained ever afterwards his residence. Not for Filippo Maria the palace or the old Broletto, or the gaiety of courts. His dark, scheming, yet pusillanimous nature craved the security of a stronghold. For assisting him to the ducal throne, and no doubt to ensure their continued support, he rewarded his captains generously, and none more generously than Bellarion, to whom he considered that he owed everything. Bellarion was not only confirmed in the lordship of Valsassina in feud, for himself and his heirs for ever, but the duke raised the fief into a principality. Bellarion remained the duke's marshal-in-chief and military adviser, and it was by the dispositions which he made during that summer and autumn of 1412 that the lands of the duchy were finally cleared of the insurgent brigands who had renewed their depredations. Peace being restored at home, and industry being liberated at last from the trammels that had lain upon it since the death of Gian Galeazzo, prosperity flowed swiftly back to the state of Milan, and the people heaped blessings upon the shy, furtive ruler of whom they saw so little. It is possible that Filippo Maria would have been content to rest for the present upon what was done, to leave the frontiers of the duchy as he found them, and to dismiss the greater part of the costly condotters in his employ. But Bellarion at his elbow goaded him to further enterprise, and met his sluggish reluctance with a culminating argument that shamed him into action. "Will you leave in tranquil procession the brigands who have encroached upon the glorious patrimony built up by your illustrious father? Will you dishonour his memory and be false to your name, Lord Duke?" Thus and similarly Bellarion, with a heat that was purely histrionic. He cared no more for the integrity of Gian Galeazzo's patrimony than he cared for that of the kingdom of England. What he cared for was that the order to dispossess those tyrants would sound the knell of Theodore of Montferrat. Thus at last should he be enabled to complete the service to which 5 years ago he had dedicated himself, and to which unfalteringly, if obscurely and tortuously, he had held. Very patiently had he waited for this hour, when, yielding at last to his bold importunities, the Duke summoned a council of the officers of state and the chief condottieri to determine the order in which action should be taken. At once Bellarion urged that a beginning should be made by recovering Vercelli, than which few strongholds were of more importance to the safety of the duchy. It provoked a protest from Victuallers, who was the Duke's Minister of State. "An odd proposal this from you, Lord Bellarion, remembering that it was by your own action, in concert with the Count of Pavia, that the Marquis Theodore was placed in possession of Vercelli." Bellarion crushed him with his logic. "Not odd, sir, natural. Then I was on the other side, and if, being on the other side, I conceived it important that Theodore should hold Vercelli, now that I am opposed to him, I conceive it equally important that he should be driven from it." There was a pause. Filippo Maria, somnolent in his great chair, looked round the group. "What is the military view?" he asked. He had noticed that not one of the captains had voiced an opinion. He was answered now by the burly Koningshoven. "I have no views that are not Bellarion's. I have followed him long enough to know that he's a safe man to follow." Giasone Trotta, uninvited, expressed the same sentiment. Filippo Maria turned to Carmagnola, who sat silent and thoughtful. "And you, sir?" he asked. Carmagnola reared his blond head, and Bellarion braced himself for battle. But to his amazement, for once, for the first time in their long association, Carmagnola was on his side. "I am of Bellarion's mind, Magnificent. We, who were with my Lord Facino when he made alliance with Theodore of Montferrat, know Theodore for a crafty, daring man of boundless ambition. His occupation of Vercelli is a menace to the peace of the duchy." After that the other captains, Valperga and Marsilio, who had been wavering, threw in their votes, so that the military opinion was solidly unanimous. Filippo Maria balanced the matter for a moment. "You are not forgetting, sirs, that for Theodore's good behaviour I have in my hands a precious hostage, in the person of his nephew, the Marquis Giangiacomo, in whose name Theodore rules." "You laugh, Bellarion?" "That hostage was procured to ensure not the good faith of Theodore, but the safety of the real Prince of Montferrat. Carmagnola has told your Magnificence that Theodore is crafty, daring, and ambitious. It is the part of his ambition to make himself absolute sovereign, where at present he is no more than regent. Let your Magnificence judge if the thought of harm to the hostage you hold would be a deterrent to him." A while still they debated. Then Filippo Maria announced that he would take thought and make known his decision when it was reached. On that he dismissed them. As they went from the council chamber, the captains witnessed the phenomenon of a yet closer unity between Bellarion and Carmagnola. The new prince of Valsassina linked arms with Francesco Busoni and drew him away. "You will do a service in this matter, Sir Francesco, if you send word to Lady Valeria and her brother, urging them to come at once to Milan and petition the Duke to place Gian Giacomo upon his throne. He is of full age, and only his absence from Montferrat enables Theodore to continue in the regency." Carmagnola looked at him suspiciously. "Why do you not send that message yourself?" Bellarion shrugged and spread his hands a little. "I have not the confidence of the princess. A message from me might be mistrusted." Carmagnola's blue eyes pondered him still with that suspicious glance. "What game do you play?" he asked. "I see that you mistrust me too." "I ever have done." "It's a compliment," said Bellarion. "If it is, I don't perceive it. If you did, you wouldn't pay it. You are direct, Carmagnola, and for that I honour you. I am not direct, and yet you may come to honour me for that too, when you understand it, if you ever do. You ask what game I play. A game which began long ago, in which this is the last move. The alliance I brought about between Facino and Theodore was a move in this game. The securing of the person of Gian Giacomo of Montferrat as a hostage was another. To make it possible for Theodore to occupy Vercelli and make himself Lord of Genoa, yet another. My only aim was to unbridle his greed so that he should become a menace to the duchy, against such a day as this, when on the Duke's side it is my duty to advise his definite destruction." Carmagnola's eyes were wide. Amazement overspread his florid, handsome face. "By the bones of St. Ambrose, you play mighty deep." Bellarion smiled. "I am frank with you. I explain myself. It is tedious but necessary, so as to conquer your mistrust and procure your cooperation. To make me a pawn in this game of yours, that is to describe yourself unflatteringly. Francesco Busoni of Carmagnola is no man's pawn. No, by God, I'm glad you perceive that. Should I have explained myself if I did not? Said Bellarion, to assure him of a fact of which clearly he was far from sure. Tell me why you so schemed and plotted. Bellarion smiled. To amuse myself, perhaps. It interests me. Facino said of me that I was a natural strategist. This broader strategy upon the great field of life gives scope to my inclinations. He was thoughtful, chin in hand. I do not think there is more in it than that. And abruptly he asked, You'll send that message? Carmagnola too considered. There was a dream that he had dreamed, a game that he could play, making in his turn a pawn of this crafty brother captain who sought to make a pawn of him. I'll go to Melegnano in person, he announced. He went, and there dispelled the fretful suspense in which the Princess Valeria waited for a justice of which she almost despaired. He dealt in that directness which was the only thing Bellarion found to honour in him. But the directness now was in his manner only. Lady, I come to bid you take a hand in your own and your brother's reinstatement. Your petition to the Duke is all that is needed now to persuade him to the step which I have urged, to march against the usurper Theodore and cast him out. It took her breath away. You have urged this? You, my lord? Let me send for my brother that he may thank you, that he may know that he has at least one stout, brave friend in the world. His friend and your servant, Madonna. He bore her white hand to his lips, and there were tears in her eyes as she looked upon his bowed, handsome head. My hopes, my plans, my schemes for you are to bear fruit at last. Your schemes for me? Her brows were knit over her moist dark eyes. He laughed, a jovial, debonair, and laughter-loving gentleman, this Francesco Busoni of Carmagnola, so as to provide a cause disposing the Duke of Milan to proceed against the Regent Theodore. The hour has come, Madonna, it needs but your petition to Filippo Maria, and the army marches. So that I command it, I will see justice done to your brother. So that you command it, who else should? Carmagnola's bright face was overcast. There is Bellarion Cane. That knave! She recoiled, her countenance troubled. He is the regent's man. It was he who helped the regent to Vercelli and to the lordship of Genoa. Which he never could have done, Carmagnola assured her, but that I abetted him. I saw that thus I should provide a reason for action against the regent, when later I should come to be on the Duke's side. Ah, that was shrewd, to feed his ambition till he overreached himself. Carmagnola strutted a little. It was a deep game, but we are at the last move in it. If you mistrust this Bellarion... Mistrust him! She laughed a bitter little laugh, and she poured forth the tale of how once he had been a spy, sent by Theodore to embroil her, and how thereafter he had murdered her one true and devoted friend, Count Spino. Feeding her mistrust and bringing Gian Giacomo fully to share it, Carmagnola conducted them to Milan, and procured audience for them with the Duke. Filippo Maria received her in a small room in the very heart of the fortress, a room to which he had brought something of the atmosphere of his library at Pavia. Here were the choicely bound manuscripts, and the writing table with its sheaves of parchment, and its horn of unicorn, which, as all the world knows, is a prophylactic against all manner of ills of the flesh and the spirit. Its double window looked out upon the court of San Donato, where the October sunshine warmed the red brick to the colour of the rose. He gave her a kindly welcome, then settled into the inscrutable inertia of an obese Eastern idol, whilst she made her prayer to him. When it was done, he nodded slowly, and dispatched his secretary in quest of the Prince of Valsassina. The name conveyed nothing to her, for she had not heard of Bellarion's latest dignity. "You shall have my decision later, Madonna. It is almost made already, and in the direction you desire. When I have conferred with the Prince of Valsassina upon the means at our command, I will send for you again. Meanwhile, the Lord of Carmagnola will conduct you and your brother to my Duchess, whom it will delight to care for you." He cleared his throat. "You have leave to go," he added in his shrill voice. They bowed and were departing, when the returning secretary, opening the door and holding up the arras that masked it, announced, "The Prince of Valsassina." He came in erect and proud of bearing, for all that he still limped a little. His tunic was of black velvet, edged with dark brown fur. A heavy gold chain hung upon his breast, a girdle of beaten gold gripped his loins and carried his stout dagger. His hose were in white and blue stripes. From the threshold he bowed low to the prince, and then to Madonna Valeria, who was staring at him in sudden panic. She curtsied to him almost despite herself, and then made haste to depart with Carmagnola and her brother. But there was a weight of lead in her breast. If action against Theodore depended upon this man's counsel, what hope remained? She put that question to Carmagnola. He quieted her fears. "After all, he is not omnipotent. Our fealty is not to him, but to the Duchess Beatrice. Win her to your side, and things will shape the course you desire, especially if I command the enterprise." And meanwhile this man whom she mistrusted was closeted with the Duke, and the Duke was informing him of this new factor in their plans against Montferrat. "She desires us to break a lance in her brother's behalf, but Montferrat is loyal to Theodore. They have no opinion there of Gian Giacomo, and to impose by force of arms a prince upon a people is perhaps to render that people hostile to ourselves." "If that were so, and I confess that I do not share your potency's apprehensions, it would still be the course I should presume to advise. In Theodore you have a neighbour whom ambition makes dangerous. In Gian Giacomo you have a mild and gentle youth, whose thoughts, since his conversion from debauchery, turn rather to religion than to deeds of arms. Place him upon the throne of his fathers, and you have in such a man not only a friendly neighbour, but a grateful servant." "Ha! You believe in gratitude, Bellarion?" "I must, since I practice it." There followed that night a council of the captains, and since they were still nominally regarded as in the service of Facino's widow, the Duchess herself attended it, and since the fortunes of the legitimate ruler of Montferrat was one of the issues, the Marquis Gian Giacomo and his sister were also invited to be present. The Duke at the head of the long table, with the Duchess on his right and Bellarion on his left, made known the intention to declare war immediately upon the Regent of Montferrat upon two grounds: his occupation of the Milanese stronghold and lands of Vercelli, and his usurpation of the regency beyond the Marquis Gian Giacomo's attainment of full age. Of his captains now he desired an account of the means at their disposal, and afterwards a decision of those to be employed in the undertaking. Carmagnola came prepared with a computation of the probable forces which Theodore could levy, and they were considerable, not less than 5,000 men. The necessary force to deal with him was next debated, having regard also to certain other enterprises to which Milan was elsewhere committed. At length this was fixed by Bellarion. It was to consist of the Germans under Koningshoven, Stoffel's Swiss, Giasone Trotter's Italian mercenaries, and Marsilio's Condotta, amounting in all to some 7,000 men. That would leave free for other eventualities the Condottas of Valperga and of Carmagnola, with whom were Ercole Belluno and Ugolino da Tenda. Against this, and on the plea that the Duke might require the services of the Prince of Valsassina at home, Carmagnola begged that the enterprise against Montferrat should be confided to his leadership, his own conductor taking the place of Bellarion's, but all else remaining as Bellarion disposed. The Duke, showing in his pale face no sign of his surprise at this request, looked from Carmagnola to Bellarion, appearing to ponder what time the Princess Valeria held her breath. At length the Duke spoke. "Have you anything to say to that, Valsassina?" "Nothing, if your Highness is content. You will remember that Theodore of Montferrat is one of the most skilful captains of the day, and if this business is not to drag on unduly, indeed, if it is to be brought to a successful issue, you would do well to send against him of your best." A sly smile broke upon that sinisterly placid countenance. "By which you mean yourself? For my part," said Coningshoven, "I do not willingly march under another." "And for mine," said Stoffel, "whilst Bellarion lives, I do not march under another at all." The Duke looked at Carmagnola. "You hear, sir?" Carmagnola flushed uncomfortably. "I had set my heart upon the enterprise, Lord Duke." The Princess Valeria interposed. "By your leave, Highness, does my vote count for anything in this matter?" "Assuredly, Madonna, your own and your brother's." "Then, Lord Duke, my vote, indeed my prayer, is that my Lord of Carmagnola be given the command." The Duchess raised her long eyes to look at her in wonder. Bellarion sat inscrutable. The request wounded without surprising him. He knew her unconquerable mistrust of him. He had hoped in the end, which was now approaching, to prove to her its cruel injustice. But if occasion for that were denied him, it would be no great matter. What signified was that her own aims should be accomplished, and, after all, they were not beyond the strength and skill of Carmagnola, who had his talents as a leader when all was said. The Duke's lacklustre eyes were steadily upon Valeria. He spoke after a pause. "Almost you imply a doubt of the Prince of Valsassina's capacity." "Not of his capacity. Oh, not of that." "Of what then?" The question troubled her. She looked at her brother, and her brother answered for her. "My sister remembers that the Prince of Valsassina was once the Marquis Theodore's friend." "Was he so? When was that?" The Duke looked at Bellarion, but it was Gian Giacomo who answered the question. "When, in alliance with him, he placed him in possession of Vercelli and Genoa." "The alliance was the Lord Facino's, not Valsassina's. Bellarion served under him, but so also did Carmagnola. Where is the difference between them?" "My Lord of Carmagnola acted then with a view to my brother's ultimate service," the Princess answered. "If he was a party to the Marquis Theodore's occupation of Vercelli, it was only so that, in that act, the Marquis might provide a cause for the action that is now proposed against him by the Duke of Milan." Bellarion laughed softly at the light he suddenly perceived. "Do you mock that statement, sir?" Carmagnola challenged him. "Do you dare to say what was in my mind at the time?" "I have honoured you for directness, Carmagnola, but it seems you can be subtle too." "Subtle?" Carmagnola flushed indignantly. "In what have I been subtle?" "In the spirit in which you favoured Theodore's occupation of Vercelli," said Bellarion, and so left him gaping foolishly. "What else did you think I had in mind?" He smiled almost ingenuously into the other's face. The Duke rapped the table. Sirs, we wander, and there is this matter to resolve." Bellarion answered him. "Here, then, is a solution your Highness may be disposed to adopt. Instead of Valperga and his troops, I take with me Carmagnola and his own condotta, which is of a similar strength, and, like Valperga's, mainly horse. Thus we march together and share the enterprise." "But unless Bellarion commands it, Lord Duke, your Highness will graciously consider sending another condotta in the place of mine," said Coningshoven, and Stoffel was about to add his own voice to that when the Duke, losing patience, broke in. "Peace, peace! I am Duke of Milan, and I give orders here. You are summoned to advise, not to browbeat me and say what you will and will not do. Let it be done as Valsassina says. Since Carmagnola has set his heart upon being in the campaign, but Valsassina leads the enterprise, the matter is closed on that. You have leave to go." End of chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 8 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 3, Chapter 8, Carmagnola's Bridges. Dissensions at the very outset between Carmagnola and Bellarion protracted by some days the preparations for the departure of the army. This enabled Theodore of Montferrat fully to make his dispositions for resistance, to pack the granaries of Vercelli and otherwise victual it for a siege, and to increase the strong body of troops already under his hand, with which he threw himself into the menaced city. Further, by working furiously during those October days, he was enabled to strengthen his bastions and throw up fresh earthworks from which to shatter the onslaught when it should come. Upon these very circumstances, of which Bellarion and his captains were duly informed, followed fresh dissensions. Carmagnola advocated that operations should be begun by the reduction of Mortara, which was being held for Theodore, and which, if not seized before they marched upon Vercelli, would constitute, he argued, a menace upon their rear. Bellarion's view was that the menace was not sufficiently serious to merit attention, that whilst they were reducing it, Theodore would further be strengthening himself at Vercelli, and that, in short, they should march straight upon Vercelli, depending that, when they forced it to a capitulation, Mortara would thereby be scared into immediate surrender. Of the captains, some held one view, some the other. Coningshoven, Stoffel, and Trotter took sides with Bellarion. Ercole Belluno, who commanded the foot of Carmagnola's condotta, took sides with his leader, as did also Ugolino da Tenda, who captained 1,000 horse. Yet Bellarion would have overruled them but for the Princess Valeria, who, with her brother, entered now into all their councils. These were on the side of Carmagnola. Hence a compromise was effected. A detachment under Coningshoven, including Trotter's troops, was to go against Mortara to cover the rear of the main army proceeding to Vercelli. To Vercelli that army, now not more than some 4,000 strong, yet strong enough in Bellarion's view for the task in hand, made at last a speedy advance. But at Borgo Vercelli they were brought to a halt by the fact that Theodore had blown up that bridge over the Sesia, leaving that broad, deep, swift-flowing river between the enemy and the city which was their goal. At Carpignano, 20 miles higher up, there was a bridge which Bellarion ascertained had been left standing. He announced that they must avail themselves of that. 20 miles there and 20 miles back, snorted Carmagnola. It is too much, a weariness and a labour. I'll not dispute it, but the alternative is to go by way of Casale, which is even farther. The alternative, Carmagnola answered, is to bridge the Sesia and the Server above their junction, where the Sesia is narrower. Our lines of communication with the army at Mortara should be as short as possible. You begin to perceive one of the disadvantages of having left that army at Mortara. It is no disadvantage if we make proper provision. And do you think that your bridges will afford that provision? Bellarion's manner was almost supercilious. Carmagnola resented it. Can you deny it? I can do more. I can foresee what will happen. Sometimes, Francesco, you leave me wondering where you learnt the art of war, or however you came to engage in it. They held their discussion in the kitchen of a peasant's house, which for the Princess Valeria's sake they had invaded. And the princess and her brother were its only witnesses. When Carmagnola now moved wrathfully in great strides about the dingy chamber, stamping upon the earthen floor and waving his arms as he began to storm, one of those witnesses became an actor to calm him. The Princess Valeria laid a hand upon one of those waving arms in its gorgeous sleeve of gold-embroidered scarlet. "Do not heed his taunts, Messer Carmagnola. You have my utter trust and confidence. It is my wish that you should build your bridges." Bellarion tilted his chin to look at her between anger and amusement. "If you are to take command, Highness, I'll say no more." He bowed and went out. "One of these days I shall give that upstart dog a lesson in good manners," said Carmagnola between his teeth. The princess shook her head. "It's not his manners, sir, that trouble me, but his possible aims. If I could trust him." "If you could trust his loyalty, you should still mistrust his skill." "Yet he has won great repute as a soldier," put in Gian Giacomo, who instinctively mistrusted the thrasonical airs of the swaggering Carmagnola, and mistrusted still more his fawning manner towards Valeria. "He has been fortunate," Carmagnola answered, "and his good fortune has gone to his head." Meanwhile, Bellarion went straight from that interview to dispatch Werner von Stoffel with 500 arbalisters and 600 horse to Carpignano. There was a fresh breeze with Carmagnola when the latter discovered this. He demanded to know why it should have been done without previous consultation with himself and the princess, and Valeria was beside him when he asked the question. Bellarion's answer was a very full one. "You will be a week building your bridges. In that time it may occur to Theodore to do what he should have done already, to destroy the bridge at Carpignano." "And what do I care about the bridge at Carpignano, when I shall have bridges of my own here?" "When you have bridges of your own here, you need not care. But I have a notion that it will be longer than you think before you have these bridges, and that we may have to go by way of Carpignano in the end." "I shall have my bridges in a week," said Carmagnola. Bellarion smiled. "When you have them, and when you have put 2,000 men across to hold them, I'll bid Stoffel return from Carpignano. But in the meantime—" Bellarion interrupted him, and suddenly he was very stern. "In the meantime you will remember that I command. Though I may choose to humour you and her Highness as the shortest way to convince you of error, yet I do not undertake to obey you against my better judgment." "By God, Bellarion," Carmagnola swore at him, "I'll not have you gay with me. You'll measure your words, or else you'll eat them." Very coldly Bellarion looked at him, and observed Valeria's white restraining hand, which again was upon Carmagnola's sleeve. "At the moment I have a task in hand to which I belong entirely. While it is doing, if you forget that I command, I shall remove you from the army." He left the swaggerer fuming. "Only my regard for you, Madonna, restrains me," he assured the princess. "He takes that tone when he should remember that, if it came to blows between us, the majority of the men here would be upon my side, now that he has sent nearly all his own away." He clenched his hands in anger. "Yet for your sake, lady, I must suffer it. There can be no quarrel between his men and mine until we have placed you and your brother in possession of Montferrat." These and other such professions of staunch, selfless loyalty touched her deeply, and in the days that followed, whilst the troopers, toiling like woodmen, were felling trees and building the bridges above the junction of the rivers, Carmagnola and Valeria were constantly together. She was driven now to the discomfort of living under canvas, sharing the camp life of these rude men of war, and Carmagnola did all in his power to mitigate for her the hardships it entailed, hardships which she bore with a high, gay courage. She would go with him daily to watch the half-naked labourers in the river, bundling together whole trees as if they were mere twigs, to serve as pontoons, and daily he gave her cause to admire his skill, his ingenuity, and his military capacity. That Bellarion should have sneered at this was but another proof of Bellarion's worthlessness. Either he could not understand it, or else of treacherous intent he desired to deprive her of its fruits. Meanwhile Carmagnola beglamoured her with talk of actions past, in all of which he played ever the heroic part. The eyes of her mind were dazzled by the pictures his words drew for her. Now she beheld him leading a knightly charge that shattered an enemy host into shards. Now she saw him at the head of an escalade, indomitably climbing enemy walls under a hail of stones and scalding pitch. Now she saw him in council, wisely planning the means by which victory might be snatched from overwhelming opposition. One day when he spoke of these things, as they sat alone watching the men who swarmed like ants about the building of his bridge, he touched a closer note. Yet all of the enterprises to which I have set these rude soldier hands, none has so warmed me as this, for none has been worthier a man's endeavour. It will be a glorious day for me when we set you in your palace at Casale, a glorious day, and yet a bitter. A bitter? Her great dark eyes turned on him in question. His countenance clouded. His own glance fell away. Will it not be bitter for me to know this service is at an end, to know that I must go my ways, resume a mercenary's life, and do for hire that which I now do out of enthusiasm and love? She shifted her own glance, embarrassed a little. Surely you do yourself less than justice. There is great honour and fame in store for you, my lord. Honour and fame, he laughed. I would gladly leave those to tricksters like Bellarion, who rise to them so easily because no scruples ever deter them. Honour and fame? Let who will have those, so that I may serve where my heart bids me. Boldly now his hand sought hers. She let it lie in his. Above those pensive, mysterious eyes her line brows were knit. "Aye," she breathed, "that is the great service of life. That is the only worthy service, as the heart bids." His second hand came to recruit the first. Lying almost at her feet, he swung round on his side upon the green earth, looking up at her in a sort of ecstasy. "You think that too? You help me to self-contempt, Madonna." To self-contempt? It is the only contempt that you will ever know. But why should you know that? Because all my life until this moment I have served for hire. Because if this adventure had not come to me by God's grace, in such worthless endeavours would my life continue. Now that I know the opinion in which you must hold such service, it is over and done for me. When I shall have served you to your goal, I shall have performed my last. There fell a long pause between them. At last, when my brother is crowned in Casale, he will need a servant such as you, Messer Carmagnola. Aye, but shall you, Madonna? Shall you? She looked at him wistfully, smiling a little. He was very handsome, very splendid, and very brave, a knight to win a lady's trust, and she was a very lonely, friendless lady in sore need of a stout arm and a gallant heart to help her through the trials of this life. The tapering fingers of her disengaged hand descended gently upon his golden head. "Shall I not?" she asked with a little tremulous laugh. "Shall I not?" "Why then, Madonna, if you will accept my service, it shall be yours for as long as I endure. It shall never be another's. Valeria, my Valeria!" That hand upon his head, overheating its very indifferent contents, drove him now to an excessive precipitancy. He carried the hand he held almost fiercely to his lips. It was withdrawn, gently but firmly as was its fellow. His kiss and the bold use of her name scared her a little. "Carmagnola, my friend, your friend, and more than your friend, Madonna. Why, how much more can there be than that? All that a man may be to a woman, my Valeria. I am your knight. I ever have been since that day in the lists at Milan, when you bestowed the palm on me. I joy in this battle that is to be fought for you. I would joy in death for you, if it were needed to prove my worship." How glibly you say these things. There will have been queens in other lists in which you have borne off the palm. Have you talked so to them? "Oh, cruelty!" he cried out like a man in pain. "That you should say this to me! I am swooning at your feet, Valeria, you wonder of the world." "My nose, sir, is too long for that," she mocked him, but with an underlying tenderness, and tenderness there was, too, in her moist eyes. "You are a whirlwind in your wooing as in the lists. You are reckless, sir." "Is it a fault? A soldier's fault, then. But I'll be patient if you bid me. I'll be whatsoever you bid me, Valeria. But when we come to Casale—" He paused for words, and she took advantage of that pause to check him. "It is unlucky to plan upon something not yet achieved, sir. Wait until that time arrives." "And then?" he asked her breathlessly. "And then?" "Have I not said that to plan is unlucky?" Boldly he read the converse of that statement. "I'll not tempt fortune, then. I dare not. I will be patient, Valeria." But he let it appear that his confidence was firm, and she added nothing now to shake it. And so, in ardent wooing, whilst he waited for his bridge, Carmagnola spent most of the time that he was not engaged in directing the construction of it. Bellarion in those days sulked like Achilles in his tent, with a copy of Vegetius which he had brought from Milan in his baggage. The bridges took not a week, but 11 days to build. At last, however, on the eve of All Saints, as Fra Serafino tells us, Carmagnola, accompanied by Valeria and her brother, bore word himself to Bellarion that the bridges were ready, and that a party of 50 of his men were encamped on the peninsula between the rivers. He came to demand that Bellarion should so dispose that the army should begin to cross at dawn. "That," said Bellarion, "assumes that your bridges endure until dawn." He was standing where he had risen to receive his visitors, in the middle of his roomy pavilion, which was lighted by a group of 3 lanterns hung at the height of his head on the tent pole. The book in which he had been reading was closed upon his forefinger. "Endure until dawn?" Carmagnola was annoyed by the suggestion. "What do you mean?" Valerion's remark had been imprudent. Still more imprudent was the laugh he now uttered. "Ask yourself who should destroy them," he said. "In your place I should have asked myself that before I went to the trouble of building them. How should Theodore know of it, shut up as he is in Vercelli, 8 miles away?" Part of his question was answered on the instant by a demoniac uproar from the strip of land across the water. Cries of rage and terror, shouts of encouragement and command, the sound of blows, and all the unmistakable din of conflict rose fiercely upon the deepening gloom. "He knows, it seems," said Bellarion, and again he laughed. Carmagnola stood a moment, clenching and unclenching his hands, his face white with rage. Then he span round where he stood, and with an inarticulate cry dashed from the tent. One withering glance, Valeria, flashed into Bellarion's sardonically amused countenance. Then, summoning her brother, she followed Carmagnola. Bellarion set down his book upon the table by the tent pole, took up a cloak, and followed them at leisure. Through the screen of bare trees behind which his pavilion had been pitched, and along the high bank of the swirling river, towards the head of Carmagnola's bridge. There, as he expected, he found them, scarcely visible in the gloom, and with them a knot of men-at-arms and a 6 stragglers, all that had escaped of the party that Carmagnola had sent across an hour ago. The others had been surrounded and captured. Last of all to win across, arriving just as Bellarion reached the spot, was Belluno, who had commanded them, an excitable Neapolitan, who leapt up the bank from the bridge, ranting by all the patrons of Naples that they had been betrayed. Over the river came a sound of tramping feet. Dimly reflected in the water, they could see the forms of men who otherwise moved invisible on the farther bank, and presently came a sound of axes on timber. "There goes your bridge, Francesco," said Bellarion, and for the third time he laughed. "Do you mock me, damn you?" Carmagnola raged at him, and then raised his voice to roar for arbalistas. 3 or 4 of the men went off vociferously at a run to fetch them, whilst Valeria turned suddenly upon Bellarion, whose tall, cloaked figure stood beside her. "Why do you laugh?" Her voice, sharp with disdain, resentment, and suspicion, silenced all there that they might hear his answer. "I am human, I suppose, and therefore not entirely without malice." "Is that all your reason? Is your malice so deep that you can laugh at an enemy advantage, which may wreck the labour of days?" And then, with increasing sharpness and increasing accusation, "You knew," she cried, "you knew that the bridges would be destroyed tonight. Yourself, you said so. How did you know? How did you know?" "What are you implying, Madonna?" cried Carmagnola, aghast. For all his hostility towards Bellarion, he was very far from ready to believe that he played a double game. "That I have no wits," said Bellarion, quietly scornful. And now the impetuous Belluno, smarting under his own particular misadventure and near escape, must needs cut in. "Madonna is implying more than that. She is implying that you've sold us to Theodore of Montferrat." "Are you implying it too, Belluno?" His tone had changed. There was now in his voice a note that the princess had never heard, a note that made Belluno's blood run cold. "Speak out, man. Though I give license for innuendo to a lady, I require clear speech from every man. So let us have this thing quite plainly." Belluno was brave and obstinate. He conquered his fear of Bellarion sufficiently to make a show of standing his ground. "It is clear," he answered sullenly, "that we have been betrayed." "How is it clear, you fool?" Bellarion shifted again from cold wrath with an insubordinate inferior to argument with a fellow man. "Are you so inept at the trade by which you live that you can conceive of a soldier in the Marquis Theodore's position neglecting to throw out scouts, to watch the enemy and report his movements? Are you so much a fool as that? If so, I shall have to think of replacing you in your command." Carmagnola interposed aggressively, and this partly to protect Belluno, who was one of his own lieutenants, and partly because the sneer at the fellow's lack of military foresight was a reflection upon Carmagnola himself. "Do you pretend that you foresaw this action of Theodore's?" "I pretend that any but a fool must have foreseen it. It is precisely what any soldier in his place would do. Allow you to waste time, material, and energy on building bridges, and then promptly destroy them for you. Why, then, did you not say this 10 days ago?" "Why?" Bellarion's voice sounded amused. His face they could not see. "Because I never spent myself in argument with those who learn only by experience." Again the princess intervened. "Is that the best reason you can give? You allowed time, material, and energy, and now even a detachment of men to be wasted, merely that you might prove his folly to my Lord of Carmagnola? Is that what you ask us to believe?" "He thinks us credulous, by God," swore Carmagnola. Bellarion kept his patience. "I had another reason, a military one, with which it seems that I must shame your wits. To move the whole army from here to Carpignano would have taken me at least 2 days, perhaps 3. A mounted detachment from Vercelli to destroy the bridge could reach Carpignano in a few hours, and once it was seen that I moved my army thither, that detachment would have been instantly dispatched. It was a movement I feared in any case until your bridge-building operations here deceived Theodore into believing that I had no thought of Carpignano. That is why I allowed them to continue. Though your bridges could never serve the purpose for which you built them, they could excellently serve to disguise my own intention of crossing at Carpignano. Tomorrow, when the army begins to move thither, that detachment of Theodore's will most certainly be sent to destroy the bridge. But it will find it held by 1,000 men under Stoffel, and the probable capture of that detachment will compensate for the loss of men you have suffered tonight." There was a moment's utter silence when he had done, a silence of defeat and confusion. Then came an applauding splutter of laughter from the group of men and officers who stood about. It was cut short by a loud crash from across the stream, and thereafter with a groaning and rending of timbers, a gurgling of swelling, momentarily arrested waters, and finally a noise like a thunderclap. The wrecked bridge, swinging out into the stream, snapped from the logs that held it to the northern shore. "There it goes, Carmagnola," said Bellarion, "but you no longer need bewail your labours. They have served my purpose." He cast his cloak more tightly about him, wished them good night almost gaily, and went striding away towards his pavilion. Carmagnola, crestfallen, swallowing his chagrin as best he could, stood there in silence beside the equally silenced princess. Belluno swore softly and vented a laugh of some little bitterness. "He's deep, always deep, by St. Januarius. Never does he do the things he seems to do. Never does he aim where he looks." End of chapter 8. Book 3, Chapter 9 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 3, Chapter 9, Vercelli. A letter survives which the Prince of Valsassina wrote some little time after these events to Duke Filippo Maria, in which occurs the following criticism of the captains of his day. "They are stout fellows and great fighters, but rude, unlettered, and lacking culture. Their minds are fertile, vigorous soil, but unbroken by the plough of learning, so that the seeds of knowledge with which they are all too sparsely sown find little root there." At Carpignano, when they came there 3 days after breaking camp, they found that all had fallen out as Bellarion calculated. A detachment of horse 100 strong had been sent in haste with the necessary implements to destroy the bridge. That detachment Stoffel had surrounded, captured, disarmed, and disbanded. They crossed, and after another 3 days marching down the right bank of the Sesia, they crossed the Servo just above Quinto, where Bellarion took up his quarters in the little castle owned there by the Lord Girolamo Prato, who was with Theodore in Vercelli. Here too were housed the princess and her brother, and the Lord of Carmagnola. The latter, by now recovered from his humiliation in the matter of his bridges, to a state of normal self-complacency and arrogance. An 18th century French writer on tactics, Monsieur de Vinquy, in his L'Art Militaire au Moyen Âge, in the course of a lengthy comparison between the methods of Bellarion Carne and the almost equally famous Sir John Hawkwood, offers some strong adverse criticisms upon Bellarion's dispositions in the case of the siege of Vercelli. He considers that as a necessary measure of preparation, Bellarion, when at Quinto, should have thrown bridges across the Sesia above and below the city, so as to maintain unbroken his lines of circumvallation, instead of contenting himself with ferrying a force across to guard the eastern approaches. This force, being cut off by the river, could, says Mr. de Vinquy, neither be supported at need nor afford support. What the distinguished French writer has missed is the fact that, once engaged upon it, Bellarion was as little in earnest about the siege of Vercelli as he was about Carmagnola's bridges. The one, as much as the other, was no more than a strategic demonstration. From the outset, that is to say from the time when arriving at Quinto, he beheld the strong earthworks Theodore had thrown up. He realized that the place was not easily to be carried by assault, and it was within his knowledge that it was too well victualled to succumb to hunger, save after a siege more protracted than he himself was prepared to impose upon it. But there was Carmagnola, swaggering and thrasonical in spite of all that had gone, and there was the Princess Valeria supporting the handsome condottiero with her confidence. And Carmagnola, not content that Bellarion should girdle the city, arguing reasonably enough that months would be entailed in bringing Theodore to surrender from hunger, was loud and insistent in his demands that the place be assaulted. Once again, as in the case of the bridges, Bellarion yielded to the other's overbearing insistence, went even the length of inviting him to plan and conduct the assaults. 3 of these were delivered, and all 3 repulsed with ease by an enemy that appeared to Bellarion to be uncannily prescient. After the 3rd repulse, the same suspicion occurred to Carmagnola, and he expressed it, not, however, to Bellarion as he should have done, but to the princess. "You mean," she said, "that someone on our side is conveying information to Theodore of our intentions?" They were alone together in the armoury of the castle of Quinto, whose pointed windows overlooked the river. It was normally a bare room with stone walls and a vaulted white ceiling, up which crawled a troop of the rampant lions of the Prati, crudely frescoed in a dingy red. Bellarion had brought to it some furnishings that made it habitable, and so it became the room they chiefly used. The princess sat by the table in a great chair of painted leather, faded but comfortable. She was wrapped in a long blue gown that was lined with lynx fur against the chill weather which had set in. Carmagnola, big and gaudy in a suit of the colour of sulphur, his tunic reversed with black fur, his powerful yet shapely legs booted to the knee, strode to and fro across the room in his excitement. "It is what I begin to fear," he answered her, and resumed his pacing. A silence followed, and remained unbroken until he went to plant himself, his feet wide, his hands behind him, before the logs that blazed in the cavernous fireplace. She looked up and met his glance. "You know what I am thinking," he said. "I am wondering whether you may not be right, after all, in your suspicions." Gently she shook her head. "I dismissed them on that night, when your bridges were destroyed. His vindication was so complete. What followed proved him so right that I could suspect him no longer. He is just a mercenary fellow, fighting for the hand that pays. I trust him now because he must know that he can win more by loyalty than by treachery." "Aye," he agreed, "you are right, my princess, you are always right. I was not right in my suspicions of him, so think no more of those." Standing as he did, he was completely screening the fire from her. She rose and crossed to it, holding out her hands to the blaze when he made room for her beside him. "I am chilled," she said, "as much, I think, by our want of progress as by these November winds." "Nay, but take heart, Valeria," he bade her. "The one will last no longer than the other. Spring will follow in the world and in your soul." She looked up at him and found him good to look upon, so big and strong, so handsome and so confident. "It is heartening to have such a man as you for company in such days." He took her in his arms, a masterful, irresistible fellow. "With such a woman as you beside me, Valeria, I could conquer the world." A dry voice broke in upon that rapture. "You might make a beginning by conquering Vercelli." Starting guiltily apart, they met the mocking eyes of Bellarion, who entered. He came forward easily, as handsome in his way as Carmagnola, but cast in a finer, statelier mould. "I should be grateful to you, Francesco, and so would Her Highness, if you would accomplish that. The world can wait until afterwards." And Carmagnola, to cover his confusion and Valeria's, plunged headlong into contention. "I'd reduce Vercelli tomorrow if I had my way." "Who hinders you?" "You do. There was that night attack." "Oh, that," said Bellarion. "Do you bring that up again? Will you never take my word for anything, I wonder? It is foredoomed to failure. Not if conducted as I would have it." He came forward to the table, swaying from the hips in his swaggering walk. He put his finger on the map that was spread there. "If a false attack were made here on the east, between the city and the river, so as to draw the besieged, a bold simultaneous attack on the west might carry the walls." "It might," said Bellarion slowly, and fell to considering. "This is a new thought of yours, this false attack. It has its merits." "You approve me for once. What condescension!" Bellarion ignored the interruption. "It also has its dangers. The party making the feint, and it will need to be a strong one or its real purpose will be guessed, might easily be thrust into the river by a determined sally." "It will not come to that," Carmagnola answered quickly. "You cannot say so much." "Why not? The feint will draw the besieged in that direction, but before they can sally they will be recalled by the real attack striking on the other side." Bellarion pondered again, but finally shook his head. "I have said that it has its merits, and it tempts me, but I will not take the risk." "The risk of what?" Carmagnola was being exasperated by that quiet, determined opposition. "God's death! Take charge of the feint yourself, if you wish. I'll lead the storming party, and so that you do your part, I'll answer for it that I am inside the town before daybreak, and that Theodore will be in my hands." Bellaria had remained with her shoulders to them, facing the fire. Bellarion's entrance, discovering her in Carmagnola's arms, had covered her with confusion, filled her with a vexation not only against himself, but against Carmagnola also. From this there was no recovery until Carmagnola's words came now to promise a conclusion of their troubles far speedier than any she had dared to hope. "You'll answer for it," said Bellarion, "and if you fail—" "I will not fail. You say yourself that it is soundly planned." "Did I say so much? Surely not. To be frank, I am more afraid of Theodore of Montferrat than of any captain I've yet opposed." "Afraid?" said Carmagnola, and sneered. "Afraid," Bellarion repeated quietly. "I don't charge like a bull. I like to know exactly where I am going." "In this case I have told you." Valeria slowly crossed to them. "Make the endeavour at least, Lord Prince," she begged him. He looked from one to the other of them. "Between you distract me a little, and you do not learn, which is really sad. Well, have your way, Francesco. The adventure may succeed, but if it fails, do not again attempt to persuade me to any course through which I do not clearly see my way." Valeria, in her thanks, was nearer to friendliness than he had ever known since that last night at Casale. Those thanks he received with a certain chill austerity. It was to be Carmagnola's enterprise, and he left it to Carmagnola to make all the dispositions. The attempt was planned for the following night. It was to take place precisely at midnight, which at that time of year was the 7th hour, and the signal for launching the false attack was to be taken from the clock on San Vittore, one of the few clocks in Italy at that date to strike the hour. After an interval sufficient to allow the defenders to engage on that side, Carmagnola would open the real attack. Empanoplied in his armour and carrying his peaked helm in the crook of his arm, Carmagnola went to ask of the princess a blessing on his enterprise. She broke into expressions of gratitude. "Do not thank me yet," he said. "Before morning, God helping me, I shall lay the state of Montferrat at your feet. Then I shall ask your thanks." She flushed under his ardent gaze. "I shall pray for you," she promised him very fervently, and laid a hand upon his steel brassard. He bore it to his lips, bowed stiffly, and clanked out of the room. Bellarion did not come to seek her. Lightly armed, with no more than back and breast, and a steel cap on his head, he led out his men through the night, making a wide detour so that their movements should not be heard in Vercelli. Since mobility was of the first importance, he took with him only a body of some 800 horse. They filed along by the river to the east of the city, which loomed there a vast black shadow against the faintly irradiated sky. They took up their station, dismounted, unlimbered the scaling ladders which they had brought for the purposes of their demonstration, and waited. They were, as Bellarion calculated, close upon the appointed hour, when at one point of the line there was a sudden commotion. A man had been caught who had come prowling forward, and who, upon being seized, demanded to be taken at once before their leader. Roughly they did as he required of them, and there in the dark, for they dared kindle no betraying light, Bellarion learnt that he was a loyal subject of the Duke of Milan, who had slipped out of the city to inform them that the Marquis Theodore was advised of their attack and ready to meet it. Bellarion swore profusely, a rare thing in him who seldom allowed himself to be mastered by his temper, but his fear of Theodore's craft drove him now like a fiery spur. If Theodore was forewarned, who could say what countermeasures Theodore had not prepared? This came of lending ear to that bellowing calf Carmagnola. Fiercely he gave the order to mount. There was some delay in the dark, and whilst they were still being marshalled, the bell of San Vittore tolled the 7th hour. Some moments after that were lost before they were spurring off to warn and withdraw Carmagnola. Even then it was necessary to go cautiously through the dark over ground now sodden by several days of rain. Before they were halfway round, the din of combat burst upon the air. Theodore had permitted Carmagnola's men to reach and faggot the moat, and even to plant some ladders before moving. Then he had thrown out his army in 2 wings, one from the gate to the north, the other from a gate on the opposite side, and these 2 wings had swept round to charge Carmagnola in flank and to envelop him. 2 things only saved Carmagnola. In the first place, Theodore's counterattack was prematurely launched, before Carmagnola was sufficiently committed. In the second, Stoffel, taking matters into his own hands and employing the infantry tactics advocated by Bellarion, drew off his men and formed them up to receive the charge he heard advancing from the north. That charge cost Theodore a score of piked horses, and it failed to break through the bristling human wall that rose before it in the dark. Having flung the charge back, Stoffel formed his men quickly into the hedgehog, embracing within it all that he could compass of Carmagnola's other detachments, and in this formation proceeded to draw off, intent upon saving all that he could from the disaster that was upon them. Meanwhile the other battle, issuing from the gate on the south, and led by Theodore himself, had crashed into Carmagnola's own body, which Carmagnola and Belluno were vainly seeking to marshal. They might have made an end of that detachment, which comprised the best part of Bellarion's condotta, had not Bellarion with his 800 horse at last come up to charge the enemy rear. That was the saving stroke. Caught now between two masses, realizing that his counter-surprise had failed, and unable in the dark to attempt a fresh manoeuvre, Theodore ordered his trumpeters to sound the retreat. Each side accounted itself fortunate in being able to retire in good order. End of chapter 9. Book 3, Chapter 10 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 3, Chapter 10, The Arrest. In the armoury of the castle of Quinto, Carmagnola paced like a caged panther, the half of his armour still hanging upon him, his blonde head still encased in the close-fitting cap of blood-red velvet that served to protect it from the helmet. And as he paced, he ranted of treachery and other things to Valeria and Gian Giacomo of Montferrat, to the half-dozen captains who had returned to render with him the account of that galling failure. The princess occupied the big chair by the table, whilst her brother leaned upon the back of it. Beyond stood ranged Ugolino da Tenda, Ercole Belluno, Stoffel, and 3 others, their armour flashing in the golden light of the cluster of candles set upon the table. Over by the hearth, in another high-backed chair, sat Bellarion, still in his black corselet, his long legs in their mud-splashed boots stretched straight before him, his head cased in a close-fitting cap of peach-coloured velvet, disdainfully listening to Carmagnola's furious tirade. He guessed the bitterness in the soul of the boaster who had promised so much to achieve so little. Therefore he was patient with him for a while. But to all things there must be an end, and an end there was to Bellarion's patience. "Talking men's nothing, Francesco," he broke in at last. "It may prevent a repetition." "There can be no repetition, because there will be no second attempt. I should never have permitted this, but that you plagued me with your insistence." "And I should have succeeded had you done your part," roared Carmagnola in fury, a vain, humiliated man, reckless of where he cast the blame for his own failure. "By God's life, that is why disaster overtook us. Had you delivered your own attack, as was concerted between us, Theodore must have sent a force to meet it." Bellarion remained calm under the accusation, and under the eyes of that company, all reproachful save Stoffel's. The Swiss, unable to contain himself, laughed aloud. "If the Lord Bellarion had done that, sir, you might not now be alive. It was his change of plan and the charge he delivered upon Theodore's rear that enabled us to extricate ourselves, and so averted a disaster that might have been complete." "And whilst you are noticing that fact," said Bellarion, "it may also be worthy of your attention that if Stoffel had not ranged his foot to receive the charge from Theodore's right wing, and afterwards formed a hedgehog to encircle and defend you, you would not now be ranting here. It occurs to me that an expression of gratitude and praise for Stoffel would be not so much gracious as proper." Carmagnola glared. "Ah, yes, you support each other. We are to thank you now for a failure which your own action helped to bring about, Bellarion." Bellarion continued unruffled. "The accusation impugns only your own intelligence." "Does it so? Does it so? Ha! Where is this man who came, you say, to tell you that Theodore was forewarned of the attack?" Bellarion shrugged. "Do I know where he is? Do I care? Does it matter? A man comes to you out of the night with such a message as that, and you don't know what has become of him." "I had other things to do than think of him. I had to think of you, and get you out of the trap that threatened you." "And I say that you would have best done that by attacking on your own side, as we agreed." "We never agreed that I should attack. but only that I should pretend to attack. I had not the means to push home an escalade. His suavity suddenly departed. But it seems to me that I begin to defend myself. He reached for his steel cap and stood up. It becomes necessary, cried Carmagnola, who in 2 strides was at his side. Only that I should defend myself from a charge of rashness in having yielded to your insistence to attempt this night attack. There was a chance, I thought, of success, and since the alternative of starving the place would entail a delay of months, I took that chance. It has missed, and so forces me to a course I've been considering from the outset. Tomorrow I shall raise the siege. You'll raise the siege? That ejaculation of amazement came in chorus, not only of Vercelli, but also of Mortara. You'll raise the siege, sir? It was Gian Giacomo who spoke now. And what then? That shall be decided tomorrow in council. It is almost daybreak. I'll wish you a good repose, Madonna, and you, sirs. He bowed to the company and moved to the door. Carmagnola put himself in his way. Ah, but wait, Bellarion. Tomorrow. Bellarion's voice was hard and peremptory. By then your wits may be cooler and clearer. If you will all gather here at noon, you shall learn my plans. Good night. And he went out. They gathered there, not at noon on the morrow, but an hour before that time, summoned by messages from Carmagnola, who was the last to arrive and a prey to great excitement. Belluno, D'Artenda, Stoffel, and 3 other officers awaited him, with the princess and the Marquis Gian Giacomo. Bellarion was not present. He had not been informed of the gathering, for reasons which Carmagnola's first words made clear to all. When Bellarion did arrive, punctually at noon, for the council to which he had bidden the captains, he was surprised to find them already seated about the table in debate, and conducting this with a vehemence which argued that matters had already gone some way. Their voices, raised in altercation, reached him as he mounted the short flight of stone steps, at the foot of which a 6 men of Belluno's company were lounging. A silence fell when he entered, and all eyes at once were turned upon him. He smiled a greeting and closed the door. But as he advanced, he began to realize that the sudden silence was unnatural and ominous. He came to the foot of the table where there was a vacant place. He looked at the faces on either side of it, and lastly at Carmagnola seated at its head, between Valeria and Gian Giacomo. "What do you debate here?" he asked them. Carmagnola answered him. His voice was hard and hostile. His blue eyes avoided the steady glance of Bellarion's. "We were about to send for you. We have discovered the traitor who is communicating with Theodore of Montferrat, forewarning him of our every measure, culminating in last night's business." "That is something, although it comes at a time when it can no longer greatly matter. Who is your traitor?" None answered him for a long moment, saving Stoffel, who was flushed and smiling disdainfully, and the princess, whose eyes were lowered. They continued to stare at him, and he began to mislike their stare. At last Carmagnola pushed towards him a folded square of parchment bearing a broken seal. "Read that." Bellarion took it and turned it over. To his surprise, he found it superscribed, "To the magnificent Lord Bellarion Cane, Prince of Valsassina." He frowned, and a little colour kindled in his cheeks. He threw up his head, stern-eyed. "How?" he asked. "Who breaks the seal of a letter addressed to me?" "Read the letter," said Carmagnola peremptorily. Bellarion read. "Dear Lord and friend, your fidelity to me and my concerns saved Vercelli last night from a blow that in its consequences might have led to our surrender. For without your forewarning we should assuredly have been taken by surprise. I desire you to know my recognition of my debt. and to assure you again of the highest reward that it lies in my power to bestow, if you continue to serve me with the same loyal devotion. Theodore Paleologo of Montferrat. Bellarion looked up from the letter with some anger in his face, but infinitely more contempt, and even a shade of amusement. Where was this thing manufactured, he asked. Carmagnola's answer was prompt. In Vercelli by the Marquis Theodore. It is in his own hand, as Madonna here has testified, and it is sealed with his own seal. Do you wonder that I broke it? Sheer amazement overspread Bellarion's face. He looked at the princess, who fleetingly looked up to answer the question in his glance. The hand is my uncle's, sir. He turned the parchment over and conned the seal with its stag device. Then the amazement passed out of his face. Light broke on it, and he uttered a laugh. He turned, pulled up a stool, and sat down at the table's foot, whence he had them all under his eye. Let us proceed with method. How did this letter reach you, Carmagnola? Carmagnola waved to Belluno, and Belluno, hostile of tone and manner, answered the question. A clown coming from the direction of the city blundered into my section of the lines this morning. He begged to be taken to you. My men naturally brought him to me. I questioned him as to what he desired with you. He answered that he bore a message. I asked him what message he could be bearing to you from Vercelli. He refused to answer further, whereupon I threatened him, and he produced this letter. Seeing its seal, I took both the fellow and the letter to my Lord Carmagnola. Bellarion himself completed the tale, and Carmagnola, perceiving that seal, took it upon himself to break it, and so discovered the contents to be what already he suspected. That is what occurred. Bellarion, entirely at his ease, looked at them with amused contempt, and finally at Carmagnola, in whose face he laughed. God save you, Carmagnola. I often wonder what will be the end of you. I am no longer wondering what will be the end of you, he was furiously answered, which only went to increase his amusement. And you others, you were equally deceived. The letter and Carmagnola's advocacy of my falseness and treachery were not to be resisted. I have not been deceived, Stoffel protested. I was not classing you with those addled heads, Stoffel. It will need more than abuse to clear you, Tender warned him angrily. You too, Ugolino. And you, Madonna, and even you, Lord Marquis? Well, well, it may need more than abuse to clear me, but surely not more than this letter. Falsehood is in every line of it, in the superscription, in the seal itself. How, sir? The princess asked him. Do you insist that it is forged? I have your word that it is not, but read the letter again. He tossed it to them. The Marquis Theodore pays your wits a poor compliment, Carmagnola, and the sequel has justified him. Ask yourselves this. If I were indeed Theodore's friend and ally, could he have taken a better way than this of putting it beyond my power to serve him further? It is plainly superscribed to me, so that there shall be no mistake as to the person for whom it is intended, and it bears his full signature, so that there shall be no possible mistake on the score of whence it comes. In addition to that, he has sealed it with his arms, so that the first person into whose hands it falls shall be justified in ascertaining, as you did, what Theodore of Montferrat may have occasion to write to me. It was expected that the soldiers who caught the clown would bear him straight to you, Carmagnola countered. Was it? Is there no oddness in the fact that the clown should walk straight into your own men, Carmagnola, on a section of the line that does not lie directly between Vercelli and Quinto? But why waste time even on such trifles of evidence? Read the letter itself. Is there a single word in that which it was important to convey to me, or which would not have been conveyed Otherwise, if it had been intended for any purpose other than to bring me under this suspicion, almost has Theodore overreached himself in his guile. Out of his intentness to destroy me, he has revealed his true aims. The very arguments I used with them, said Stoffel. Bellarion looked in amazement at his lieutenant. And they failed, he cried, incredulous. Of course they failed, you foul traitor. Carmagnola bawled at him. They are ingenious, but they are obvious to a man caught as you are. It is not that I am caught, but you that are in danger of it, Carmagnola, in danger of being caught in the web that Theodore has spun. To what end? To what end should he spin it? Answer that. Perhaps to set up dissensions amongst us. Perhaps to remove the only one of the captains opposed to him whom he respects. You're modest, by God, sneered Carmagnola. And you're a purblind fool, Carmagnola, cried Stoffel in heat. Then are we all fools, said Belluno, for we are all of the same mind on this. Aye, said Bellarion sadly, you're all of the same emptiness, that's clear. Well, let us have in this clown and question him. To what purpose? That we may wring from him his precise instructions, since the letter does not suffice. You take too much for granted. The letter suffices fully. You forget that it is not all the evidence against you. What? Is there more? There is your failure last night to make the false attack you undertook to make, and there is the intention you so rashly proclaimed here afterwards, that you would raise the siege of Vercelli today. Why should you wish to do that, if you are not Theodore's friend, if you are not the canker-hearted traitor we now know you to be? If I were to tell you, you would not understand. I should merely give you another proof that I am Theodore's ally. That is very probable, said Carmagnola with a heavy sneer. Fetch the Guardiacole. What's this? Bellarion was on his feet even as Belluno rose, and Stoffel came up with him, laying hands on his weapons. But Ugolino da Tenda and another captain between them overpowered him, whilst the other two ranged themselves swiftly on Bellarion's either hand. Bellarion looked at them, and from them again to Carmagnola. He was lost in amazement. Are you daring to place me under arrest? Until we deliberate what shall be done with you, we shall not keep you waiting long. My God! His wits worked swiftly, and he saw clearly that they might easily work their will with him. Of the 4,000 men out there, only Stoffel's 800 Switzers would be on his side. The others would follow the lead of their respective captains. The leaders upon whom he could have depended in this pass, Koningshoven and Giasone Trotta, were away at Mortara. Perceiving at last this danger, hitherto entirely unsuspected, he turned now to the princess. Madonna, he said, it is you whom I serve. Once before you suspected me in the matter of Carmagnola's bridges, and the sequel proved you wrong. Slowly she raised her eyes to look at him fully for the first time since he had joined that board. They were very sorrowful, and her pallor was deadly. There are other matters, sir, besides that which I remember. There is the death of Enzo Spigno, for one. He recoiled as if she had struck him. Spigno, he echoed, and uttered a queer little laugh. So it is Spigno who rises from his grave for vengeance. Not for vengeance, sir, for justice. There would be that if there were not the matter that Messer Carmagnola has urged to convict you. To convict me? Am I then convicted without trial? None answered him, and in the pause that followed, the men-at-arms summoned by Belluno clanked in, and at a sign from Carmagnola closed about Bellarion. There were 4 of them. One of the captains deprived him of his dagger, the only weapon upon him, and flung it on the table. At last Bellarion roused himself to some show of real heat. "Oh, but this is madness. What do you intend by me?" "That is to be deliberated, but be under no delusive hope, Bellarion." "You are to decide my fate? You?" From Carmagnola he looked at the others. He had paled a little, but amazement still rode above fear. Stoffel, unable longer to contain himself, turned furiously upon Carmagnola. "You rash, vainglorious fool! If Bellarion is to be tried, there is none under the Duke's magnificence before whom he may be arraigned. He has been arraigned already before us here. His guilt is clear, and he has said nothing to dispel a single hair of it. There remains only to decide his sentence." "This is no proper arraignment. There has been no trial, nor have you power to hold one," Stoffel insisted. "You are wrong, Captain. There are military laws. I say this is no trial. If Bellarion is to be tried, you'll send him before the Duke." "And at the same time," put in Bellarion, "you'll send your single witness, this clown who brought that letter. Your refusal to produce him here before me now in itself shows the malice by which you're moved." Carmagnola flushed under that charge, and scowlingly considered the prisoner. "If the form of trial you've received does not content you, and since you charge me with personal feeling, there is another I am ready to afford." He drew himself up and flung back his handsome head. "Trial by battle, Lord Prince." Over Bellarion's white face a sneer was spread. "And what shall it prove if you ride me down? Shall it prove more than that you have the heavier weight of brawn, that you are more practised in the lists, and have the stronger thews? Does it need trial by battle to prove that?" "God will defend the right," said Carmagnola. "Will he so?" Bellarion laughed. "I'm glad to have your word for it. But you forget that the right to challenge lies with me, the accused. In your blundering stupidity you overlook essentials always. Your very dullness acquits you of hypocrisy. Shall I exercise that right upon the person in whose service I am carrying arms? Upon the body of the Marquis Gian Giacomo of Montferrat?" The frail boy named started and looked up with dilating eyes. His sister cried out in very real alarm, but Carmagnola covered them with his answer. "I am your accuser, sir, not he." "You are his deputy no more," Bellarion answered, and now the boy came to his feet white and tense. "He is in the right," he announced. "I cannot refuse him." Smiling, Bellarion looked at Carmagnola, confused and awkward. "Always you overreach yourself," he mocked him. He turned to Gian Giacomo. "You could not refuse me if I asked it, but I do not ask it. I only desired to show the value of Carmagnola's offer." "You have some decency still," Carmagnola told him, "whilst you cannot lay claim even to that. God made you a fool, and that's the end of the matter. Take him away." Already it seemed they had their orders. They laid hands upon him, and, submitting without further words, he suffered them to lead him out. As the door closed upon him, Stoffel exploded. He raged and stormed. He pleaded, argued, and vituperated them, even the princess herself, for fools and dolts, and finally threatened to raise the army against them, or at least to do his utmost with his Swiss to prevent them from carrying out their evil intentions. "Listen," Carmagnola commanded sternly, and in the silence they heard from the hall below a storm of angry outcries. "That is the voice of the army answering you, the voice of those who were maimed last night as a result of his betrayal. Saving yourself, there is not a captain in the army, and saving your own Swiss, hardly a man who is not this morning clamouring for Bellarion's death. You are confessing that you published the matter even before Bellarion was examined here. My God, you villain, you hellkite, you swaggering ape, who give a free rein to the base jealousy in which you have ever held Bellarion. Your mean spite may drive you now to the lengths of murder, but look to yourself thereafter. You'll lose your empty head over this, Carmagnola." They silenced him and bore him out, whereafter they sat down to seal Bellarion's fate. End of chapter 10. Book 3, Chapter 11 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 3, Chapter 11, The Pledge. Unanimously the captains voted for Bellarion's death. The only dissentients were the Marquis and his sister. The latter was appalled by the swiftness with which this thing had come upon them, and shrank from being in any sense a party to the slaying of a man, however guilty. Also, not only was she touched by Bellarion's forbearance in the matter of trial by battle against her brother, but his conduct in that connection sowed in her mind the first real doubt of his guilt. Urgently she pleaded that he should be sent for trial before the Duke. Carmagnola, in refusing, conveyed the impression of a great soul wrestling with circumstances, a noble knight placing duty above inclination. It was a part that well became his splendid person. "Because you ask it, Madonna, for one reason, because of the imputations of malice against me for another, I would give years of my life to wash my hands of him and send him to Duke Filippo Maria. But out of other considerations, in which your own and your brother's future are concerned, I dare not. Saving perhaps Stoffel and his Swiss, the whole army demands his death. The matter has gone too far." The captains, one and all, proved him right by their own present insistence. "Yet I do not believe him guilty," the young Marquis startled them, "and I will be no party to the death of an innocent man." "Would any of us?" Carmagnola asked him. "Is there any room for doubt? The letter," the boy interrupted hotly, "is, as Bellarion says, a trick of my uncle's to remove the one enemy he fears." That touched Carmagnola's vanity with wounding effect. He dissembled the hurt, but it served to strengthen his purpose. "That vain boaster has seduced you with his argument, eh?" "No, not with his argument, but with his conduct. He could have challenged me to trial by combat, as he showed. What am I to stand against him? A thing of straw. Yet he declined. Was that the action of a trickster?" "It was," Carmagnola answered emphatically. "It was a trick to win you over. For he knew, as we all know, that a sovereign prince does not lie under that law of chivalry. He knew that if he had demanded it, you would have been within your right in appointing a deputy." "Why, then, did you not say so at the time?" the princess asked him. "Because he did not press the matter. Oh, Madonna, believe me, there is no man in Italy who less desires to have Bellarion's blood on his hands than I." He spoke sorrowfully, heavily. "But my duty is clear, and whether it were clear or not, I must be governed by the voice of these captains, all of whom demand, and rightly, this double-dealing traitor's death." Emphatically the captains confirmed him in the assertion, as emphatically Gian Giacomo repeated that he would be no party to it. "You are not required to be," Carmagnola assured him. "You may stand aside, my lord, and allow justice to take its course." "Sirs," the princess appealed to them, "let me implore you again, at least to send him to the Duke. Let the responsibility of his death lie with his master." Carmagnola rose. "Madonna, what you ask would lead to a mutiny. Tomorrow either I send Bellarion's head to his ally in Vercelli, or the men will be out of hand and there will be an end to this campaign. Dismiss your doubts. and your fears. His guilt is crystal clear. You need but remember his avowed intention of raising the siege to see in whose interest he works." Heavy-eyed and heavy-hearted she sat, tormented by doubt now that she was face to face with decision where hitherto no single doubt had been. "You never asked him what alternative he had proposed," she reminded him. "To what end? That glib dissembler would have fooled us with fresh falsehoods." Belluno got to his feet. He had been manifesting impatience for some moments. "Have we leave to go, my lord? This matter is at an end." Ugolino da Tenda followed his example. "The men below are growing noisier. It is time we pacified them with our decision." "Aye, in God's name." Carmagnola waved them away, and himself strode off from the table towards the hearth. He stirred the logs with his boot, and sent an explosion of sparks flying up the chimney. "Bear him word of our decision, Belluno. Bid him prepare for death. He shall have until daybreak tomorrow to make his soul." "Oh God, if we should be wrong," groaned the princess. The captains clanked out, and the door closed. Slowly Carmagnola turned. Reproachfully he regarded her. "Have you no faith in me, Valeria? Should I do this thing if there were any room for doubt?" "You may be mistaken. You have been mistaken before, remember." He did not like to remember it. "And you? Have you been mistaken all these years? Are you mistaken on the death of your friend Count Spino, and what followed?" "Ah, I was forgetting that," she confessed. "Remember it, and remember what he said at that table, which may, after all, be the truth, that Count Spino has risen from the grave at last for vengeance." "Will you not send for this clown at least?" cried Gian Giacomo. "To what purpose now? What can he add to what we know? The matter, Lord Marquis, is finished." And meanwhile Belluno was seeking Bellarion in the small chamber in which they had confined him on the ground floor of the castle. With perfect composure Bellarion heard the words of doom. He did not believe them. This sudden thing was too monstrously impossible. It was incredible the gods should have raised him so swiftly to his pinnacle of fame, merely to cast him down again for their amusement. They might make sport with him, but they would hardly carry it to the lengths of quenching his life. His only answer now was to proffer his pinioned wrists and beg that the cord might be cut. Belluno shook his head to that in silence. Bellarion grew indignant. "What purpose does it serve beyond a cruelty? The window is barred, the door is strong, and there is probably a guard beyond it. I could not escape if I would. You'll be less likely to attempt it with bound wrists." "I'll pass you my parole of honour to remain a prisoner." "You are convicted of treachery, and you know as well as I do that the parole of a convicted traitor is never taken." "Go to the devil, then," said Bellarion, which so angered Belluno that he called in the guard and ordered them to bind Bellarion's ankles as well. So trussed that he could move only by hops, and then at the risk of falling they left him. He sat down on one of the two stools which, with a table, made up all the furniture of that bare, chill place. He wagged his head and even smiled over the thought of Belluno's refusal to accept his parole, or rather over the thought that in offering it he had no notion of keeping it. "I'd break more than my pledged word to get out of this," said he to himself, "and only an idiot would blame me." He looked round the bare stone walls and lastly at the window. He rose and hopped over to it. Leaning on the sill, which was at the height of his breast, he looked out. It opened upon the inner court, he found, so that wherever escape might lie, it lay not that way. The sill upon the rough edge of which he leaned was of granite. He studied it a while attentively. "The fools," he said, and hopped back to his stool, where he gave himself up to quiet meditation until they brought him a hunch of bread and a jug of wine. To the man-at-arms who acted as jailer he held out his pinioned wrists. "How am I to eat and drink?" he asked. "You'll make shift as best you can." He made shift, and by using his 2 hands as one, contrived to eat and to drink. After that he spent some time at the sill, patiently drawing his wrists backwards and forwards along the edge of it, with long rests between whiles, to restore the blood which had flowed out of upheld arms. It was wearying toil, and kept him fully engaged for some hours. Towards dusk he set up a shouting which at last brought the guard into his prison. "You're in haste to die, my lord," the fellow insolently mocked him. "But quiet you. The stranglers are bidden for daybreak." "Am I to perish like a dog?" Bellarion furiously asked him. With pinioned wrists and ankles he sat there by his table. "Am I never to have a priest to shrive me?" A priest." The fellow went out. He went in quest of Carmagnola, but Carmagnola was absent, marshalling his men against a threatened attempt by Stoffel and the Swiss to rescue Bellarion. The captains were away about the same business, and there remained only the princess and her brother. "Messer Bellarion is asking for a priest," he told them. "Has none been sent to him?" cried Gian Giacomo, scandalized. "He'd not be sent until an hour before the stranglers." Valeria shuddered and sat numbed with horror. Gian Giacomo swore under his breath. "In God's name, let the poor fellow have a priest at once. Let one be sent for from Quinto." It would be an hour later when a preaching friar from the convent of St. Dominic was ushered into Bellarion's prison, a tall, frail man in a long black mantle over his white habit. The guard placed a lantern on the table, glanced compassionately at the prisoner who sat there, as he had earlier seen him, with pinioned wrists and ankles. But something had happened to the cords meanwhile, for no sooner had the guard passed out and closed the door than Bellarion stood up, and his bonds fell from him like cobwebs, startling the good monk who came to shrive him. Infinitely more startled was the good monk to find himself suddenly seized by the throat in a pair of strong, nervous hands, whose thumbs were so pressed into his windpipe that he could neither cry out nor breathe. He writhed in that unrelenting grip until a fierce whisper quieted him. "Be still if you would hope to live. If you undertake to make no sound, tap your foot twice upon the ground, and I'll release you." Frantically the foot was tapped. "But remember that at the first outcry I shall kill you without mercy." He removed his hands, and the priest almost choked himself in his sudden greed of air. Why do you assault me?" he gasped. "I come to comfort and—" "I know why you come better than you do, brother. You think you bring me the promise of eternal life. All that I require from you at present is the promise of temporal existence. So we'll leave the shriving for something more urgent." It would be a half-hour later when, cowled as he had entered, the tall, bowed figure of the priest emerged again from the room, bearing the lantern. "I've brought the light, my son," he said almost in a whisper. "Your prisoner desires to be alone in the dark with his thoughts." The man-at-arms took the lantern in one hand, whilst with the other he was driving home the bolt. Suddenly he swung the lantern to the level of the cowl. This priest did not seem quite the same as the one who had entered. The next moment, on his back, his throat gripped by the vigorous man who knelt upon him, the guard knew that his suspicions had been well founded. Another moment and he knew nothing, for the hands that held him had hammered his head against the stone floor until consciousness was blotted out. Bellarion extinguished the lantern, pushed the unconscious man-at-arms into the deepest shadow of that dimly lighted hall, adjusted his mantle and cowl, and went quickly out. The soldiers in the courtyard saw in that cowled figure only the monk who had gone to shrive Bellarion. The postern was opened for him, and with a murmured Pax Vobiscum he passed out across the lesser bridge and gained the open. Thereafter, under cover of the night, he went at speed, the monkish gown tucked high, for he knew not how soon the sentinel he had stunned might recover to give the alarm. In his haste he almost stumbled upon a strong picket, and in fleeing from that he was within an ace of blundering into another. Thereafter he proceeded with more caution over ground that was everywhere held by groups of soldiers posted by Carmagnola against any attempt on the part of the Swiss. As a result, it was not until an hour or so before midnight that he came at last to Stofel's quarters, away to the south of Vercelli, and found there everything in ferment. He was stopped by a party of men of Uri, to whom at once he made himself known, and even whilst they conducted him to their captain, the news of his presence ran like fire through the Swiss encampment. Stoffel, who was in full armour when Bellarion entered his tent, gasped his questioning amazement, whilst Bellarion threw off his mantle and white woollen habit, and stood forth in his own proper person and garments. "We were on the point of coming for you," Stoffel told him. "A fool's errand, Werner. What could you have done against 3,000 men who are ready and expecting you?" But he spoke with a warm hand firmly gripping Stoffel's shoulders, and a heart warmed indeed by this proof of trust and loyalty. "Something we might have done. There was a will on our side that must be lacking on the other." "And the walls of Quinto? You'd have beaten your heads in vain against them, even had you succeeded in reaching them. It's as lucky for you as for me that I've saved you this trouble." "And what now?" Stoffel asked him. "Give the order to break camp at once. We march to Mortara to rejoin the company of the White Dog, from which I should never have separated. We'll show Carmagnola and those Montferrine princes what Bellarion can do." Meanwhile they already had some notion of it. The alarm at his escape had spread through Quinto, and Carmagnola had been fetched from the lines to be informed of it in detail by a half-naked priest and a man-at-arms with a bandaged head. It had taken some time to find him. It took more for him to resolve what should be done. At last, however, he decided that Bellarion would have fled to Stoffel, so he assembled his captains, and with the whole army marched on the Swiss encampment. But he came too late. At the last, the Swiss had not waited to strike their camp, realizing the danger of delay, but had departed, leaving it standing. Back to Quinto and the agitated princess went Carmagnola with the news of failure. He found her waiting alone in the armoury, huddled in a great chair by the fire. That he will have gone to his own condotter at Mortara is certain, he declared, but without knowing which road he took, how could I follow in the dark? And to follow meant fulfilling that traitor's intention of raising the siege. He raged and swore, striding to and fro there in his wrath, bitterly upbraiding himself for not having taken better precautions, knowing with what a trickster he had to deal, damning the priest and the sentry and the fools in the courtyard who had allowed Bellarion to walk undetected through their ranks. She watched him, and found him less admirable than hitherto in the wildness of his ravings. Unwillingly almost, her mind contrasted his behaviour under stress with the calm she had observed in Bellarion. She fetched a weary sigh. If only Bellarion had been true and loyal, what a champion would he not have been? "Raging will not help you, Carmagnola," she said at last, the least asperity in her tone. It brought him, pained, to a halt before her. "And whence, Madonna, is my rage? Have I lost anything? Do I strive here for personal ends? Ha! I rage at the thought of the difficulties that will rise up for you." "For me? Can you doubt what will follow? Do you think that all we have lost tonight is Bellarion, with perhaps his Swiss? The men at Mortara are mostly of his own company, the company of the dog. A well-named company, as God lives. And those who are not serve under captains who are loyal to him, and who, knowing nothing of his discovered treachery here, will be beguiled by that seducer. In strength he will be our superior, with close upon 4,000 men." She looked up at him in alarm. "You are suggesting that we shall have him coming against us?" "What else? Do we not know enough already of his aims? By all the saints! Things could not have fallen out better to give him the pretext that he needed. He was raging again. Had this sly devil contrived these circumstances himself, he could not have improved them. By these he can justify himself at need to the Duke. Oh, he's turned the tables on us. Now you see what I meant, to give him no chance. She kept her mind to the essence of the matter. Then if he comes against us, we are lost. We shall be caught between his army and my uncle's. His overweening vanity would not permit him to admit or even to think so much. He laughed, confident and disdainful. Have you so little faith in me, Valeria? I am no apprentice in this art of war, and with the thought of you to spur me on, do you think that I will suffer defeat? I'll not lay down my arms while I have life to serve you. I will take measures tomorrow, and I will send letters to the Duke, informing him of Bellarion's defection and begging reinforcements. Can you doubt that they will come? Is Filippo Maria the man to let one of his captains mutiny and go unpunished? He laughed again, full of a confidence by which she was infected, and he looked so strong and masterful, so handsome in the half-armour he still wore, a very god of war. She held out a hand to him. My friend, forgive my doubt. You shall be dishonoured by no more fears of mine. He caught her hand. He drew her out of the chair and towards him, until she brought up against his broad mailed breast. That is the fine, brave spirit that I love in you, as I love all in you, Valeria. You are mine, Valeria. God made us for each other. Not yet, she said, smiling a little, her eyes downcast and veiled from his ardent glance. When, then, was his burning question? When Theodore has been whipped out of Montferrat. His arms tightened about her until his armour hurt her. It is a pledge, Valeria? A pledge? She echoed on a questioning, exalted note. The man who does that may claim me when he wants me. I swear it. End of chapter 11. Book 3, Chapter 12, of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 12, Carmagnola's Duty. My Lord of Carmagnola had shut himself up in a small room on the ground floor of the castle of Quinto to indite a letter to the high and most potent Duke, Filippo Maria of Milan. A heavy labour this of quill and parchment, for one who had little scholarship. It was a labour that fell to him so rarely that he had never perceived until now the need to equip himself with a secretary. The princess and her brother, newly returned from Mass on that Sunday morning, 4 days after Bellarion's escape, were together in the armoury discussing their situation, and differing a good deal in their views, for the mental eyes of the young Marquis were not dazzled by the effulgence of Carmagnola's male beauty or deceived by his histrionic attitudes. Into their presence, almost unheralded, were ushered 2 men. One of these was small and slight and active as a monkey. The other, a fellow of great girth, with a big, red, boldly humorous face, blue eyes under black brows, flanking a beak of a nose, and a sparse fringe of grey hair straggling about a gleaming bald head. The sight of those 2 who smirked and bowed brought brother and sister very suddenly to their feet. "Barbaresco!" she cried on a note of gladness, holding out both her hands. "And Casale!" "And," said Barbaresco as he rolled forward, "near upon another 500 refugees from Montferrat, both Guelph and Ghibelline, whom we've been collecting in Piedmont and Lombardy, to swell the army of the great Bellarion and settle accounts with Master Theodore." They kissed her hands and then her brother's. "My lord Marquis," cried the fire-eating Casale, his gimlet glance appraising the lad, "you're so well grown I should hardly have known you. We are your servants, my lord, as Madonna here can tell you. For years have we laboured for you and suffered for you, but we touch the end of all that now, as do you. Theodore is brought to bay at last. We are hounds to help you pull him down." At no season could their coming have been more welcome or uplifting than in this hour of dark depression, when recruits to the cause of the young Marquis were so urgently required. This she told them, announcing their arrival a good omen. Servants were summoned and dispatched for wine, and whilst the newcomers drank the hot spiced beverage provided, they learnt the true meaning of her words. It sobered their exultation. This defection of Bellarion and his powerful company, amounting to more than half of the entire army, altered their outlook completely. Barbaresco blew out his great cheeks, frowning darkly. "You say that Bellarion is the agent of Theodore?" he cried. "We have proof of it," she sadly assured him, and told him of the letter. His amazement deepened. "Does it surprise you then?" she asked. "Surely it should be no news to you." "Once it would not have been, for once I thought that I held proof of the same. That was on the night that Spino died at his hands. Later, before that same night was out, I understood better why he killed Spino." "You understood why he killed him?" She was white to the lips. Gian Giacomo was leaning forward across the table, his face eager. She uttered a fretful laugh. "He killed him because he was my friend, mine and my brother's, the chief of all our friends." Barbaresco shook his great head. "He killed him because this Spino, whom we all trusted so completely, was a spy of Theodore's." What? Her world reeled about her. Her senses battled in a mist. The thick, droning voice of Barbaresco came to deepen her confusion. "It is all so simple, so very clear. The facts that Spino was dressed as we found him, and in the attic where we had imprisoned Bellarion, should in themselves have explained everything. How came he there? Bellarion was all but convicted of being an agent of Theodore's. But for Spino, we should have dealt with him out of hand. Then, at dead of night, Spino went to liberate him, and by that very act convicted himself in Bellarion's eyes. And for that, Bellarion stabbed him. The only flaw is how one agent of Theodore's should have come to be under such a misapprehension about the other. Saving that, the thing would have been clear at once." "That I can explain," said Bellarion breathlessly, "if you have sound proof of Spino's guilt, if it is not all based on rash assumption." "Assumption?" laughed Casale, and he took up the tale. "That night when we determined upon flight, we first repaired, because of our suspicions, to Spino's lodging. We found there a letter addressed superscribed to Theodore, to be delivered in the event of Spino's death or disappearance. Within it we found a list of our names and of the part which each of us had had in the plot to kill the regent. And the terms of that letter made it more than clear that throughout Spino had been Theodore's agent for the destruction of the Marquis here. That letter," said Barbaresco, "was a safeguard the scoundrel had prepared in the event of discovery. The threat of its dispatch to Theodore would have been used to compel us to hold our hands. Oh, a subtle villain, your best and most loyal friend Count Spino, and but for Bellarion—" He spread his hands and laughed. Then Casale interposed. "You said, Madonna, that you could supply the link that's missing in our chain." But she was not listening. She sat with drooping head, her hands listlessly folded in her lap. "It was all true, all true." Her tone seemed the utterance of a broken heart. "And I have mistrusted him, and, "Oh God," she cried out, "when I think that by now he might have been strangled, and with my consent. And now," cut in her brother, almost brutally, considering the pain she was already bearing, "you and that swaggering fool Carmagnola have between you driven him out and perhaps set him against us." The swaggering fool came in at that moment, with inky fingers and disordered hair. The phrase that greeted him brought him to a halt on the threshold, his attitude magnificent. "What's this?" he asked with immense dignity. He was told by Gian Giacomo so fiercely and unsparingly that he went red and white by turns as he listened. Then, commanding himself, and wrapped in his dignity as in a mantle, he came slowly forward. He even smiled condescendingly. "Of all this that you tell me I know nothing. It may well be as you say. It is no concern of mine. What concerns me is what has happened here, the discovery that Bellarion was in correspondence with Theodore, and his avowed intention to raise the siege. Add to this that he has slipped through our hands, and is now abroad to work your ruin, and consider if you are justified in using hard words to me, but for whom your ruin would already have been encompassed." His majestic air and his display of magnanimity under their reproach imposed upon all but Valeria. It was she who answered him. "You are forgetting that it was only my conviction that he had been Theodore's agent aforetime which disposed me to believe him Theodore's agent now." "But the letter, then?" Carmagnola was showing signs of exasperation. "In God's name, where is this letter?" growled the deep voice of Barbaresco. "Who are you to question me now? I do not know your right, sir, or even your name." The princess presented him, and at the same time Casale. "They are old and esteemed friends, my lord, and they are here to serve me with all the men that they can muster. Let Messer Barbaresco see this letter." Impatiently Carmagnola produced it from the scrip that hung beside his dagger, from a gold-embossed girdle of crimson leather. Slowly Barbaresco spelled it out, Casale reading over his shoulder. When he had done, he looked at Carmagnola, and from Carmagnola to the others, first in sheer amazement, then in scornful mirth. "Lord of heaven, Messer Carmagnola, you've the repute of a great fighter, and to be sure you're a fine figure of a man. Also I must assume you honest, but I would sooner put my trust in your animal strength than in your wits." "Sir!" "Oh, ay, to be sure, you can throw out your chest and roar and strut, but use your brains for once, man." The boldly humorous red face was overspread by a sardonic grin. "Master Theodore took your measure shrewdly when he thought to impose upon you with this foxy piece of buffoonery, and, my faith, if Bellarion had been less nimble, this trick would have served its purpose. Nay, now, don't puff and blow and swell. Read the letter again. Ask yourself if it would have borne that full signature, and that superscription if it had been sincere. And considering that it imparts no useful information, save that Bellarion was betraying you, ask yourself if it would have been written at all had anything it says been true." "The very arguments that Bellarion used," cried the Marquis. "To which we would not listen," said the princess bitterly. Carmagnola sniffed. "They are the arguments any man in his case would use. You overlook that the letter is an incentive, an undertaking to reward him suitably if he—" Barbaresco broke in, exasperated by the man's grandiose stupidity. "To the devil with that numbskull!" "Numbskull, sir? To me? By heaven!" "Sirs, sirs!" The princess laid her hand on Barbaresco's great arm. "This is not seemly to my Lord Carmagnola. I know it, I crave his pardon, but I was never taught to suffer fools gladly. Sir, your every word is an offence. You—" Valeria calmed them. "Don't you see, Messer Carmagnola, that he but uses you as a whipping boy instead of me? It is I who am the fool, the numbskull, in his eyes, for these deeds are more mine than any other's. But my old friend Barbaresco is too courteous to say so." "Courteous?" snorted Carmagnola. "That is the last term I should apply to his boorishness. By what right does he come hectoring here?" "By the right of his old affection for me and my brother. That is what makes him hot. For my sake, then, bear with him, sir." The great man bowed, his hand upon his heart, signifying that for her sake there was no indignity he would not suffer. Thereafter he defended himself with great dignity. If the letter had been all, he might have taken Barbaresco's views, but it was, he repeated, the traitor Bellarion's avowed intention to raise the siege. That in itself was proof of his double-dealing. "How did this letter come to you?" Barbaresco asked. Gian Giacomo answered, whilst Valeria added in bitter self-reproach, "And this messenger was never examined, although Bellarion demanded that he should be brought before us." "Do you upbraid me with that, Madonna?" Carmagnola cried. "He was a poor clown who could have told us nothing. He was not examined because it would have been a waste of time." "Let us waste it now," said Barbaresco. "To what purpose, sir?" "Why, to beguile our leisure. No other entertainment offers." Carmagnola contained himself under that sardonic leer. "Sir, you are resolved, it seems, to try my patience. It requires all my regard and devotion for Her Highness to teach me to endure it. The messenger shall be brought." At Valeria's request, not only the messenger, but the captains who had voted Bellarion's death were also summoned. Carmagnola demurred at first, but bowed in the end to her stern insistence. They came, and when they were all assembled, they were told by the princess why they had been summoned, as well as what she had that morning learnt from Barbaresco. Then the messenger was brought in between the guards, and it was the princess herself who questioned him. "You have nothing to fear, boy," she assured him gently, as he cowered in terror before her. "You are required to answer truthfully. When you have done so, and unless I discover that you are lying, you shall be restored to liberty." Carmagnola, who had come to take his stand at her side, bent over her. "Is that prudent, Madonna?" "Prudent or not, it is promised." There was in her tone an asperity that dismayed him. She addressed herself to the clown. "When you were given this letter, you would be given precise instructions for its delivery, were you not?" Yes, magnificent Madonna." "What were those instructions?" "I was taken to the ramparts by a knight, to join some other knights and soldiers. They pointed to the line straight ahead. I was to go in that direction with the letter. If taken, I was to ask for the Lord Bellarion." "Were you bidden to go cautiously, to conceal yourself?" "No, Madonna. On the contrary, my orders were to let myself be seen. I am answering truthfully, Madonna." "When you were told to go straight ahead into the lines that were pointed out to you, on which side of the ramparts were you standing?" "On the south side, Madonna, by the southern gate. That is truth, as God hears me." The princess leaned forward, and she was not the only one to move. "Were you told, or did you know what soldiers occupied the section of the lines to which you were bidden?" "I just knew that they were soldiers of the besieging army, or the Lord Bellarion's army. I am telling you the truth, Madonna. I was told to be careful to go straight, and not to wander into any other part of the line but that." Ugolino da Tenda made a sharp forward movement. "What are you saying?" "The truth! The truth!" cried the lad in terror. May God strike me dumb forever if I have uttered a lie." "Quiet, quiet," the princess admonished him. "Be sure we know when you speak the truth. Keep to it and fear nothing. Did you hear mention of any name in connection with that section of the line?" "Did I?" He searched his mind and his eyes brightened. I did. They spoke amongst them. They named one Carmagnola or Carmagnola. Or Carmagnola, D'Artenda cut in, and laughed splutteringly in sheer contempt. "It's clear, I think, that Theodore's letter was intended for just the purpose that it served." "Clear? How is it clear?" Carmagnola's contempt was in the question. "In everything, now that we have heard this clown. Why was he sent to the southern section? Do you suppose Theodore did not know that Valsassina himself, and those directly under him, of whom I was one, were quartered in Quinto, on the western side?" Then his voice swelled up in anger. "Why was this messenger not examined sooner, or—" He checked, and his eyes narrowed as they fixed themselves on Carmagnola's flushed and angry face. "Or was he?" "Was he?" roared Carmagnola. "Now what the devil do you mean?" "You know what I mean, Carmagnola. You led us all within an ace of doing murder. Did you lead us so because you're a fool or a villain? Which?" Carmagnola sprang for him, roaring like a bull. The other captains got between, and the princess, on her feet, commanding, imperious, added her voice sharply to theirs to restore order. They obeyed that slim, frail woman, scarcely more than a girl, as she stood there straight and tense in her wine-coloured mantle, her red-gold head so proudly held, her dark eyes burning in her white face. "Captain Ugolino, that was ill said of you," she reproved him. "You forget that if this messenger was not examined before, the blame for that is upon all of us. We took too much for granted, and too readily, against the Prince of Valsassina." "It is now that you take too much for granted," answered Carmagnola. "Why did Valsassina intend to raise this siege if he is honest? Answer me that." His challenge was to all. Ugolino d'Artenda answered it. "For some such reason as he had when he sent his men to hold the bridge at Carpignano, while you were building bridges here. Bellarion's intentions are not clear to dull eyes like yours and mine, Carmagnola." Carmagnola considered him malevolently. "You and I will discuss this matter further elsewhere," he promised him. "You have used expressions I am not the man to forget." "It may be good for you to remember them," said the young captain, no whit intimidated. "Meanwhile, Madonna, I take my leave. I march my condotta out of this camp within an hour." She looked at him in sudden distress. He answered the look. "I am grieved, Madonna, but my duty is to the Prince of Valsassina. I was seduced from it by too hasty judgment. I return to it at once." He bowed low, gathered up his cloak, and went clanking out. "Hold there!" Carmagnola thundered after him. "Before you go, I've an account to settle with you." Ugolino turned on the threshold, drawn up to his full height. "I'll afford you the opportunity," said he, "but only after I have the answer to my question, whether you are a villain or a fool, and only if I find that you're a fool." The captains made a barrier which Carmagnola could not pass. Livid with anger and humiliation, his grand manner dissipated, he turned to the princess. "Will your highness suffer me to go after him? He must not be permitted to depart." But she shook her red gold head. "Nay, sir, I detain no man here against his inclinations, and Captain Ugolino seems justified of his." Justified, dear God, justified! He apostrophized the groined ceiling, then swung to the other four captains standing there. "And you," he demanded, "do you also deem yourselves justified to mutiny?" Belluno was prompt to answer, but then Belluno was his own lieutenant. "My lord, if there has been an error, we are all in it, and have the honesty to admit it. I am glad there is still some honesty among you. And you?" His angry eyes swept over the others. One by one they answered as Belluno had done. But they were men of little account, and the defection of the 4 of them would not have reduced the army, as did Ugolino's, whose condotta amounted to close upon 1,000 men. "We are forgetting this poor clown," said the princess. Carmagnola looked at him as if he would with joy have wrung his neck. "You may go, boy," she told him. "You are free. See that he leaves unhindered." He went with his guards. The captains dismissed went out next. Carmagnola, his spirit badly bruised and battered, looked at the princess, who had sunk back into her chair. "However it has been achieved," she said, "Theodore's ends could not better have been served. What is left us now?" "If I might venture to advise," quoth Barbaresco, smooth as oil, "I should say that you could not do better than follow Ugolino de Tenda's example." "What? Return your fealty to Bellarion." "Return?" Carmagnola leaned towards him from his fine height, and his mouth gaped. "Return," he repeated, "and leave Vercelli? Why not? That would no more than fulfill Bellarion's intention to raise the siege. He will have an alternative. I care nothing for his alternatives. And let us be clear upon this. I owe him no fealty. My fealty was sworn not to him, but to the Duchess Beatrice. And my orders from the Duke Filippo Maria are to assist in the reduction of Vercelli. I know where my duty lies." "It is possible," said the princess slowly, "that Bellarion had some other plan for bringing Theodore to his knees." He stared at her. There was pain in his handsome eyes. His face was momentarily almost convulsed, and there was little more than pain in his voice when he spoke. "Oh, Madonna, into what irreparable error is your generous heart misleading you? How can you have come in a breath to place all your trust in this man whom for years you have known, as many know him, for a scheming villain? Could I do less, having discovered the cruelty of my error? Are you sure, can you be sure upon such slight grounds, that you were in error, that you are not in error now? You heard what Bellino said of him on the night my bridges were destroyed, that Bellarion never looks where he aims. That, sir, is what has misled me, to my present shame. Is it not rather what is misleading you now? You heard what Messer Barbaresco had to tell me. I do not need to hear Messer Barbaresco or any other. I know what I can see for myself, what my wits tell me." She looked at him almost slyly, for one normally so wide-eyed, and her answer, all considered, was a little cruel. "Are you still unshaken in your confidence in your wits? Do you still think that you can trust them?" That was the death blow to his passion for her, as it was the death blow of the high hopes he is suspected of having centred in her, seeing himself, perhaps, as the husband of the Princess Valeria of Montferrat, supreme in Montferrat court and camp. It was a sword thrust full into his vanity, which was the vital part of him. He stepped back, white to the very lips, his countenance disordered. Then, commanding himself, he bowed and steadied his voice to answer. "Madonna, I see that you have made your choice. My prayer will be that you may not have occasion to repent it. No doubt the troops accompanying these gentlemen of Montferrat will be your sufficient escort to Mortara, or you may join forces with Ugolino da Tenda's condotta. Although I shall be left with not more than half the men the enterprise demands, with these I must make shift to reduce Vercelli, as my duty is. Thus, Madonna, you may yet owe your deliverance to me. May God be with you." He bowed again. Perhaps he hoped still for some word to arrest him, some retraction of the injustice with which she used him, but it did not come. "I thank you for your good intentions, my lord," she said civilly. "God be with you too." He bit his lip, then turned, and threw high that handsome golden head which he was destined to leave some few years later between the pillars of the Piazzetta in Venice. Thus he stalked out. All considered, it was an orderly retreat, and that was the last she ever saw of him. As the door banged, Barbaresco smacked his great thigh with his open palm and exploded into laughter. End of chapter 12. Book 3, Chapter 13 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 3, Chapter 13, The Occupation of Casale. When Bellarion proclaimed his intention of raising the siege of Vercelli, he had it in mind, in view of the hopelessness of being able to reduce the place reasonably soon, to draw Theodore into the open by means of that strategic movement which Thucydides had taught him, and to which he had so often already and so successfully had recourse. His Swiss, being without baggage, travelled lightly and swiftly. They left their camp before Vercelli on the night of Wednesday, and on the evening of the following Friday, Bellarion brought them into the village of Pavone, where Coningshoven had established himself in Facino's old quarters of 3 years ago. There they lay for the night, but whilst his weary followers rested, himself he spent the greater part of the night in the necessary dispositions for striking camp at dawn. And very early on that misty November morning he was off again with Giasone Trotter, Coningshoven, and all the horse, leaving Stoffel to follow more at leisure with the foot, the baggage, and the artillery. Before nightfall he was at San Salvatore, where his army rested, and on the following Sunday morning, at just about the time that Barbaresco was reaching Vercelli, Bellarion, Prince of Valsassina, was approaching the Lombard gate into Casale, by the road along which he had fled thence years before, a nameless outcast waif, whose only ambition was the study of Greek at Pavia. He had travelled by many roads since then, and after long delays he had reached Pavia, no longer as a poor nameless scholar, but as a condottiero of renown, not to solicit at the university the alms of a little learning, but to command whatever he might crave of the place, holding even its prince in subjection. Greek he had not learnt, but he had learnt much else instead, though nothing that made him love his fellow man or hold the world in high regard. Therefore he was glad to think that here he touched the end of that long journey, begun 5 years ago along this Lombard road. The mission upon which he had set out blindly that day was, after many odd turns of fortune, all but accomplished. When it was done, he would strip off this soldier's harness, abdicate his princely honours, and return on foot, humbler than when he had set out, and cured of his erstwhile heresy, to the benign and peaceful shelter of the convent at Ciliano. There was no attempt to bar his entrance into the Montferrine capital. The officer commanding the place knew himself without the necessary means to oppose this force which so unexpectedly came to demand admittance. And so the people of Casale, issuing from Mass on that Sunday morning, found the great square before Luitprandt's cathedral and the main streets leading from it blocked by outlandish men-at-arms, Italians, Gascons, Burgundians, Swabians, Saxons, and Swiss, whose leader proclaimed himself Captain General of the army of the Marquis Gian Giacomo of Montferrat. It was a proclamation that not at all reassured them of their dread at the presence of a rapacious and violent soldiery. The Council of Ancients, summoned by Bellarion's herald, assembled in the communal palace to hear the terms of this brigand captain, as they conceived him, who had swooped upon their defenceless city. He came attended by a group of officers. He was tall and soldierly of bearing, in full armour save for his helm, which was borne after him by a page, and his escort, from the brawny, bearded Coningshoven to the fierce-eyed ferrety Giasone, was calculated to inspire dread in peaceful citizens. But his manner was gentle, and his words were fair. Sirs, your city of Casale has nothing to fear from this occupation, for it is not upon its citizens that we make war, and so that they give no provocation, they will find my followers orderly. We invite your alliance with ourselves in the cause of right and justice. But if you withhold this alliance, we shall not visit it against you, provided that you do not go the length of actively opposing us. The high and mighty Lord Filippo Maria Visconti, Duke of Milan, weary of the encroachments upon his dominions resulting from the turbulent ambition of your Prince Regent, the Marquis Theodore, has resolved to make an end of a regency which in itself has already become an usurpation, and to place in the authority to which his majority entitles him your rightful prince, the Marquis Gian Giacomo Paleologo. I invite you, sirs, to perform your duty as representatives of the people by swearing upon my hands fealty to that same Marquis Gian Giacomo in the cathedral at the hour of vespers this evening. That invitation was a command, and it was punctually obeyed by men who had not the strength to resist. Meanwhile, a measure of reassurance had been afforded the city by Bellarion's proclamation enjoining order upon his troops. The proclamation was in no equivocal terms. It reminded the men that they were in occupation of a friendly city, which they were sent to guard and defend, and that any act of pillage or violence would be punished by death. They were housed, some in the citadel, and the remainder in the fortress palace of the Montferrine princes, where Bellarion himself took up his quarters. In Theodore's own closet, occupying the very chair in which Theodore had sat and so contemptuously received the unknown Bellarion, on that day when the young student had first entered those august walls, Bellarion that night penned a letter to the Princess Valeria, wherein he gave her news of the day's events. That letter, of a calligraphy so perfect that it might be mistaken for a page from some monkish manuscript of those days, is one of the few fragments that have survived from the hand of this remarkable man, who was adventurer, statesman, soldier, and humanist. Most honoured and most dear lady, he addresses her, Reveritissima et carissima Madonna. The exordium is all that need concern us now. Ever since, at your own invitation, I entered your service that evening in your garden here at Casale, where today I have again wandered, reviving memories that are of the fairest in my life. That service has been my constant study. I have pursued it by tortuous ways and by many actions appearing to have no bearing upon it, unsuspected by you when not actually mistrusted by you. That your mistrust has wounded me oftentimes and deeply would have weighed lightly with me, had I not perceived that by mistrusting you were deprived of that consolation and hope which you would have found in trusting. The facts afforded ever a justification of your mistrust. This I recognized, and that facts are stubborn things not easily destroyed by words. Therefore I did not vainly wear myself in any endeavour to destroy them, but toiled on, so that, in the ultimate achievement of your selfless aims for your brother, the Marquis, I might prove to you without the need of words the true impulse of my every action in these past 5 years. The fame that came to me as a condottiero, the honours I won, and the increase of power they brought me, I have never regarded as anything but weapons to be employed in this your service, as means to the achievement of your ends. But for that service accepted in this garden, my life would have been vastly different from all that it has been. No burden heavier than a scholar's would have been mine, and today I might well be back with the brethren at Ciliano, an obscure member of their great brotherhood. To serve you I have employed trickery and double-dealing, until men have dubbed me a rogue, and some besides yourself have come to mistrust me, and once I went the length of doing murder. But I take no shame in any of these things, nor, most dear lady, need you take shame in that your service should have entailed them. The murder I did was the execution of a rogue. The conspiracy I scattered was one that would have made a net in which to take you. The deceits I have put upon the Marquis Theodore, chiefly when I made him serve my dear Lord Facino's turn, and seduced him into occupying Vercelli, so as subsequently to afford the Duke of Milan a sound reason for moving against him, were deceits employed against a deceiver, whom it would be idle to combat in honest fashion. In his eyes, more than any others, for he is not the only victim of the duplicity I have used to place you ultimately where you should be, I am a double-dealing Judas. And it is said of me, too, that in the field, as in the council, I prevail by subterfuge, and never by straightforward blows. But my conscience remains tranquil. It is not what a man does or says that counts, but what a man intends. I have embraced as part of my guiding philosophy that teaching of Plato's, which discriminates between the lie on the lips and the lie in the heart. On my lips and in my action lies have been employed. I confess it frankly. But in my heart no lie has ever been. If I have employed at times dishonest means, at least the purpose for which they have been employed has been unfalteringly, unswervingly honest, and one in the final achievement of which there can be only pride and a sense of duty done. Do this if you believe it, and the facts will presently constrain you to do so. Unless my fortune in the field should presently desert me, I need add no details of the many steps in your service. By the light of faith in me from what is written and what is presently to do, you will now read aright those details for yourself. We touch now the goal, whither all these efforts have been addressed. Upon this follows his concise account of the events from the moment of his escape from Quinto, and upon that an injunction to her to come at once with her brother to Casale, depending upon the protection of his arm and the loyalty of a people which only awaits the sight of its rightful prince to be increased to enthusiasm and active support. That letter was dispatched next day to Quinto, but it did not reach her until almost a week later between Alessandria and Casale. Meanwhile, early on the morrow, the city was thrown into alarm by the approach of a strong body of horse. This was Ugolino da Tenda's condotta, and Ugolino himself rode in with a trumpeter to make renewed submission to the Lord Bellarion, and to give him news of what had happened in Quinto upon the coming of Barbaresco. Bellarion racked him with questions as to what was said, particularly as to what the princess said, and how she looked, and what passed between her and Carmagnola, and when all was done, far from the stern reproaches Ugolino had been expecting, he found himself embraced by a Bellarion more joyous than he had ever yet known that sardonic soldier. That gaiety of Bellarion's was observed by all in the days that followed. He was a man transformed. He displayed the light-heartedness of a boy, and moved about the many tasks claiming his attention with a song on his lips, a ready laugh upon the slightest occasion, and a sparkle in his great eyes that all had hitherto known so sombre. And this notwithstanding that these were busy and even anxious days of preparation for the final trial of strength. He rode abroad during the day with 2 or 3 of his officers, one of whom was always Stoffel, surveying the ground of the peninsula that lies between Saesia and Po, to the north of Casale, and at night he would labour over maps which he was preparing from his daily notes. Meanwhile he kept himself day by day informed, by means of a line of scouts which he had thrown out, of what was happening at Vercelli. With that clear prescience, which in all ages has been the gift of all great soldiers, he was able not merely to opine, but quite definitely to state the course of action that Theodore would pursue. Because of this, on the Wednesday of that week, he moved Ugolino da Tenda and his condotta out of Casale, and transferred them bag and baggage by night, so that the movement might not be detected and reported to the enemy, to the woods about Trinor, where they were ordered to encamp and to lie close until required. On the morning of Friday arrived at last in Casale the Marquis Giancicomo and his sister, escorted by the band of Montferrine exiles under Barbaresco and Casale, and the people turned out to welcome not only the princes, but in many cases their own relatives and friends. Bellarion with his captains and a guard of honour of 50 lancers received the princes at the Lombard gate, and escorted them to the palace, where their apartments had been prepared. The acclamations of the people lining the streets brought tears to the eyes of the princess, and a flush to the cheeks of her brother. And there were tears in her eyes when she sought Bellarion in his room to abase herself in the admission of her grievous misjudgment, and to sue pardon for it. "Your letter, sir," she told him, "touched me more deeply than anything I can remember in all my life. Think me a fool if you must for what is past, but not an ingrate. My brother shall prove our gratitude so soon as ever it lies within his power. Madonna, I ask no proofs of it, nor need them. To serve you has not been a means, but an end, as you shall see. That vision at least does not lie in the future. I see now, and very clearly." He smiled a little wistfully as he bowed to kiss her hand. "You shall see more clearly still," he promised her. That colloquy went no further. Stoffel broke in upon them to announce that his scouts had come galloping in from Vercelli with the news that the Lord Theodore had made a sally in force, shattering a way through Carmagnola's besiegers, and that he was advancing on Casale with a well-equipped army computed to be between 4,000 and 5,000 strong. The news had already spread about the city, and was causing amongst the people the gravest apprehension and unrest. The prospect of a siege, and of the subsequent vengeance of the Lord Theodore upon the city for having harboured his enemies, filled them with dread. "Send out the trumpeters," Bellarion ordered, "and let it be proclaimed in every quarter that there will be no siege, and that the army is marching out at once to meet the Marquis Theodore beyond the Po." End of chapter 13. Book 3, Chapter 14 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 3, Chapter 14, The Vanquished. Theodore's sally from Vercelli had been made at daybreak on that Friday morning. It had been shrewdly planned, for Theodore was no bungler, and before he had brought more than half his men into action, Carmagnola, startled by the suddenness of the blow that fell upon him, was routed and in flight. After that, this being no more than the preliminary of the task before him, Theodore marched out every man of his following to go against Bellarion at Casale. Thus, by that ancient plan of attacking a vital point that had been left undefended, had Bellarion succeeded in drawing his enemy from a point of less importance in which he was almost impregnably entrenched. Theodore had perceived, as Bellarion had calculated that he would, that it could serve little purpose for him to hold an outpost like Vercelli, if in the meantime the whole of his dominions were to be wrenched from his grasp. No sooner was he gone, however, than Carmagnola, informed of his departure, rallied his broken troops, and with drums beating, trumpets blaring, and flags flying, marched like a conqueror into the now undefended city of Vercelli. For the resistance it had made, he subjected it to a cruel sack, giving his men unbounded license, and that same evening he wrote to Duke Filippo Maria in the following terms: "Most potent Duke and my good Lord, it is my joyous task to give your Highness tidings that, informed of the reduction in our numbers resulting from the defection of the Prince of Valsassina and several other captains acting in concert with him, the Lord Theodore of Montferrat, greatly presumptuous, did today issue from Vercelli for wager of battle against us. A vigorous action was fought in the neighbourhood of Quinto, in which, despite our inferior numbers, we put the Marquis to flight. Lacking numbers sufficient to engage in pursuit, particularly as this would have led us into Montferrine territory, and since the reoccupation of Vercelli and its restoration to your duchy was the task with which your Highness entrusted us, I marched into the city at once, and I now hold it in the name of your exalted potency. By this complete and speedy victory I hope to merit the approbation of your Highness." Meanwhile, Theodore's march on Casale had anything but the aspect of a flight. The great siege train he dragged along with him over the sodden and too yielding ground of that moist plain delayed his progress to such an extent that it was not till late on that November afternoon when he reached Villanova, here to receive news from his scouts that a considerable army, said to be commanded by the Prince of Valsassina, was circling northward from Terra Nova. The news was unexpected and brought with it some alarm. He had gone confidently and rather carelessly forward, fully expecting to find the enemy shut up in Casale. Hence all the ponderous siege train which had so hampered his progress. That Bellarion, forsaking the advantage of Casale's stout walls, should come out to meet him and engage him in the open was something beyond his dreams, and, but for the unexpectedness of it, he would have rejoiced on such a decision on the part of his redoubtable opponent. It was in that unexpectedness, as usual, that lay Bellarion's advantage. Theodore, compelled now to act in haste, not knowing at what moment the enemy might be upon him, made dispositions to which it was impossible to give that thought which the importance of the issues demanded. The first of these was to order the men who were preparing to encamp for the night to be up again and to push on and out of this village before they found themselves hemmed into it. That circling movement reported suggested this danger to Theodore. They came out in rather straggling order to be marshalled even as they marched. Theodore's aim, and it was shrewd enough, was to reach the broad causeway of solid land between Corno and Popolo, where the marshlands on either side would secure his flanks and compel the enemy to engage him on a narrow front. What was to follow he had not yet had time to consider. But if he could reach that objective, he would be secure for the present, and he could rest his men in the 2 hamlets on the marshes. But a mile beyond Villanova, Bellarion was upon his left flank and rear. He had little warning of it before the enemy was charging him, but it was warning enough. He threw out his line in a crescent formation, using his infantry in a manner which merited Bellarion's entire approval, and obviously intent upon fighting a rearguard battle, whilst bringing his army to the coveted position. But the infantry were not equal to their commander, and they were insufficiently trained in these tactics. Some horses were piked, but almost every horse piked meant an opening in the human wall that opposed the charge, and through these openings Giasone Trotter's heavy riders broke in, swinging their ponderous maces. From a rearguard action on Theodore's part, the thing grew rapidly to the proportions of a general engagement, and for this Theodore could not have been placed worse than he was, with his left, now that he had swung about, upon the quaking boglands of Dalmazzo, and his back to the broad waters of the Po. He swung his troops farther round so as to bring his rear upon the only possible line of retreat, which was that broad firm land between Corno and Popilor. At last his skilful manoeuvres achieved the desired result, and then, very gradually, fighting every inch of the ground, he began to fall back. At every yard now the front must grow narrower, and unless Bellarion's captains were very sure of their ground, some of them would presently be in trouble in the bogs on either side. If this did not happen, they would soon find it impossible, save at great cost, and without perceptible progress, to continue the engagement, and with night approaching they would be constrained to draw off. Theodore smiled darkly to himself in satisfaction, and took heart, well pleased with his clever tactics by which he had extricated himself from a dangerous situation. He had won a breathing space that should enable him to marshal his men so as to deal with this rash enemy who came to seek him in the open. And then suddenly, a quarter mile away, from the direction of Corno, towards which they were so steadily falling back, came a pounding of hoofs that swelled swiftly into a noise of thunder, and before any measures could be taken to meet this new menace, Ugolino d'Artenda's horse was upon Theodore's rear. Ugolino had handled his condotta well, and strictly in accordance with his orders from Bellarion. From Balzola, whither he had been moved at noon so as to be in readiness, he had made a leisurely and cautious advance, filing his horse along the very edge of the bogland so that their hoofs should give no warning of their approach. Thus, until he had won within striking distance, and the blow he now struck, heavy and unexpected, crumpled up Theodore's rear, clove through, driving his men right and left to sink to their waists in the marshes, and scattered such fear and confusion in those ahead that their formation went to pieces and gaped to Bellarion's renewed frontal attacks. Less than 3 hours that engagement lasted, and of all those who had taken the field with Theodore, saving perhaps 1,000 who fled helter-skelter towards Trino after Ugolino's passage, there was not a survivor who had not yielded. Stripped of their arms and deprived of their horses, they were turned adrift, to go whithersoever they listed, so long as it was outside of Montferrat territory. The maimed and wounded of Theodore's army were conveyed by their fellows into the villages of Villanova, Terranova, and Grassi. It was towards the 3rd hour of that November night when the triumphant army, returning from that stricken field, re-entered Casale, lighted by the bonfires that blazed in the streets, whilst the bells of Luitprand's cathedral crashed out their peals of victory. Deliriously did the populace acclaim Bellarion, Prince of Valsassina, in its enormous relief at having been saved the hardships of a siege and delivered from the possible vengeance of Theodore, for having opened its gates to Theodore's enemies. Theodore on foot marched proudly at the head of a little band of captives of rank, who had been retained by their captors for the sake of the ransoms they could pay. The jostling, pushing crowd hooted and execrated and mocked him in his hour of humiliation. White-faced, his head held high, he passed on apparently unmoved by that expression of human baseness, knowing in his heart that, if he had proved master, the acclamations now raised for his conqueror would have been raised for him by the very lips that now execrated him. He was conducted to the palace, to the very room whence for so many years he had ruled the state of Montferrat, and there he found his nephew and niece awaiting him when he was brought in between Ugolino da Tenda and Giasone Trotta. Bareheaded, stripped of his armour, his tall figure bowed, he stood like a criminal before them, whilst they remained seated on either side of the writing table that once had been his own. From the seat whence he had dispensed justice was justice now to be dispensed to him by his nephew. "You know your offence, my lord." Gian Giacomo greeted him, a cold, dignified, and virile Gian Giacomo, in whom it was hardly possible to recognize the boy whom he had sought to ruin in body and in soul. "You know how you have been false to the trust reposed in you by my father, to whom God give peace. Have you anything to say in extenuation?" He parted his lips, then stood there opening and closing his hands before he could sufficiently control himself to answer. "In the hour of defeat, what can I do but cast myself upon your mercy?" "Are we to pity you in defeat? Are we to forget in what you have been defeated?" "I ask not that. I am in your hands, a captive, helpless. I do not claim mercy. I may not deserve it. I hope for it. That is all." They considered him and found him a broken man indeed. "It is not for me to judge you," said Gian Giacomo, "and I am glad to be relieved of that responsibility. For though you may have forgotten that I am of your blood, I cannot forget that you are of mine. Where is His Highness of Valsassina?" Theodore fell back a pace. "Will you set me at the mercy of that dastard?" The Princess Valeria looked at him coldly. "He has won many titles since the day when, to fight a villainy, he pretended to become your spy. But the title you have just conferred upon him, coming from your lips, is the highest he has yet received. To be a dastard in the sight of a dastard is to be honourable in the sight of all upright men." Theodore's white face writhed into a smile of malice, but he answered nothing in the little pause that followed before the door opened upon Bellarion. He came in supported by two of his Swiss, and closely followed by Stoffel. His armour had been removed, and the right sleeve of his leather haqueton, as of the silken tunic and shirt beneath, had been ripped up, and now hung empty at his side, whilst his breast bulged where his arm was strapped to his body. He was very pale, and obviously weak and in pain. Valeria came to her feet at the sight of him thus, and her face was whiter than his own. "You are wounded, my lord." He smiled rather whimsically. "It sometimes happens when men go to battle, but I think my Lord Theodore here has taken the deeper hurt." Stoffel pushed forward a chair, and the Swiss carefully lowered Bellarion to it. He sighed in relief and leaned forward so as to avoid contact with the back. "One of your knights, my lord, broke my shoulder in the last charge." "I would he had broken your neck." "That was the intention." Bellarion's pale lips smiled. "But I am known as Bellarion the Fortunate." "Just now my lord had another name for you," said Valeria, and Bellarion, observing the set of her lips and the scorn in her glance as it flickered over Theodore, marvelled at the power of hate in one naturally so gracious. He had had a taste of it himself, he remembered, and perhaps she was but passing on to Theodore what rightly had belonged to him throughout. "He is a rash man," she continued, "who will not trouble to conciliate the arbiter of his fate. My Lord Theodore has lost his guile, I think, together with the rest." "Ay," said Bellarion, "we have stripped him of all save his life. Even his mask of benignity is gone." "You are noble," said Theodore. "You gird at a captive. Am I to remain here to be mocked?" "Not for me, faith," Bellarion answered him. "I have never contemplated you with any pleasure. Take him away, Ugolino. Place him securely under guard. He shall have judgment tomorrow." "Dog!" said Theodore with venom, as he drew himself up to depart. "That's my device, as yours is the stag. Appropriate, all things considered. I had you in my mind when I adopted it." "I am punished for my weakness," said Theodore. "I should have left justice to wring your neck when you were its prisoner here in Casale." "I'll repay the debt," Bellarion answered him. "Your own neck shall remain unwrung, so that you withdraw to your principality of Genoa, and abide there. More of that tomorrow." Peremptorily he waved him away, and Ugolino hustled him out. As the door closed again, Bellarion, relaxing the reins of his will, sank forward in a swoon. End of chapter 14. Book 3, Chapter 15 of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amy of New Zealand. Book 3, Chapter 15, The Last Fight. When he recovered, he was lying on his sound side on a couch under the window, across which the curtains of painted and gilded leather had been drawn. An elderly bearded man in black was observing him, and someone whom he could not see was bathing his brow with a cool aromatic liquid. As he fetched a sigh that filled his lungs and quickened his senses into full consciousness, the man smiled. "There, it will be well with him now, but he should be put to bed." "It shall be done," said the woman who was bathing his brow, and her voice, soft and subdued, was the voice of the Princess Valeria. "His servants will be below by now. Send them to me as you go." The man bowed and went out. Slowly Bellarion turned his head and looked up in wonder at the princess with whom he was now alone. Her eyes, more liquid than their wont, smiled wistfully down upon him. "Madonna," he exclaimed, "do you serve me as a handmaid? That is not... You are thinking it an insufficient return for your service to me. But you must give me time, sir. This is only a beginning." "I am not thinking that at all." "Then you are not thinking as you should. You are weak, your wits work slowly. Else you might remember that for 5 years, in which you have been my loyal, noble, unswerving friend, I, immured in my stupidity, have been your enemy." "Ah," he smiled, "I knew I should convince you in the end. Such knowledge gives us patience. A man may contain his soul for anything that is assured. It is the doubtful only that makes him fret and fume." "And you never doubted?" she asked him, wondering. "I'm too sure of myself," he answered. "And God knows you have cause to be, more cause than any man of whom ever I heard tell. Do you know, Lord Prince, that in these 5 years there is no evil I have not believed of you? I even deemed you a coward on the word of that vain boaster Carmagnola. He was none so wrong by his own lights. I am not a fighter of his pattern. I have ever been careful of myself. Your condition now proves that. Oh, this today, that was different. Too much depended on the issue. It was the last throw. I had to take a hand, much though I dislike a rough and tumble. So that we won through, would not much have mattered if the vamplate of that fellow's lance had brought up against my throat. There are no more fights for me, so what matter if I left my life in the last one?" "The last one, Lord Prince?" "And that is not my title any more. I am a prince no longer. I leave the rank behind with all the other vanities of the world." "You leave it behind?" She found him obscure. "When I go back to Ciliano, which will be as soon as I can move." "What do you go to do at Ciliano?" "What? Why, what the other brethren do, pax multa in cella. The old abbot was right. There is yonder a peace for which I am craving now that my one task here is safely ended. In the world there is nothing for me." "Nothing?" She was amazed. "And in 5 years you have won so much." "Nothing that I covet," he answered gently. "It is all vanity, all madness, greed, and bloodlust. I was not made for worldliness, and but for you I should never have known it. Now I have done." "And your dominions, Gavi and Valsassina?" "I'll bestow them upon you, Madonna, if you will deign to accept a parting gift from these hands." There was a long pause. She had drawn back a little. He could not see her face. "You have the fever, I think," she said presently in an odd voice. "It is your hurt." He sighed. "Aye, you would think so. It is difficult for one reared in the world to understand that a man's eyes should remain undazzled by its glitter. Yet, believe me, I leave it with but one regret." "And that?" The question came breathlessly upon a whisper. "That the purpose for which I entered it remains unfulfilled, that I have learnt no Greek." Again there was a pause. Then she moved forward, rustling a little, and came directly into his line of vision. "I hear your servants, I think. I will leave you now." "I thank you, Madonna. God be with you." But she did not go. She stood there between himself and the fireplace, slight and straight as on the first evening when he had seen her in her garden. She was dressed in a close-fitting gown of cloth of silver. He observed in particular now the tight sleeves which descended to the knuckles of her slim, tapering hands, and remembered that just such sleeves had she worn when first his eyes beheld her. Over this gown she wore a loose houppelande of sapphire velvet, reversed at throat and wide gaping sleeves with ermine, and there were sapphires in the silver caul that confined her abundant red gold hair. "Aye," he said wistfully, dreamily, "it was just so you looked, and just so I will remember you as long as I remember anything. It is good to have served you, lady mine. It has made me glorious in my own eyes." "You have made yourself glorious, Lord Prince, in the eyes of all." "What did they matter?" Slowly she came back to him. She was very pale, and a little frown was puckering her fine brows. Very wistful and mysterious as deep pools were those dark eyes of hers. She came back, drawn by the words he had used, and more than the words, by something odd in his gently musing tone. "Do I matter nothing, Bellarion?" He smiled with an infinite sadness. "Must you ask that now? Does not the whole of my life in the world give you the answer, that never woman mattered more to a man? I have known no service but yours, and I have served you per fas et nefas." She stood above him, and her lips quivered. What she said when at last she spoke had no apparent bearing upon the subject. "I am wearing your colours, Bellarion." Surprise flickered in his eyes as they sought confirmation of her statement in the azure and argent of her wear. "And I did not remark the chance," he cried. "Not chance, it is design. It was sweetly and generously courteous so to honour me. It was not only to honour you that I assumed these colours. Have they no message for you, Bellarion?" "Message?" For the first time in their acquaintance she saw fear in his bold eyes. Clearly they have not. No message that you look for. You have said that you covet nothing in this world, nothing within my reach. To covet things beyond it is to taste the full bitterness of life. Is there anything in the world that is not within your reach, Bellarion? He looked at her as she smiled down upon him through her tears. He caught his breath gaspingly. With his sound left hand he clutched her left, which hung at the level of his head. "I am mad, of course," he choked. "Not mad, Bellarion, only stupid. Do you still covet nothing?" "Aye, one thing," his face glowed. "One thing that would change into a living glory the tinsel glitter of the world. One thing that would make life... Oh, God, what am I saying?" "Why do you break off, Bellarion?" "I am afraid." "Of me? Is there anything I could deny you, who have given all to serve me? Must I in return offer you all I have? Can you claim nothing for yourself? Valeria!" She stooped to kiss his lips. "My very hate of you in all these years was love dissembled, because my spirit leapt to yours almost from that first evening in the garden there. Did it so wound and torture me to discover baseness in you? I should have trusted my own heart rather than my erring senses. Bellarion, you warned me early that I am not good at inference. I have suffered as those suffer who are in rebellion against themselves." He pondered her, very pale and sorrowful. "Yes," he said slowly, "I have the fever, as you said a while ago. It must be that." End of chapter 15. This is the end of Bellarion the Fortunate by Rafael Sabatini. August 2025. Read by Amy of New Zealand.